morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Hello, hello. All right. Sorry I'm a bit late. I was eating my breakfast a little too late. My first real meal of the day. I killed it though. If you're a YouTube member or a Discord member, you can see a picture of what I ate today. I made me a bed of rice, seared tofu, and Brussels sprouts, which I love. And then I made some homemade bread, but I threw some chopped hot peppers, like these, they're not jalapenos because we don't have jalapenos, but you know, a serrano jalapeno adjacent peppers. And I put them into the bread and it was like eating a jalapeno bagel. Ooh, girl, you know a jalapeno cheese bagel? It was like that, but better. It was so good. I loved it. Praise be to gluten-free flour because honestly, I would have missed bread otherwise. Okay, so today it is a dress up Frenemies. It's one of my favorite looks that they did on Frenemies together as a 90s kid. This is episode 23 titled David Dobrik and James Charles Drama Apocalypse. This better be good because I'm so sick of hearing about David Dobrik and James Charles. But the costumes for this episode are classic Britney Spears and Justin. It's a look. It's a look. So I'm excited. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, let's see here. And today my volume should be okay, yeah, in comparison to theirs. Let me know if it's like too low, too high. Let me know if you guys can't hear. Nothing worse than watching a live stream where you can't hear, you know? All right, let's get started.
Welcome!
Welcome! Wow, good job, Brittany. Didn't even put them on screen. Didn't even put them on the screen. Let's try that again.
Welcome! Too much energy? Or do you like it?
Wait, look at the hat. Look at the hat. This is so good.
Everybody!
I'm just tired because that was our second take, and I'm just like,
Why do you say it's our second take? I don't want people to know that we're doing multiple takes out
oh,
here.
you know, I like transparency.
But that's
With Peace and Love, they pulled this off. They pulled it off.
like the sauce. You don't want people to know how the sausage is made. That's not transparency. You're volunteering too much information.
My energy is low though because we already did take one, and my energy was high.
Dude,
to
our
take
first.
one.
Okay, first of all, our first take was like 30 seconds, and I dropped the F-bomb in the first 30 seconds, which gets your video demonetized. So we're like, oh, let's just do it again. So it wasn't like you were running a mile in that
I
first
feel
30
like
seconds.
I was pretty on point, and now I'm like a little discombobulated.
Oh my.
She actually does look very tired. Like, this is the most tired I've ever seen Trisha look. She genuinely looks like she hasn't slept, which is not a look Trisha often looks like. She usually doesn't look unslept.
God. So here, let's relive those first 30. You were saying that that you see some comments of people saying the shtick is getting old.
No, never.
Yeah, they're just like, I'm over this. It's like, it's boring now.
Nobody says that.
Chat, thank you so much. Says Britt, I thought that was seared salmon and your breakfast looked good seared like that. Thank you so much. Honestly, I even sent a picture of the tofu to like my sister, you know, and I've made a lot of tofu in the last couple months, let me tell you. And she's just like, I thought you weren't eating like steak anymore or whatever, because I was like experimenting with my diet and I've been experimenting with things. I don't actually eat steak often anyways. It's too freaking expensive, y'all. That's why I was eating chicken so much. Like, steak is so obnoxiously expensive. Even in Croatia, like, who can afford steak? Not me, girl. Like, chicken is so much more, you know, reasonable in terms of pricing. But anyways, even she thought it was a steak. And I was like, I ain't eating steak, girl.
I've seen a couple comments. I'll screenshot them.
Why do you dig so deep looking for, like, we are a cultural tour de force. Do you understand? If somebody comes in my comments and says, this shit's getting old, I will block you. I will ban you. I will not even think about it twice. And if I see you in real life, you better hope I don't know that you're the guy that wrote that.
You don't even leave your house.
Exactly.
So who are you going to see?
Low risk.
That's why you're so tough. Like last week when you're like, Bryce Hall, if I see you, like you're just tough because you don't leave your house.
I'll never run into Bryce Hall.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't he DM you? What the fuck?
Oh,
Yeah,
What did he
Bryce Hall put
say?
it in my DMs.
Wait, Bryce, so we did douchebag of the month with Bryce Hall, and he DM'd you. Why did he do
Do we
that?
want to say why we're dressed like this? Or Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
sponsor. Oh, God. It's a mess.
AdamandEve.com sponsoring today's. Use code H3. Happy 50th birthday to Adam and Eve. March is their 50th.
50th birthday?
Yeah, we can talk about it later in the Addery, but yeah, it's 50 years, so you know they're good.
YouTube chat, you said, where in the Discord did you post? I tagged you. It's in the live stream chat.
And Our other sponsor is
Honey.
Woo!
That's 2 sponsors. Look at us. Look at us. Look at us, baby.
Do you think they'd sponsor a TikTok? Because there's a popular TikTok going around and it's like, honey, honey, how you thrill me. It's
Oh,
like
that's a
big
good
TikTok.
idea.
You want to see if they like...
I'll see. I mean, I don't know. They'll be like, what? I'm like, yo, there's this popular TikTok where you go, honey, honey.
How you thrill me. Uh-huh. And that's it. That's the whole thing.
So what would you do? Just put like the honey logo or something and just sing?
What and the uh-huh is the punchline part. So at the punchline, you put like the code H3 or whatever it is. It's like...
I don't like it.
It's all about branding, merch deals.
Sounds like a lot.
Merch deals.
What? What? Did you say me? Did you call? Did you call? I'm not gonna lie. I did love that my name was Britney growing up just because Britney Spears was so iconic and I loved her so much. I mean, I literally kind of grew up with Britney. She's my brother's age, I guess. And it's like hard not to feel like you kind of grew up with a lot of these people because they're just a few years older than me, realistically. What are they, 6 years older than me? And so I did love that my name was Britney, but I also hated that my name was Britney because in high school, only cheerleaders were named Britney. And there were so many Britneys at my school. You guys have no idea. It was like your name being John or something. Everybody's name was Britney growing up. It was so shocking to me in high school that I had to go by my family nickname Bert just so I would know who was talking to me because I literally was always like, what? Are you talking to me? And they were never talking to me, for the record. I can't believe how many girls were named Britney at my high school. I'm shooketh.
Okay, why are we wasting all of our time talking about this bullshit?
It's
when
our
first of all,
sponsors. It's not bullshit. Thank you to
okay,
our
we
sponsors.
love them, but
Adam
like,
and Even Honey, check them out.
yeah.
Bad reads later on in the show. You have that. to
Yeah.
look forward
Okay. It's like it's not the Adam and Even Honey show.
to. Well, I'm making it that so we can get it back.
We do love them though.
We're just like this.
There's so much going on today. Today
Wait.
is the episode you will not want to miss.
You gonna
Okay.
say why we're just like this or no?
Well, first of all, let me say, David Dobrik, extreme update.
Oh,
Extreme update.
What? Do I know about this?
I think you do. It's the video that one of his fans posted. For some fucking reason, they dug deep into the David archives and posted a video of him and Jason talking about the Seth situation on Views.
uh-oh.
I saw that.
So that was shocking.
No, literally just is like a recap, like their videos of them and just like literally admitting that it's gonna ruin his life for a couple
Everything.
years.
Oh.
And also
It's
that it was
not-
racially motivated.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw that. That racially motivated because of where he was
Pourquoi?
from. They basically he's from Compton, so this is even worse that we're doing it to him.
Because
Like,
anyway, we'll get into that. And then James Charles is in. Honestly, this guy needs to be just like. I don't want to go too over the top, but like, if we could just get James Charles in a hole like Saddam Hussein or something, then I think the world would be
What?
safer.
how come he doesn't have to be registered as an SO?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like
That's what I'm saying. We just got to put him in a fucking ditch like Saddam Hussein and
Because-
just forget about
the
him.
thing is like okay, we can like
War crimes against humanity is what I'm saying.
but he's like done this so many times, so he needs like a label so people know he's like a danger to kids
He
in
needs-
society and
I
teenagers
totally agree.
and-
He need like if he moves into a new neighborhood, he definitely needs
But-
to introduce himself as like, "Hi, I'm the SO."
or even like brand deals, he should always have to say
Oh my God, but did you hear that apparently Republicans are putting a policy forward, allegedly, of course, hopefully the checks and balances get it all, figured out, to take certain people off the registry list. And I'm like, why? Like, what did they do that you want to take them off the list? Like, why were they on the list and what's gonna, I understand if you want to take people off the list who are like peeing in public or something, I get you, but like, why would you take people off the list? And now I'm like, bro, I hope the checks and balances keep everything. I hope the world doesn't succumb to Trump's pressure. I mean, they might feel a need. He said, he's like, I don't think people will say no. I don't think people will say no to me. I'm very persuasive. Have you seen my show? You're fired. You're fired. The what list? The SO list. They are, they want to take some people off of it, but I don't know why. I'm exhausted.
I am this
Yeah.
because you're marketing on TikTok. His best friend is a 16-year-old, and it's like
Also, probably because a lot of people he chose for his cabinet have records against them or should have records against them. That's my assumption.
you're marketing yourself to 16-year-olds for a reason.
So what? Well, anyway, James. So another person outed James for exchanging nudes with a 16-year.
Wait, in Ethan's latest stream, he said he's got to upload part 2 of the Hassan nuke. Oh my gosh. I tried watching his Hassan live stream yesterday and I got like so bored because he was blaming Hassan and leftists for losing the election as a part of it. With peace and love, I'm so bored. I kind of want to make a video where I explain to people, yes, things go a step at a time, but the progressives are shooting for like the end goal and the Democrats are shooting for the middle ground and the Republicans are shooting to go backwards. And so like with peace and love, I think people have to understand that, you know, ultimately it's hard for people not want to shoot for people not, it's hard for people to not want the ideal. You know, I even I like a lot of content creators. I think the ones who are more Democrat can annoy me because they do say things like, this is your fault. These are the liberals who didn't vote for Kamala, or these are the, like, think about all the people who didn't even show up to vote in the first place. Like, remember that a majority of Americans who are eligible to vote don't show up. So ultimately, you know, it's not one person's fault. It's just where the country is right now as well. This is where we are right now. We don't need to blame each other for the way things have gone. We need to accept that this is where the world is right now, which is why we have to keep fighting, which is why we can't say things like gay people have all their rights. What else do they want? Like, no, they don't. It doesn't matter how many gay people you see on, you know, CoverGirl or on YouTube. Like, in terms of, you know, the law, we have to pay attention to the way that these people are taking away people's civil rights. Like, they're talking about reversing gay marriage. They're talking about taking away, and this is what some of the country wants. Like, some of the country wants to see LGBT people back in the closet. And this is more, you know, just more of a reason why we can't ever be, you know, complicit in the way that people are. I know you can humanize people while making it clear, like, you're not going to stand for bigotry. You do not have to become bigoted and hateful towards bigots. You can still love people through their bigotry while taking a stand firm, like a firm stand, and say, like, this isn't okay. This isn't good. And I know it's harder, you know, easier said than done, for sure, right? It's hard to face your family and friends, and that's probably a good practice, just to be like, I love you, but what you're voting for isn't what America should be. We want freedom for all Americans, period. And the idea that they're trying to stand for freedom while taking away your rights, like, that is America in a nutshell.
Year old.
There's been multiple ones since then. There's been like 3 or 4 since then, and he admitted it. James is like, yeah, he didn't tell me his age. I actually should have asked. What?
It's all here. This is the biggest, baddest, steamiest episode of all time.
Was there more or no? That's it. That's the drama.
Well, there's a lot more here I want to get to, but for our costumes, okay, are Free Britney. Go ahead, Trisha. You.
Is that live?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was your idea.
It was not my idea. Let me just say this, because we were gonna be like, oh wow, Trisha wants to be a couple's costume with Ethan. First of all, not my idea to do this. Love it. I'm so down. I love dressing in costume, and honestly, I've always wanted to wear these outfits.
Whose idea was this?
I think it was Hila's.
Oh, it was Hila's? Okay.
Which I loved. Like, honestly, lived, and I was like, okay, don't put this on me, because everyone's gonna be like, oh, Trisha's trying to do a couple's costume with.
Yo, so here.
I didn't even process that it was a couple's costume. I'll be so for real right now. That's so funny. I didn't even think of it as a couple's costume. I just thought of it as a fashion costume. I know obviously they were a couple, Justin and Brittany at the time, but I just processed it as like an iconic fashion moment instead of a couple's costume, which is actually sort of funny.
Here's the big reveal. The whole thing was, I was wondering if I could get those Justin Timberlake or Timberland. I'm not even
Timberlake.
kidding.
Whoa, that was good. Look, I totally didn't.
Okay, don't put this on me, because everyone's gonna be like, oh, Trisha's trying to do a couple's costume with.
Yo, so here's the big reveal. The whole thing was, I was wondering if I could get those Justin Timberlake or Timberland.
You know, the way Ethan has gone dedicated in terms of costumes throughout the series is kind of amazing. Like, this man has shaved off his head, bleached his hair, but to be fair, his hair grows so fast, it's insane. It's literally kind of crazy how fast his hair grows. Wait, let me see. So in October, he shaved it. This is March. So it's like, you know, so many months of growth.
Not even
Timberlake.
kidding. Yeah, Timberlake. What's a Timberlake? Timberland is a thing.
Another artist.
I literally went my entire life thinking his name was Timberland.
Okay,
Timberland's the
first
other
of all,
artist.
Yeah, okay. I don't know which came first, like the chicken and the egg thing. I don't know if it's like you were talking about his ramen hair on your H3 podcast or these outfits. I'm not.
Yeah, because he was talking about Justin's hair in one of the Frenemies episode, right?
Not really sure.
Right.
Because I know you guys were talking about his hair.
Yeah,
in
he
an
had
episode.
ramen hair.
Right. And that was recent. So I don't really know what came first, but I was
Can you show his ramen hair, Dan? Because I feel like I didn't even achieve what he has. And the only
Oh
conclusion
my God. The ramen.
I can have about him is that he actually permed his hair. He must have had tiny little curlers in his fucking hair.
I think he's had really curly hair. If you grew your hair out, it would be curly.
I don't think so. I think he's out there perming his hair. Like he obviously cares about his look. So he's permed. Look at his hair now. It's not that curly, is it?
But it's short. He has like a buzz cut.
Yeah.
Should we have him on the show as a guest?
Yeah.
I don't see any problem with that.
You think he come on?
Definitely.
This show?
I think he would because he's really big into like SNL and Jimmy Fallon. Like he likes to be comedic.
Right, like us. We're SNL.
I had a dream that I was hosting SNL. I think it's going to come to fruition.
Oh my God.
Our manifesting queen. I will say this for Trisha. She manifests. Well, to be fair, I do believe in. There are definitely a lot of things I say out loud for you guys. And just so you know, they will happen. They will happen eventually. Maybe. Who knows? If the universe dubs it, you know, but like she really does manifest the energy.
God. I'd watch it.
Oh, thank you. You think it'd happen?
No.
I
Never.
think it might.
So what's your path to be hosting NSL? I'm curious.
show.
Yeah. This show? Holy fuck.
It's my biggest thing I have going for me.
Wait, how can this show ain't leading you to NSL and SNL?
Maybe the NFL.
The only place this show's leading you is fucking
I think it's going to lead me to
I don't know.
SNL.
HE double hockey
It is.
sticks.
Host. They mentioned YouTubers. Who did they mention last week? They mentioned YouTubers sometimes.
Oh.
Jake Paul, Logan Paul. I'm right up there.
all right. So
Wait, but I love his hair. And I also heard that
I mean, it was very strategic for the Paul brothers to go mainstream by getting into wrestling, fighting, MMA, whatever it is, boxing.
you actually bleached your hair before for like a boy band video. I heard this from my H3 expert over there, Moses.
Yeah.
So you, I think, low-key, secretly, deep down, maybe want to be a boy bander. You went spray tan last time. You're bleaching your hair. I think maybe you like this aesthetic. You're down for it. It's not just a gag. It's like you like it.
Well, that's like saying I want to look like Uncle Fester. I mean, I'm
but
willing to
that's
do it
Halloween.
for the gag.
Yeah, but that's like Halloween time.
I don't think it looks bad. I mean,
I think you
I
look
think
cool.
I'm too old to walk around looking like this. It's embarrassing.
You should
But
shave.
then again, I also have a Rolls Royce, and that's embarrassing too. So who cares? Let's just
You
fucking
take
go
a
all the
look like
way.
this in front of your Rolls Royce. You look like a midlife crisis.
Bro, can you imagine? Yeah, exactly. It fits the
True.
bill.
I love it.
True.
By the way, I love my Rolls Royce. Somebody
yeah?
recognized me in it over the
No.
weekend. They looked over and they're like, "Oh, it's Ethan." And I was like, "Oh, so you know about my new car?"
Did you
She's
say
like,
that?
"Yeah."
No, people
Wow.
gag for it because one, it's a Rolls Royce, so anyone's just gonna look because it's a Rolls Royce because those are cool cars. I always do.
Do you look out at people to be like, "What's up, fucker"?
I try not to. I try and like
Yeah.
just sit because after a while it gets to be like a lot. But it is cool. Like, well, what is like people who like our show or like me or whatever? It's cool. But if it's like
So
your-
whenever anyone sees a pink or black Rolls Royce on the road, you better. There's a
Zoom.
good chance if you're in LA, it's gonna be me.
what
or
do you
Trisha.
do? Do you roll down the window? Do you give a thumbs up? Or you're like, hey, what do you do?
I keep my eyes. I don't think many people look. 'Cause the black is really discreet. It's not like the pink one.
Right, the pink is a
The
lot.
pink is so much.
I know. This weekend again, we were sitting in the Portillo's parking lot eating French fries and hamburgers, and this girl like knocks on my window to take a picture with me, and I'm like, just wait till I'm done.
Knocks
like,
on the window. What?
and that happened so many times. Just this weekend was a lot.
No, she loves it. Okay, a big part of me, I have a lot of thoughts about bringing attention to yourself, and I do think authenticity can bring attention to yourself, and that's why I don't think the world is owed your authenticity. Like, I think there's like this cope we all give where it's like, well, I want to be authentic and I should be able to be authentic without people harassing me. Sure. And gay people should be able to have civil rights and racism shouldn't exist. It's like, grow up, you know? Some part of me is like, grow up. And then another part of me is like, does she do it on purpose for the attention? But then she loves complaining about the attention? I can't tell. Because a part of me is like, I don't know. It confuses me. All of it confuses me about people's intentions. Because I also don't want you to feel like you have to go over and beyond hiding yourself when you're in public just to feel like a person. Like, ideally, people wouldn't bother her. But then also, I can't tell if Trisha wants people to bother her. Like, I cannot tell. Like, I just cannot tell from the way she acts. Because, like, the other day she was complaining that people weren't taking pictures with their fans. Do you remember? And she was like, take pictures with them. Like, they love you. You're the reason, like, you're the reason they are the reason you exist. It's like, it could be both of these things. I just want to know where Trisha stands on it because it's confusing to me. It's confusing, you know.
We tried to go
What
to
are they? The
Disneyland for a
police?
minute.
I mean, who knocks on the window? Like,
Like,
what is this?
So then when I said not right now, because I was just like overwhelmed, because like I don't know, I just like we already had a day. I had a panic attack earlier that day at Disneyland, and we didn't go to Disneyland. We were like 1 minute in, and I was like, bye, because like the lines
Why?
just to get in were
Too many
insane.
people?
When we would go before,
Yo,
no
did you have to
lines.
pay?
No, this was like the
Oh,
parking
I heard they were
lot.
gonna pay. They're charging people $75 for the privilege of
Oh.
just walking around empty, no ride
that's Touch of
Disneyland.
Disney. It opens March 18th.
Touch of Disney?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say
Anyways,
a touch of Disney.
also if you
Or
don't have a mask,
touching my wallet.
if you don't have a mask, don't also ask. Someone didn't have a mask on, and Moses was pumping the gas, and I was sitting in the car, and like, can I have a picture with her? And he noticed that she had a mask. He's like, maybe not without the mask because of COVID. So just don't, you know. Wait, we like the hair. I like the hair
Oh,
out.
you want the hat on? Okay. Yeah. Why are you having panic attacks? What's going on with you?
Because I never do. I'm literally not a panic attack person at all. Like I don't even know what they are until someone's like, that's a panic attack. But we were at Disneyland because like usually we can just like walk in and just like shop and like get out or like get food and go out or something. And that's what we were gonna do. And there were so many lines. Like I swear there was probably like 300 people just lining up, snaking in the parking lot. I'm just not a line person, period.
Okay.
But also COVID and just like everything. And I was just like, oh my God. So we just started just walking from our car to the parking lot where the line was. It was already like people coming up to me, which again I like. I was just feeling like overwhelmed because when you're sitting there in line, you're like a sitting duck, right? You're like a target. So people are gonna just come up, which is again fine. But the problem is our Postmate did this the other day too. When people are like, okay, take a picture, sure. Can you do a video?
Postmate
Sure.
wants a photo.
But
Ooh,
then
I just took you.
no, wait, that's not the worst part. That's not the worst part. Postmate's like, can I have a photo? I was like, okay, you're at my house. It's a little inappropriate, but okay. And then, then he's like, can I have a video shout out? I was like, okay, cool, I'll do a video
Bro,
shout out.
say Cameo.
Wait. Then he's like,
Video shout out, pay me. My Cameo rate is $1,000.
he just gave me a hot pizza and the pasta and everything, and I'm doing all this stuff for him. And then he's like, wait, can I get my sister on the phone real quick? I'm like,
Oh,
no.
get out.
No.
Get the fuck out.
Weird. It's weird. It's like weird. It's just, yeah, can I get my sister on the phone? Like, it's like a lot. That's a lot.
Okay, then I'm like, I have to start saying no because and that's what's happening at Disneyland. So when people want me to like
These people-
call people, I'm just like, I don't want to hold your phone because of COVID. It's just like a lot, and I'm not ungrateful because like literally I know I'm like nobody without anybody watching me. Like I'm so appreciative of it, but like, don't like ask for 5,000 things like a phone call, a video shout. Like I'll do a picture and a video shout out, but damn, like you said, it's like a cameo. I don't even do cameo, and like
So-
to pay me, I don't even like doing it.
First of all, why are you meeting your Postmates at the door?
I usually don't. This
Yeah.
was when we were at my old house. We were getting the last of my stuff, and Moses was upstairs, and I was like, let me just grab the Postmate. I usually don't.
Leave it and go.
Oh, you have him leave at the door?
Oh, fuck.
Usually Moses gets it.
No. Why? What is this? This is that's over.
I love this new
This is over. We don't meet at the Postmates.
Have you find
Kind of true, though. I'm always just like, leave it by the door. Just don't, you know what I mean? Like, we don't need to have a conversation. You know what I mean? I don't even think they want to talk to you either. Like, I feel like they don't want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to them. As long as it's convenient for them to leave it by the door, I'm like, leave it by the door, you know? I feel like they don't, you know what I mean? I don't know.
No, I was.
you were looking at
I was
yourself.
looking right at Moses for some reason.
No, I see your eyeballs. I see your eyeballs now.
Here, I'll do this so you can see always where I'm looking at to make sure I'm not
You
slipping.
look cool. No, I always look at myself. You look actually so cool. But
What is this with the post? This is over. The handshaking, the Postmates.
No, we're not handshaking.
Why do you need to give me the food? Leave it at the door. Leave.
Oh, you would have really flipped out. Someone's like, hey, can we do a photo without our masks?
Why do you meet the Postmates?
I always go, so she doesn't go.
But why just
saying
leave?
leave it.
Leave
Leave
the
it at the door.
food. Leave the fucking food and leave. Your job is done.
You
We
probably
don't-
should.
There's no interaction required.
Forget it back behind.
Well, then fucking that you know wherever the food ends up, then God bless it.
Anyways, yeah, it's fine. It's cool. It's whatever.
They're like, can we take our masks off and make out for a photo?
People literally do that. They're like, can we take our masks off? I'm like, no. I'm like, and you know what I tell them? I'm like, you know what? Ethan's really paranoid about COVID. I don't want to go Monday.
Blame Ethan.
Blame it on me. That's fine. You're right.
No, you're really my main concern now.
I should blame it on you.
I'll be real. I think if Trisha wasn't Ethan's friend, she wouldn't care about COVID as much. I think if Trisha wasn't in Ethan's bubble, she would have maybe even gone to those parties. I do believe that with all of my heart. I believe that with all of my heart. I just do.
Bro, I never. Oh, when someone tries to take a photo. Sorry, Trisha says I can't. They'll be like, what?
Stupid. Yeah, no. Anyways, it's cool. I love it. That day I was having a panic attack.
Which is why when she goes off on people about COVID, I don't think it's authentic. I think when she goes off on people about anything, it's not about. She just wants Ethan to like give her validation. I just don't believe she cares.
And the people at my car.
What do you
it's just a lot.
feel when you have a panic attack?
I don't know. It literally because it took us a long time. It took us like 2 hours because of traffic to get down to Anaheim, and so I was like, all right. And then I was like feeling like, oh, I don't want to like turn around because Moses drove all this way with me, and I don't want to turn around. And I was like, oh, I want to get inside. And I said, oh, so I was just like conflicting things, and all of a sudden it was like caving in on me, like the whole world. So when people were coming up to me, it really felt like the world was like caving in. And I'm like, we gotta go. So when we were like running, I like ran like through the bushes of Disneyland like parking lot because I was like so freaking out.
Were you running after? Did you know what was happening?
So I led the way.
You led the way. Yeah.
He's my bodyguard.
Are you throwing elbows and shit? I imagine like there's hordes of people coming at Trisha. Moses throwing elbows. Sounds awesome, kind of.
Yeah, Moses is really good. He's really good. Even like that one girl that wanted to take a picture with me. They asked Moses for a picture with me. First of all, you can ask me for a picture.
I love that people ask Moses for photos like he's your caretaker.
Hilarious.
Moses, you need to do a conservatorship on her ass.
He
What?
probably will.
Yeah, you need to conservator her.
Yeah. Well,
That's pretty
as
cool.
my lawyer said, they asked me if he's a valuable asset when we were talking about like marriage details and stuff. They're like, well, is he a valuable asset? I was like,
Wait,
yeah.
what? What does that mean?
Yeah, like because both of us have like our own things for like prenups and stuff like
Oh,
that.
you guys are doing a prenup?
Oh.
And probably something. Anyways.
Oh, interesting.
But the lawyer.
Are you worried he's a gold digger?
No, but also he has property without me. Like, it's our own thing. But
You guys are doing a prenup. This is great.
But look, first of all, it's totally fair because honestly, and my lawyer did ask me, she's like, "Oh, do you consider him like a valuable asset to you?" I was like, "Yeah," because there's a couple options. Anyway, I don't want to go into
No, this is fascinating. What does that mean? How can you label a person a valuable
He
asset?
is, though. He really is. I told him this the other day. I was like, because he just does, like, he literally, if we were ever to, like, divorce, right, we get married, divorce, like, I'd probably, like, pay him to keep doing the stuff that he's doing for
my
me now.
God.
You know what I mean?
Doubt it.
No, because he does.
I'm
he's doing this
no,
week?
I believe that
Ethan-
he's very that
When Ethan has his glasses down on his nose, he looks like Schumer. Do you guys follow politics? He looks like Schumer. This is so funny to me.
doubt it.
Wait,
No,
what?
because he does.
Okay, he looks literally like Schumer. I'm dying. This is so funny for the political bubble. This is so great. He literally looks like Schumer. Always has little glasses on.
I'm
doing this
no,
week?
I believe that he is a very helpful and very integrated to life. But if you guys got divorced, his ass would be fucking grounded to boned up.
Wait, no, I don't think so. You know what he said? We had this. Oh my God, can I say this? Oh, I'll say whatever. Last night. Because we were talking about, I'm like, you're gonna like leave me, and then what am I gonna do? Because I wouldn't be able to take care of the house. I wouldn't, you know what I mean, whatever. And I was like, and you know what? Because you're gonna be cheating on me. He's like, no, you're gonna be the one that's gonna cheat on me. He thinks I'm the one that's gonna cheat on
Trisha would
him.
never cheat.
Exactly, but Moses, not that I think he will, but temptation happens with guys.
From what I know about Moses, Moses is a little bit of an enigma on that. I don't think Moses is a cheater.
You wouldn't, I know, but that's always the ones you unassume, the ones that you don't assume.
That's not true.
That is-
I feel like it's usually the obvious ones where it happens.
Well,
I feel like that's totally not true.
I don't think we'll ever divorce. I really don't think that, but just in case.
Oh, that's interesting.
But yeah, but I do consider him like he's probably my most valuable asset. Like
Okay,
he's like an advisor. Like he is. He's like a conservator, advisor, father, everything. He does everything.
Father, stop.
He's literally doing my whole mom's move. Like it's, and I'm like, you don't have to do that. Like I'll do it. Like whatever. Like he does. He's just moving her completely. Like
So is your full-time job at this point, Moses, just taking care of all Trisha's shit? It sounds like it.
yeah.
Yeah, but she's like my mom and fucking.
No, but he just does it. He's just it's
Yeah,
family.
Moses is very helpful.
No, he literally and just does all the calls. I'm like, he's like, today we forgot your outfit upstairs, and I was just like, I'm low energy, and he's like, I'll go get it. But like, I don't know.
Moses is the best. I agree. Look,
Moses does seem like incredibly helpful. And look, taking it out of Moses and Trisha, just observing it as a couple, this is why gender roles can be so harmful. Because in a traditional gender role expectation, it would be like Moses is doing all the woman's work. But the truth is like women do this so much in heterosexual relationships where men go to work and the women do absolutely everything, right? Like absolutely everything. Appointments, kids, organization, helping people. Like this is such a typical woman's role in so many relationships. And so Moses is just taking that upon himself. And if he's really joyful doing that, I think that's beautiful. And they do relatively seem pretty happy. And so maybe that was always Moses's calling in a sense. Maybe he's meant, because he still has a job, obviously. He's still an artist. But sometimes the perk of being an artist is that you get to be the stay-at-home partner as well. Because you have a partner who like goes and makes the money in a big way. But yeah, maybe Moses just feels really good in this role, or people like Moses or people in that category. I think that's really good. I think that's good. Chet says, maybe I'm biased because I just watched Ethan talking about Hassan, but he looks so much happier compared to nowadays. I mean, he is happier here. Now, to be fair, this is prior October 7th. This is prior to losing friends October 7th. This is prior to the politics getting as tense as it is right now. It's, prior to the world being better. I mean, the world was a little bit better during COVID than it is now. As bad as COVID was for so many people, I would say the world feels a lot more tense right now. And so I think everyone is feeling it. I don't think it's just Ethan. Like, I think a lot of people are losing themselves to how much pain they feel about the state of the world, right? And so, yeah, like I think there's something to be said about all of us making sure we don't become bitter because of the state of the world, right? Discourse says I'd be exhausted doing the household work for 2 people. I don't know how people do it. How about my mother who did it for 12 people? My mom handled all the housework, cleaning, school, kids, doctor's appointments, and my dad handled all the outdoor work, gardening, repairs on the house, painting, anything that was like related to the construction of the house or the yard, my dad did. Anything related to the inside of the house, my mom did. And they just did it. Now, to be fair, the kids had to help. So eventually they had the little army of helpers, which, you could definitely argue wasn't always how we wanted to spend the weekends. I actually had it easier. The girls had it easier because it was easy for us to do like a lot of the chores. I think the boys had it harder because they had to give up weekends a lot of the time to help with outdoor stuff. But then sometimes it was kind of fun because like we wanted to participate, but then when you didn't want to participate, you still had to. And that kind of sucked, you know? But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Chad says, do you think it is actually the world being worse, or is it more the optics of it? Well, on the macro, humanity is doing better than our ancestors, but on the micro, we are in a very testy time. We are in another cycle of like shit's about to get bad. Shit's already so bad for so many people. Like, I don't know if people aren't paying attention to global politics, but we're in a battle for property. World leaders are fighting for the next change of the world. And it's normal. It happens. It's very like, it's just a part of the cycle. But that's what's happening right now. Like, we're about to see a change up. That's why Trump's presidency is so testing, because he's doing everything he can to test as many boundaries as he can. Did you hear he wants to turn Gaza into a resort? So he goes, why would people want to live there? There's nothing left. Hey, we should turn it into a resort. And I'm like, yeah, right in front of us, bro. 2 million people who still want to come back home to their homes being told, why don't you just move somewhere else? Cool. Great. Thanks. Appreciate that. You know, so we're in like, I think, a new changeover, which is why, again, if you're going to be the group of people who make it to the next phase in terms of like, because civilization dies out, like parts of our civilization get killed, right? And so the kids who are left, or the people who are left, like, you still have to keep going through life. You still have to save for retirement. You still have to save for the future, because like, you're going to be here. If you are the future, you have to live like you're going to be alive, you know? And that's why no matter how the world feels suffocating, you're probably going to be okay. Especially if you're in America, guys, you're probably going to be okay. Remember how privileged you are being in America. Like, unless there's a civil war, which is highly unlikely, like, you're not going to ever have to deal with what Palestinians are dealing with or what Congo's dealing with. Like, that's not the American trajectory. Hopefully, fingers crossed. As long as Mexico and Canada and the three of them get along, like, you have to stay alive to be the next part of the future. Like, it's up to, you know, obviously, like, it's easier said than done, but, you know, there are always ways the world could be better. And the question is like, how are you contributing to that? And if you see Ethan and think, God, he looks so bitter and stressed, just make sure you're not also bitter and stressed. Because what Ethan is feeling is authentic, even if it's not reasonable. You know, chat says Canadians are going to fight the U.S. Well, the U.S. might fight you. Trump is crazy. Trump being like, I would love Canada to be our 51st state. And I'm like, okay, Trump. The way Trump just so casually is like, we should just take Canada. I'm like, stop being weird. That's so weird. Trump, he's crazy, bro.
Look,
Yeah.
my whole life, I mean, I've known Moses for a long time. He's always been one of the most gracious, helpful, generous with his time and energy people there is.
Yeah, I was like crying this morning because he went to go inside to go get my Starbucks Frappuccino because I was having a little bit of a low energy morning this morning. And I was like, I don't really feel that well, whatever. Not well, but just like low energy I felt. And he like went inside and got me a Starbucks and the cake pop. And I just started like crying. I was just like, I love you so much. Like
Aw.
that's so, it was so nice because we were like a little late, but he's like, you know what, we'll just do the little Starbucks thing. And he lets me wait in the car. So I don't have to put a mask on with 2 room of makeup. And then he gets my drink for
Cake
me.
pop energy.
I feel great now and I feel so much better.
That's a true love story.
He always does. Oh, he brought me pie in bed the other morning.
Oh.
I was like, oh my God, thank you.
Okay,
I love pie.
I knew you were a feeder, bro. I knew you were a feeder. You were just saying that you were going to start the diet with
Oh my
me.
God, the diet didn't work. It lasted a day. Remember, I did keto for a day
Bro, keto for a day. Let's go.
and I was so depressed.
Dude, the first
Listen, I've been really thinking about this. You cannot become a different person until you're ready to become a different person. Like, you cannot be different than you, like, you can't, you know, until Trisha is ready, she's not going to be a different person, but also she doesn't really have to, right? But that stuff is so funny, you know? That stuff is so funny. The idea that she's like, I did keto for a day. Like she's never gonna do it because it's too hard to just implement. That's why I don't believe in diet culture. I don't believe in diets because it's not who you are. If you're doing it because you're forcing yourself, that's like not who you are. And there's no reason to do that to yourself, you know? Chat says, Brittany, you said you're an optimist. Would you give me some optimistic views for what's happening now in the world? Thank you. I mean, first of all, I'm not entitled to a good life and no one is. Like, I don't think I'm here on the planet and I should have a good life just because I exist. I think in a perfect world, we would all uplift each other and give each other a good baseline for existing. But I think the good news is like you're just living history. The good news is like you live and then you die. Like the good news is that there is nothing more for you to do but live a good life. And if people could truly live a good life, like the world would be better. And I feel like people don't do that. Like people don't know how to live. But to me, it's great. Like to me, just being alive is so simple. Because like worst case scenario, you die. Or actually, worst case scenario, you live tortured or something. But you're all gonna die. So, live your good life. Like live a good life. I just don't think people know how to live. I feel like the optimistic perspective is to say that like to accept your place in the universe. I don't know if that doesn't sound, I don't know. That sounds pretty fucking optimistic to me. Humans always find a way. Like life finds a way. Humans do better over time. Like you are living in a better time than our ancestors ever did, which means our kids are going to live in a better time than we ever did, even if it's bad for a while. Like even if we have a bad moment, it's just a moment. Now you might live only in the bad moment and never get to see the good moment, but there will be a good moment. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of like seeing it. We're like Littlefoot. We're getting to the what's it called? The great beyond. We're just like Littlefoot on a journey, Someone's got to do it, Someone's got to do it. And that's us, And remember, children are watching you, so get your shit together. And also, if I hear you complain about the world and you're not doing anything to make your life better, I don't want to hear it from you either. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There's nothing I hate more than a complainer who does absolutely nothing to make the world better. I'm sorry. I'm so sick of it. In 2025, stop being mad at other people for not doing the thing you wouldn't do either. You know what I'm saying, girl? Like at some point, we got to understand that we are participating. And by the way, don't be perfect about it. Just do it better than you did yesterday and you'll be fine. If you could just do that, bare minimum, your life will be better. Okay? Chad says, my contribution to the world is to not have children. Praise be. Praise be to the birth control in the sky. I love that. Good energy right there. And look, I think it would be great if people had children who were ready and prepared and love those kids. But sometimes I think like the best thing you can do for your future baby is not to have them. And I think that's so true. Chess says, is diet different than purposeful calorie surplus or deficit for you? Fad diets are different than being conscientious and making a plan about how you eat food and eating well. Diets are get quick schemes. They're like MLMs. Diets, for fad diets, like the ones Ethan's are always doing, like Ethan through this series is always doing fad diets. Fad diets are just going to make money off of you because they know you're not going to actually break the cycle. And so I'm not a big fan of like the fad diets. I'm a big fan of learning to have a better relationship with your food because you actually love to eat. And there's a way to eat really good food that's so much better for you than the food that's making you sick. I just think people forget that. So they buy these like fad diets that just make them worse off, like Atkins and stuff. Like that shit's not going to help you. Even if it feels like it helps for a little while, it's not.
Stays the hardest.
I was so sad. I just wanted pasta, and we ordered. We had steak and asparagus, and I was like, I just want pasta. That's all I had all day. I was so sad. I was like, I can't do this. So then I went on an opposite campaign of you. I went on the I'm happy and fat. Just be.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I felt really bad. I felt really bad after that last episode, not because of you,
Wait,
but
what?
because I was just like, oh my God, I literally don't
Listen,
have willpower.
if you're happy and fat, go. God bless.
I
You know
think
what I mean?
I am.
Yeah,
I mean,
good.
But then like last week, I felt like maybe I should diet too. But then I was like, no, I'm more miserable on a diet.
Just
Like
do whatever you feel. My thing is, I feel
you feel. Gross.
I constantly feel like I'm losing a war of self-will. Like I'm like
Yeah.
I want to lose weight so bad, and the fact that I'm failing to every day, it's not even about losing the weight so much as it is about like not having that control. I'm feeling like every night when I go to bed, think about how I fucked up and had another shitty food day, and I'm just such a
But we
fucking
can't.
loser.
I feel like I get triggered now because now I'm starting to feel that way. I'm like, you're right. I'm so gross
Well,
too. Like, why,
no, it's just my personal experience.
And Chess says, I'm scared the authoritarian regime that was just installed at the high school I work at is going to fire me, but I will be standing up for my students, a lot of contributing to the policing of their bodies. Yeah, I will say if you're in education right now, it probably is going to be very scary. Even if you're in medicine or research right now, it's going to be pretty scary. But I want people to recognize and realize, like, if you adapt and you find a way, like, there is a future where you are a participant. We are the future, you know, like we are the future. And so what we do matters and what you do matters. And it's in these moments that matter the most, that when people say, you know, we think bigotry is the answer, we counter with, I actually think it's going to hurt you and us in the long run. Bigotry hurts everyone. It doesn't just hurt the oppressed class. It will hurt the oppressors, ironically enough. They just don't see it yet because they don't even process themselves as oppressors. They think they're liberators. But like, we've already done this before. We've already done the oppression game. It wasn't working for us. We already did it. But people don't understand. That's why I say, like, even if the whole world was fives on my level system, like, even if everybody was enlightened, you'd give birth to new babies, and those new babies would be like, hey, has anyone thought of slavery? Yeah, we thought about it. It didn't work. It's bad. Yeah, but has anyone done it my way? Yes, we've thought about it. And then like that little kid's going to grow up to be a fascist, and then it's going to want slavery. And then you're going to have to sit there and be like, no. And then how do you stop bigots without becoming a murderous bigot? It's like, how do you stop people who are bad without becoming bad yourself? And that is the conundrum we all have to face, is like new generations go, hey, have we ever thought about like reinventing the wheel? And we're like, no, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like, we already did it. And they're like, but have we done it? It's like, yeah, we already did it. Like, they don't understand. They don't trust it because they're too far removed from the being there in the first place. Like, they're too scared of misinformation because no one's educating themselves. They think they'll never know the answer. But I swear, if you read a book, I swear if you read studies, I swear if you read stuff, things will start to make so much more sense. Like, things will actually make sense. I promise you. But if you never do those things, then yeah, it's just going to be what it is. You know, it's just going to be what it is. And that's normal. Not like the whole world, like education is such a new concept for regular people, right? Like America, I think 1918 made high school mandatory. I can't remember the year, but it's, you know, it's not exactly, my grandpa was born in like 1917, I think 1918. So like, it's not, you know, he's dead now, but like, it's, you know what I mean? It's not that far from us. And I just think that's all it takes. That's why they say 3 generations of wealth to get back to poverty. It's like human beings only remember for so long, and then it's like they have to start all over again. But at least when they start over again, and this is the true optimism, they always are in a better place than they were before. I promise you, even though we're starting over again, we are better off now starting over again than we were before because we're starting off on a better track. But it will feel like we're going backwards, and we are, but we're going backwards, but not as far back as we were. You know, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. And we're in a 2 steps back era. We are 2 steps back right now, but we will be 3 steps ahead eventually. And I really need you to hold on for that 3 steps ahead. I really need you to know it's coming because that is the cycle of humanity. Okay, we're going to take 2 steps back, and I promise you, there will be 3 steps forward, and it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be fabulous. And then again, the cycle will continue. We'll go 2 steps back again, and it will continue for the rest of humanity, but it will continue. I promise you, it always has. If you look at history, it's always progressed forward. That's how we got here. That's how this came to be, is we always managed to move forward, even when we move backwards. The data shows it. If you are afraid, look at the numbers. Because you are a number, and the number is in your favor. It is in humanity's favor.
experience
I know.
with my issues, but dude, I fucking trust me. I wish, bro. I wish.
No, you're doing so good.
I
Because
wish
today
I
we're
could
eating the
just-
meat and you're still doing good. And I was like, oh, that's so. And I know you're gonna lose like a shit ton of weight. Like I know you will.
No, I'm
and
not,
I'll be jealous.
I'm
like,
not losing any weight, and it's been like 2 weeks, and all I want is what would I eat right now?
Maybe we should skip this because it's hard to watch. Like
Yeah,
you talk
we're
about this on
getting
every
triggered.
podcast about the.
Okay, we have so much to talk about. Do
Anytime
you want to
you
bring
mention
the?
weight loss,
Do you want to
you
bring the
know.
food, Dan?
Wait, what? What are you eating?
So didn't you Instagram me some bullshit photo of some weird like fucking? Here's,
no, really?
so Trisha, of course, posted this weird ass photo of like Peeps driving a car, and so of course we did it.
Yo, they just love giving. That's hilarious. That's cute. That's cute. What a friendship.
Custom made by Ian and his girlfriend Sam.
Cute.
Oh my
These are
God.
us in our Rolls Royces.
Wow.
These are us in our Rolls Royces. The Peeps. Yeah, I don't know if you could hear. Maybe can you bring it close to the camera? Yeah, I mean it's pretty epic. These are amazing. I can't eat it. I'm just
Don't drop it.
I'm so sad that I can't eat this.
Oh my god.
But can you? These are so fucking cool.
Oh my god.
So that's us in our Rolls Royces.
Oh
Yeah.
my
So you can
God.
tell me if it's good.
Oh my god, wait. Oh my god. This is so okay. Wow.
I wish, dude.
You're like, she's not on keto, eat all the sugar. Honestly, I need this because the sugar cake pop helped me.
You
this morning.
posted it. Look, I'm here.
Oh
you
my God.
You posted
I'm
the
doing my
photo.
what I eat in a day. Hold on, I gotta show this real quick on my what I eat in a day before I dig
Wait,
in.
are you okay? You're gonna do a TikTok in the middle of the show? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just
Go ahead, no problem.
Okay, can I just do my first bite? Because that's what I do on TikTok. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. What I eat in a day?
no.
A Rolls Royce driving Peep.
This is so exciting. Okay.
Oh my god.
Honestly, that kind of looks good, even though I would never normally eat something like that. That kind of looks okay.
Oh my god.
So what is this? What is the premise of this one? A fat, happy girl who's not trying to lose
it
weight?
is,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, that's what I figured.
They help people
I
out.
want to be a fat, happy guy who's not trying to lose weight.
Like, you're gonna look so bomb.
Look at this. Look at these happy. These people are so fucking happy.
When you-
And they're chocolate covered Rolls Royce. These fuckers.
First of all, how did they do this? How did they do the Twinkie?
It looks like they just.
Covered in frosting.
Oh no,
my
that's
God.
chocolate.
Can I
Yeah.
say? I swear, I was like thinking like, oh, I hope maybe I should bring this to like make on front of me next week. But I'm like, I just posted a picture because I thought it was cute, and then I thought like,
You
it'd be
know
fun
we
to-
did it. You
Yeah.
know we will get.
Never in a million years did I think to do it. Like honestly, I posted it because I was like, it'd be fun to make it on front of me. So let me just like post it, whatever. And then like to have them already made because I hate making shit. Like this is already great.
Well, thank you to Sam
Oh.
and Ian.
What should we do? Do they have like? Should we give them extra shout out? Should they? You want to replace my link with their link?
First
this
of all,
week?
first of all, Ian
Pay
works
him.
for me, so calm down.
Do you
I
replace?
do pay him.
Well, tell them they can have whatever link they want. I'm replacing mine this week. This is so cool.
Okay, link is life. Links are life. Trisha's like the currency of the future is links.
This is a nice.
How is
thing.
it?
It's so good.
Okay, good.
Oh my god.
All right,
This is so nice. Wow.
let's get to the juice. So
Oh my god. Thank you. This
there's
is.
hey, you're more than
Wow.
welcome. We
What?
want to make you feel comfortable. We like to accommodate in any way we possible.
I feel like the only thing missing is like glitter on the cars, like sugar glitter.
I mean, we're competing
Oh.
against Moses here, who's like the most accommodating person on the planet. So we're doing what we can.
Oh my god. No,
All right.
seriously, this is the nicest thing like literally anyone's ever done for me besides what Moses does.
Sorry, Moses.
No. Wow.
Okay,
I love a peep.
Before we talk about David and James, I have to ask you first of all. There's a few. You getting this, Dan? Okay, so Trisha, this I got to ask you about. This was cracking me. I was watching this
Oh,
and I couldn't
no.
stop fucking laughing, and I'll tell you why. Here.
I love that you love my
A pinch of kosher salt. Oh,
Wait. So what I was expecting to happen is be like, oh shit, I got to restart, but you didn't
No.
restart.
Restart
No.
the plus or the video?
I would never have restarted.
Wait, was that water? Or is that's actually how?
There's pasta in there.
And then you ate that.
Yeah, it was salty that night.
Oh yeah.
I did that the other day. My partner totally fucked with me the other day, bro. I'm making my pasta, okay, my gluten-free pasta. And she's like, "Oh, you don't put a lot of salt in your pasta." And I was like, I put plenty of salt in my pasta." And they were like, "Put more salt in your pasta. I feel like it would taste better." I was like, I feel like I put plenty. And then I put salt in my pasta. They're like, "Oh, not that much." And I was like, "You said to put more salt in my pasta." And then I for sure made it way too salty. It was horrible. I was like, see, I already knew I was putting the perfect amount of salt in my pasta. I already knew. But bros, without a doubt, I put so much salt in my pasta one night. It was like I even tried to wash the pasta out to like get it out, and I couldn't get it out. So just go with your intuition when you're cooking, okay? Sabotage, I tell you, sabotage. I did put too much though. They even said, they're like, too much. I was like, okay, but like you said to put more, okay? It was, and I've never had pasta that salty in my whole life. I've never. It was truly life-changing. I learned a lesson that day. I really learned a lesson that day.
Oh, stop.
He did like it. He did.
You just dumped like half a cup of salt in there. I was expecting you to be like, oh shit, I got to start over. It's ruined. But you kept going, soldiering on. I was like, no, you can't eat that. Look at you. Like, oh, no big deal. I could not believe what I was saying.
It's really good.
And by the way, there's not that much pasta in there. I can see it's
No, I
not
made
that
the whole
full.
box. I made a whole box of pasta. It's all the Barilla in there.
Girl, that was a
I
lot
put
of
the pasta
salt.
water back in. That's my famous butter noodles. I always told you about that. I make them really good. Like for the pasta water. I Babish, baking with Babish.
That looked like a lot of salt.
Well, it didn't taste that bad because it boiled.
It didn't even. It looked like a little bit, but I don't know if it looked like a lot of salt. You know, right? You know, Chat says with the 2 steps forward, backwards. Do you think there will be another world war? Also, how can you participate in life within your values when you could get represent for them? I don't. You want to rephrase that question at the end? I don't think I understand the question. But with the world war thing, look, war is inevitable. A world war is more than likely. It just feels weird that there wouldn't be one. The question is, when will it happen? What you do after. Like, you know, you can only do so much. Like, at the end of the day, you have to just do your best, you know? But when you said, how can you participate in life within your values when you could get represent? Do you mean like couldn't get represent for them? Like, I don't think I understand the question. But living within your values means, well, it means different things to different people, right? Like if the world becomes ugly, I don't want to become ugly with it. And I think that's a big thing. Reprimand? You could get reprimand for it, like reprimanded. I don't know what reprimand means. How can you participate in life within your values when you could get reprimand for like reprimanded, like in trouble, punished? That's the price you pay for authenticity. Like that's the price you pay for moving civil rights forward. Like the price you pay. It's a great question. The price you pay for living within your values is sometimes death. That's why people say you die for your values. Like the price you pay for the world being as violent as it is when you advocate for peace, people get angry at you. So you don't have to do that. You can be quiet and mind your business, which is a choice, right? Like that's a choice. You don't always have to go. You can be strategic. You don't have to speak up. You can mind your business. Like, you know, you can do whatever you're going to do. But Chat says you got to defy gravity. With peace and love, I'm a Elphaba through and through. I couldn't be a Glinda if you paid me $1 billion. I know who I am in the story. I'm an Elphaba. Always was an Elphaba. Always going to be an Elphaba. And I don't have, you know, it is what it is. If you're a Glinda, maybe you have different choices, but I feel like I don't have that many and I don't want them anyways. Because even if I could make that choice, I wouldn't make it. I'm going to do what I think is right. When I feel safe enough to do it, when I think it's most reasonable, and it is what it is. Like, you know, you got to make your decisions about how you want to live life. Yeah.
Followed by a quarter.
Salt doesn't boil out. Salt does not boil out.
Yes, it does.
Salt stays.
Okay, I believe you because honestly, I don't know.
As things reduce, they get saltier.
And get your pasta water out.
Okay, anyway, that was cracking me up. I was like, oh my God, she actually ate it.
I watch your H3.
Wait, Chat says I can't imagine getting in trouble for values in the micro, though. People may disagree. You could lose friends, but you're living the life you want. Well, I mean, I don't know if you mean that literally, but if you're a minority of any status, there are so many reasons you could get in trouble. Me just saying I'm autistic could get me in trouble with the governments, right? Me just saying I'm queer could get me in trouble. Like you could lose your job. Like in the micro, you could just be put to death. You know, you could die. Like in the Congo, they're reporting that a women's prison was raided by rebels and all the women were raped and killed. Just being a woman alone makes you a target naturally. You know, like they're not recruiting women into their armies to fight another day. They're raping and murdering them. So depending on the world you exist in, right? I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, you know, Chat says, I suppose I mean in the Western society between you and your bubble, if that makes more sense. Not with the way the government's going right now. I mean, not with the way that literally the Trump administration is going, right? But I will say, like, yeah, like I am concerned that a lot of trans people and gay people that have come out are going to have targets on their back because people are already targeting them. Like, people are reporting people. So I would say, like, now is the time to be very ready to, like, maybe sacrifice everything you've ever known for the thing that you believe in, or blend and hide away and not do that, right? Like, you can do multiple. I'm not gonna moralize anyone's decision to want to survive another day, but for a lot of people, like, you know, they're facing like, they're facing the government in a lot of ways. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, but I would say prepare the best you can and love the hardest you can, and, you know, all of that. Chat says, I guess you all include the government in this. Yes. Are we talking about something else? The government, society, our neighbors? Like, how do you not take into consideration the government, right? Like, even retirement requires the government's association. You know, like, your retirement, your chances of existing, your benefits, like getting medical benefits, is all, at the end of the day, like, systems, governments, policy. You have to pay attention, you know. Oh, two different conversations. Yeah, I think the original commenter was talking about, with the world changing, the governments, like, we talked about world wars, so that has to do with governments, right? I think ultimately when we're having these conversations, you know, you and your relationship with you know, like, micro is the world, the planet. Macro is like the universe. So on the universal level, peace. On the micro level, peace, but caveat, taking into consideration the micro. The micro is us. It's everything that has to do with people. Macro is like the universe, everything outside of us. So, you know, you can have peace in both places, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be chaos. The world, the universe has chaos. And again, we're just in the 2 steps back era, but I just remember there is going to be a 3 steps forward. We're going to get there. And that's why you have to keep living your life, saving up, focusing on retirement, focusing on your family and friends, and focusing on making sure that, like, you do what you can within reason. Within reason, we can't do everything, but there's a lot of ways to show up, you know?
Podcast, you guys mentioned my videos in there now, and I love it. I was like, thank you.
Okay, Trisha, the other thing I have to ask you about, this fucking, I died. Okay, somebody sent me a photo of this, and I was like, I can't believe this is.
Oh, Chad says, reporting people to who? For what? Literally, even, like, teachers are reporting their students to ICE, saying, like, really racist shit about their students. Because people are like, I've known teachers. When I was in high school, I had a teacher who would talk about, like, Hispanic kids as, like, oh, like, you know what they're all doing here. And I was like, going to school? You know? Like, going to school? Like, they all thought it was like a conspiracy for them. Like, again, I personally don't care if people are here. I don't care how you got here. If you crossed the border and got into this country, I feel like, in my opinion, cool, we'll just, like, get you, we'll get you, like, paperwork and situated. Like, it feels like the best way to run a country is, first of all, if you got here, kind of props, but also, like, you didn't, you know, skip in front of somebody else. All those other people waiting, why does it take so long? If I started the green card process for my partner, it could take up to, like, 7 years. And we'd have to be in America, and I would have to be sponsoring them. Like, moving to America to get him established in the country, the fact that it's a lottery system, like, what, there is no, like, cutting in line. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way people talk about, like, oh, you're cutting in line, you're not cutting in line. The way we do our system is stupid. It's just dumb. It makes no fucking sense.
Real. So I went to your channel to confirm if it was real or not. And sure as shit, fucking, this is your thumbnail.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I was like, this is actually her. Oh yeah. This is her. Go to Trisha's channel. James Charles is sick in the head, and this is the fucking thumbnail.
That's what YouTube picked for me. I don't know how that happened.
I couldn't believe it. I thought someone was fucking with me, and then sure enough, here, let's go to Trisha's channel. Which channel's on? Because you have like 20 channels. I get confused. Here it is on my homepage.
Is it still that?
Yes.
No, what? I changed it.
That's your
How did it go back to that?
Wait.
No.
Oh, you did fix it. Yeah, here I see it now. Sometimes
That's so weird.
last night that's what it was. It was just on my It was just on my homepage.
That is so weird. That's so funny. I don't know why that was that.
That was the
at
funniest
YouTube.
thing ever.
That was so frustrating because we were at my house moving the other stuff over and the James Charles stuff was happening and you guys were talking about it live on H3. And I was like, I gotta get home and make a video. It was so sad.
Dude, you have the best little moments. You're my favorite YouTuber, straight up.
Really?
I'll put it out there with the salt and the
Wow.
thumbnails. Oh
Are
my
you
God.
saying that like in a mean way?
I wouldn't call it. It's not mean. No, it's complete flattery. I love how you just fucking. You are the epitome of YouTube. You go for it. If you look like you're melting into a satanic primordial soup, you go with it.
Like my face? Like what?
The thumb. What?
Like I look like I'm melting into a
No, the
primordial-
thumbnail looked like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I didn't choose that, so you can't give me credit.
No,
for
but
that.
you went with it.
Okay, yeah. What was
You
I supposed
knew-
to do? Take it down?
Change the thumbnail for sure. I mean, it's really
I
easy.
did, I
YouTube
did.
gives you like 3 options. Just pick a different one. Man, that's awesome.
Oh, well, thank you. I know.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate you that you appreciate my content.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been so underrated, not to like toot my own horn.
Oh,
but
yeah.
how come I've never like popped off? Which in a way is good because I've never been able to be fully canceled because I never
Huh. Listen to Trisha.
people,
fully famous.
people love you. You have like a huge.
I've never like popped off. That you appreciate my content.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been so underrated, not to like toot my own horn.
Oh,
but
yeah.
how come I've never like popped off?
Can you imagine Trisha Paytas having this idea that she hasn't popped off and that she's not popular at this time in her life? Do you know what I'm saying when people compare themselves to others? Like, people say that about my channel. Like, why do you still do YouTube if you haven't popped off yet? Because I'm making a living doing what I want every day. Like, who cares? Like, Trisha at this era in her life is literally like, why haven't I popped off? Who is she comparing herself to? And sure, like, you could ask, like, why hasn't my channel popped off? But, like, who cares? Like, she's in a $4 million house. She just bought a $4 million house. And she's like, why haven't I popped off? Comparison truly is the thief of joy. Like, what else do you want? Like, what else do you want to feel successcul? Wow.
Which in a way is good because I've never been able to be fully canceled because I never
Wait,
got
people,
fully famous.
people love you. You have like a huge fan base.
Mm,
Can you mute this fucking Grubhub ad? Like, if you want to sponsor me, go for it, assholes.
Wow.
I'm so pissed at YouTube ads. Thank you for supporting my whole life.
congratulations on your weight loss and like keeping with the diet.
I haven't lost any weight.
No, but
dude.
you've been keeping on a diet and I
It's
feel like
been
you feel
2
better.
weeks, and look at this. Look at me. I'm like,
I heard you're in
why
an
has it been
XL.
2 weeks?
That's crazy that Ethan's like, it's been 2 weeks. Why haven't I lost weight? Because it's been 2 weeks? I think it's like half a pound a week is the healthiest way to lose weight. What do you mean? Why haven't I lost weight? Because it's been 2 weeks.
Weeks.
It's been like a week and 2 days.
That's hey, in diet world, that's like 10 years.
It's only been a week.
Well, we're gonna do a weigh-in on Thursday, so you don't want to miss Ethan's big weigh-in.
Riveting.
So anyway, here's the other
Wow, is this Jewish? Oh no, it's for me.
fucking napkin. How can a napkin be Jewish?
I thought it was like a Passover napkin. Oh
Wait, what?
no, should we talk about that? No. The mom thing?
What about your mom?
No, your mom.
What about my mom?
Can I say it or should we edit it out?
Say it. Say it.
She texted Moses. It's cute. It's sweet. She texted Moses that. What did she text you? She said something like about. What was the initial reason she texted you? Don't say the whole thing. But what was the initial reason?
She was congratulating us. And
Oh yeah, she said something, and then she goes, and also I don't hate Trisha. I don't know where that came from. We disagree on things, but like I don't hate her. And I was like so random. It was so nice though. It
I
was
saw my so Theodore was with my parents this weekend.
nice.
And I was, by the way, she brought it up. She's like, I don't want Trisha to think that I hate her. Like, I want to.
But
she's-
you told me she hates me. That's why I thought that. You literally said out in front of me, my mom hates you.
Oh, she said rotten things about you. I mean, with peace and love. I'm just being honest.
So she does hate me.
No, she was just mad at the moment. You should understand that as much as anyone.
For sure.
She has
yeah.
not
Yeah.
held on to that. She'd
I
be
can
happy
never
to
come
see
over
it.
for another holiday ever again because I literally like shit on your sister. and your
No,
mom.
no,
And
they'll
I
be
know
happy to see you.
them.
They're-
I think I was trying to be combative, Trish, at the beginning in front of me. So I was like, "Oh, fuck your family." Like I don't know.
Oh no, but it's
It
not
was
like
bad.
that.
I don't know why I say the things I say sometimes. Sometimes it's just like I don't know.
We also made fun of this Balenciaga shirt on our last episode of the podcast, and then everyone's like, "Dude, Trisha bought that shirt, the Balenciaga double
Yeah.
shirt."
First of all, that shirt was actually cool.
Really?
What?
I think.
Where's it now? Where's it now?
I think up in my closet.
Really?
Yeah, I almost brought it today.
Are you?
I thought about wearing it
Oh,
over this.
Yeah, you should next time because I want to inspect it.
I thought we were being Jewish next time.
Right, we are. Do you have 2 hangers in it? Is it hanging on 2 hangers or 1?
I don't no. Oh no, there's 2 hangers. I think that came like that with Balenciaga. I think they gave me 2 hangers. Oh my god, a chocolate pretzel fell out of my
Do
hand.
you think this was worth $1,300?
The shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think because it's Balenciaga and it was like a one-of-a-kind item.
Well, it's not one of a kind.
Well, it's unique in the fact that they haven't recreated it.
Okay. All right.
Or you just a hater because it's not Teddy Fresh.
No, I just think it's a funny shirt. Okay, that's it. That's all the stuff I had that I wanted to talk about.
I didn't know that. I would have gathered some stuff to talk to you about. Well, I can't think of
You're
it right now.
welcome to. I mean, hey, like you always say, this is your
okay.
show. If you have anything,
Yeah, I do.
go ahead.
I think you're fat phobic.
Look who's
Okay.
talking.
True or false?
What does that mean? That I don't like fat people?
I think you have a fear of fat people. Like you don't like
Oh, a
fat
fear?
people. Yeah.
What does that mean? Like I cower away from fat people?
I'm not. Again, with
First
peace
of all,
and
what's-
love, like
yeah.
with peace and love, like
Yeah.
last episode, you're like, oh, like you did either a slip or a Freudian slip or
Everyone's fat phobic because we live in a fat phobic society, but like Trisha and Ethan are especially fat phobic. Trisha especially, just like with like peace and love, you know what I mean? The idea, like we grew up in a fat phobic society. If you grew up in a fat phobic society, you'll internalize that shit, right?
whatever, where you were like, oh, you need to lose some weight. Not that you need to lose some weight. We should compete and lose weight. Like you said something along those lines.
Trisha, I only
And I
said
was
that
like-
because I know, based on all the conversation we have, that you expressed to me that you want to lose weight.
I would love to be skinny, but I'm also just happy and I don't really care about
Well,
losing
that's
weight.
fine,
Just
then
give
I'm
me a
happy for you.
pill
But
to be
what-
100 pounds and I'll take it.
Okay.
Oh, but she didn't. She said that about Ozempic. She's like, once there's a pill, I'll take it. But then she doesn't. To this day, she still won't take Ozempic, which good. Honestly, I don't think she should have to take Ozempic, but I think that's interesting.
I don't want to do the work.
Okay. Right. Me
And I
neither.
was happy and cool. But then after that episode,
But you're
I was
rewriting
like,
history.
I'm not rewriting history.
Because
I'm
back
not saying it in a bad
no,
way.
because
I'm not,
back then we were like, we're losing weight together, and now you're like, I'm
oh
happy
yeah,
and
I
fat.
was very excited about it.
You're like-
I was pumped.
You're like, now I'm happy and fat, and so
No.
now I'm
No,
I'm
no.
upset about what you said, what you
Well,
wanted
because
to.
of the no,
It's
because
not fair.
on that Tuesday, all the comments were like, you guys don't look bad. So I texted you. I'm like, oh, you know what? Comments are saying we don't look that fat. And you're like, they're lying.
Yeah, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm kidding. But you know, people always say that. They tell you what you want to hear in the comments.
I was like, I think you're a little fat phobic because I was like, you know what? We don't look that bad. And you're like,
Girl.
they're lying.
I was kidding.
No, you didn't say LOL. You should need to do what are they
Don't-
called?
didn't you think that was
tone
funny?
indicators. You need to give me a tone indicator when you text me now.
Wow.
What should I say?
very
Like in
woke.
parentheses, like.
Backslash S.
/S.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
tone indicator.
What if S means serious? / I'm dead serious.
That's not what it means. You just need a little tone indicator if you're gonna make those kind of jokes.
Okay. Geez.
I think you're
I
fat
didn't
phobic.
know-
It's okay, peace and love. Like it's fine if you're fat phobic, and it's totally because a lot of people are. Because you know why? You weren't fat when I looked at your. Someone put together like our high school photos, which so weird. Can I tell you something so odd? And
But that's what fat phobia is. Because we grew up in a Middle Eastern home. They're very fat phobic, like very fat phobic, even though half the motherfuckers be fat. But not really. Like there's a lot. Okay, there's a fat phobia to the bubble. And like growing up, some of my siblings got like picked on as being like the fat siblings. But if you go back and look at photos of them, they're not even fat, dude. I was like, holy shit, the fat phobia in this home was so fucking toxic. Like, if you literally go back and look at the photos, like, they weren't even fat, like, at all. They were literally skinny. And I'm like, wow. Because, like, we did, like, I remember seeing some of my siblings and saying, like, oh, yeah, they're kind of like the fat siblings. But then you go back, you look, you're like, why did I think they were fat? And it's like, to be honest, they weren't fat. I think they just like were kind of tall or something, or like they held weight in different places, or you know, if you have big natural thighs and a butt and stuff, people think it's fat, but it's just like the way your body is shaped. Like you can have the skinniest waist and stomach, but if your butt was big, they'd be like, "Oh, you're fat." But like now, you know what I mean? Like it's so crazy to go back and look and think like, wow, we really put that, like even going back and watching like old TV shows, the way they'd be like, you should lose like 6 to 9 pounds. And I'm like, if they lose any more weight, they're going to be invisible. Like, what are we talking about? It's just kind of crazy. So even today, like what do we consider fat now that isn't even that fat? Who knows? But it is an interesting question. Like, oh, what is this like? You know, sometimes I do think I will say fat when I mean like not lean. So like I desire to be lean, not necessarily to be like thinner. I just want to be more lean. But like at the same time, I think we associate not being lean with being fat, but like you can be skinny. That's why they call it skinny fat, you know? And so there's like all these different ways of fatness being a spectrum. So when people say like being fat is immoral, it's confusing to me. And I think it sends a really wrong message. You know, yes, Hillary Duff. Hillary Duff was considered fat by media, and I think it's just because she's square. I think she's just square. It's like people with round faces. People think they're fat, but they're not fat. They just have round faces, you know?
And I know Dan has like said, oh, are you on Reddit? I'm not on Reddit because I literally don't know how to access it. But Moses goes checks the Reddit. Anyways, Friday morning, I was like in bed and I was like looking for high school pictures for my TikTok, and I was like, I wonder what Ethan looked like in high school. So I like Googled you, and then that day, like Moses was like, did you post this on Reddit? I was like, what? No, and it was literally like our high school pictures, and I had saved all your photos in my phone that morning, and then it was on Reddit like that afternoon.
Who's mine or yours?
Yours, because I was
They always show up there. Like periodically, they show up there.
but that was weird because
Oh
I
my
never searched for your high
God.
school photos.
Yeah, see, look how skinny Ethan is. Holy shit. I mean, both of them. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy, bro.
I don't know, like most probably like, why are you saving photos of like Ethan in high school? Because I was just saving on my phone because oh, it's kind of funny. I don't know, bring it up, whatever.
I mean, if anything, you're skinny obsessed. You've admit that.
I'm totally skinny obsessed, but that doesn't mean I'm fat phobic.
Well,
That
I
is
don't
what the
think
fat
I'm
phobic is. The fat phobia is her obsession with being skinny. Her glorification of skinny people, her liking skinny people, her feeling like skinny is better is the fat phobia. Hello?
Fat obsessed. Like I love being like fat sometimes. Like I love the way my belly looks when I
I'm
jiggle in
not-
slow motion on camera.
Really? See, I don't like that. All right, not on
like
you,
it.
but I sometimes
Fat phobic.
when I'm in the mirror, and I'm naked, I lean over and like it's just like a whole alien creature, and I grab it and I go, oh, this is.
I mean, I think it's okay not to feel good in certain aesthetics. Like, I think you're allowed to feel ugly and what other people would find pretty, right? Like, I think you're allowed to feel like, oh, this isn't what I want to look like. This isn't the vibe I want. You know, I think it's fine if Ethan feels like this isn't what I want to look like, as long as it's not moralizing, as long as he doesn't feel like he's a morally bad person because he's not pretty, something like that.
I love it though. While I'm not sexually attracted to big bellies, like I am so attracted to big bellies. Like they're so fun and fascinating to like look at.
I hate them.
And I kind of like it. Well, me
Maybe
too.
I'm fat phobic. Okay, I'm fat phobic. I'm fat phobic.
I think you're a little fat phobic. I don't think it's your fault. I think
But I
you're
don't know what that-
skinny.
No, wasn't Trish in Eminem's video to represent Christina in 2000s? She was in the music video to represent Jessica Simpson in a McDonald's or Burger King commercial, and she was playing the like fat, fucked up Jessica Simpson because everyone in the video was playing like a fucked up version of a celebrity, right? That's like the idea. But yeah, Chet says your 30-day challenge makes me want to do one and try and lean out and see what I could do with some fat loss. I mean, I'm in like 30-day challenges are really good for my brain because it gives me like a beginning and an end. You know what I mean? So, you know, if that works for your brain, do it. Even if it's a 2-week challenge or a 1-week challenge. I just like things that have a beginning and an end. I just like there to be like I like reaching goals. So I was like, oh, 30 days is cool. And I might do a year challenge. And I might do other things. What's your 30-day challenge? This week's podcast, girls. I'm finally going to share this week's podcast. Monday, I will tell you what I've been doing for the last month. And then I'm moving into it like different 30-day challenges. I have the next 4 lined up of things that I want to work on. You know, I just like beginnings and ends.
And you never had like a weight problem and stuff like that. So I don't think you know
also
how to.
my parents are definitely fat phobic. I feel like old people like don't like.
So that makes sense.
They have like this whole thing of like fat people are just lazy and dumb
Yeah,
and stuff.
right. And I think that's in your head. That's what you think. Like you even said it yourself. Like if you at night you're like, oh, I lack willpower or self control, whatever. When you,
But
like,
that's true. If you really want to get something done and you keep failing to do
that's
it,
so
then
not true.
it's
That's so not
self-defeating.
true. I've starved myself for literally like 30 days straight, and I lost 30 pounds in a month, and I documented it. I did a water
Okay,
fast.
good for you. I
my
can't do
God.
that.
No, the point is like that doesn't mean I'm a fat person. That doesn't mean I don't have willpower.
I'm
I
talking about
obviously had
myself,
willpower.
not all fat people. I'm talking about
You're
myself.
saying that's true though. When I was saying that, oh, fat people like don't lack the willpower or they're lazy. That's not true.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that's like the stereotype that people have, like a lot, especially old people have.
It's fat phobic.
I agree, it's fat phobic, but I don't believe that.
What? You don't believe what?
That people
Oh
who
my God, Trisha.
are fat is I feel like being fat and a lot of times stems from like addiction problems.
Oh my God, addiction,
Yeah.
mental health disorders,
Yeah, all that
trauma,
stuff.
coping mechanisms, physical, like metabolism. You know what? I started myself so much as a kid that my metabolism, true story, and I'm not just a fat person being like, my metabolism doesn't work. Like literally my metabolism is so freaking slow that if I do actually try to diet, like it's so hard for me to lose weight. That's why I have to fast to lose weight because like it just doesn't work if I eat healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Swear, true story. Because I used to like starve myself as a kid for like a week at a time and then a week I'd binge and then it literally fucked up my, like I have gastrointestinal.
During lockdown, my brothers were like, we're going to do a water fast. You should do it with us. And I looked at them and I was like, first, you're not going to last. And second, I could never. I get so hangry. I could never. Like during Lent as a Catholic, the adults do have to fast all day until dinner time, which Muslims know for Ramadan. Oop, Ramadan? Is that the right word? Is that your guy, right? Is that it called? Where they fast all day until I think sunrise, I think is when they can eat. Catholics have a thing during Lent where there's like certain days you're not supposed to eat all day until the end. And that's fine. That's like a challenge. But just doing a water fast to do a water fast, like I'm not doing it. And my brothers didn't even last a day. That's like, I told you bitches you weren't gonna last. We love to eat. Like, you're not gonna do a water fat or like a juice cleanse or whatever. Like, get over it. You're not gonna do it, bro. Hilarious.
bleeding because of it. Like, it just fucked me up so much. And it is a physical thing. And yes, I've always been fat, but like that is the main reason why I continue to be fat. And we have a treadmill coming this Thursday though. I love exercising.
Well, you kicked my ass in the physical competition, so who am I? But like, yeah, being fat sucks because first of all, if any other addiction you can hide, nobody judge you everywhere you go. And second of all, you don't need fucking, let's say, heroin to survive. You have to eat food to live. So that's what makes the food addiction even harder. It's like you can't just go cold turkey on it. You got to fucking eat. And on top of it, it's so stressful to carry around the weight because everybody can say, "Oh, look at this fat fuck," and judge.
I think this is so real and so honest. And I do think this is the huge problem with ultimately fat phobia is like you don't know what people are going through. And as like a person who grew up in a fat phobic world and was like so fat phobic most of her life, I will say like the judgment is so real and you just don't know what people are going through. Like you just don't know. And I think that it's easy to assume. And by the way, even if they do decide just to be fat for fat's sake, okay, even though fundamentally Brittany doesn't believe that, like I don't think homeless people are there because of a choice. Like I don't think people would make a choice to be homeless. I think it feels like a choice. I also don't think people would choose to be morbidly obese. Like I don't think people would choose to be anorexic. I don't believe that. When I say a choice, I mean a choice within their joy, like a goal. I don't think people choose it. I think people outside of their joy make decisions that feel like a choice, but I think the only choice you can really make is one within your joy. I think everything else is just what you think you have to do because you don't know how to do anything different, or your brain has convinced you there's nothing to do different. So yeah, I don't really like believe in that idea. I think like, but I also think you have to wait till you're the right version of yourself to be a different version of yourself. And so you can't like, you got to ride the wave of being in that position to change. But this is like really candid and honest from Ethan that it is really hard with food because there's not just the stigma. There's so much stigma coming from everywhere and you do have to eat every day. So it's like, how do you have a healthy relationship with food? Like, how do you have a healthy relationship with the heroin? You know, it's a good question.
You and everything, you know what I mean? Being fat is very hard. It's very hard.
We should also clarify too, I think, because I've gotten a few messages and I relate to this as well when my sister calls herself fat, which again, everyone has the right to feel fat or whatever, you want to lose weight. But if we call ourselves like fat, right? And then like there's people bigger than us that think like, oh my God, if you're fat, then I must be like the disgusting piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like it kind of sounds like a wrong message. I don't think we're like super.
Well, hold on. But we have to I do think it's important that we acknowledge that while you have every right to be fat and happy and make your own life choices, it is not healthy to be fat.
Neither is skinny sometimes though. Skinny's not always healthy.
Yo, that's what I'm not talking about skinny people.
But that's like saying everybody's gonna be unhealthy. It doesn't matter if you're fat, skinny, it doesn't matter. Everyone's unhealthy. Like everyone makes unhealthy decisions. Why is being fat any different than like not eating enough food?
I'm not saying it is. You're shifting the
or
the
ketosis.
conversation.
You think being in keto is healthy?
No.
Oh my God, Trisha's so fucking annoying here. She's just like arguing to argue. I swear she's dopamine chasing. Like Ethan is having such like a real conversation right now and she's being so fucking annoying. She's unlikable this episode.
I don't.
So what is your point?
But
Everyone's unhealthy.
no, because there's this movement. No, there's a movement to be like, I can be the healthy at any size.
That's
right?
not a movement. It's beautiful at any size.
Okay,
There's no
beautiful at any size. I agree with. You can.
I mean, like Trisha's so wrong here. It's insane. But like also, I'm exhausted by these bubbles.
Be healthy at any size. I have
that
low
I
blood.
disagree with.
Okay, we should get our cholesterol checked. I have low cholesterol. I have low blood pressure. I get it checked all the time. Like
in general, extra weight is associated with ton. It's like the big. Listen, I'm not saying this is healthy. That's healthy. I'm just saying we want to act like being fat is like it's very unhealthy to be fat.
But that's anything anyone's doing. Like it's unhealthy to do. There's so many
agree.
Things. If you drink, you're gonna die of liver disease. Like there's just so many things that make you unhealthy. But you're specifically targeting fat people. Be like, what it is unhealthy? It's unhealthy to be fucking skinny. It's unhealthy to be a smoker. It's unhealthy to be like in parties right now, smoking weed for your lungs, drinking alcohol. There's so many things, but you're specifically targeting fat people. Why?
Because
targeted enough.
we all. I love we as a community. Yeah, you're right.
Speaking on their behalf.
No, I'm part of the fat community now.
You're not though. You're not even fat.
I'm part of the. I am fat.
Ethan is fat. Stop taking away his fatness. Ethan is a fat king. How dare her be like Ethan's not even fat? Ethan is fat. Leave him alone.
You got better. You know you want.
You have a belly. That's the only.
You want to see me take my shirt off? You don't want to see it.
Your belly, but you know what?
As a representative of the fat community,
you have a belly. It's not fat. You're not fat anywhere else. There's no fatness to you.
Listen.
That's the only thing. But everyone has a belly when they eat. Moses has a belly when he eats, and he's like 180.
Oh, Moses is a healthy weight. I'm fat.
Dude, but he also eats the same as me. So what?
Okay.
What,
why do I point out? Why am I specifically
Yeah,
saying
leave
being
that.
overweight is unhealthy? It's because everybody accept the premise that smoking and drinking and like being anorexic or whatever is very unhealthy. But fat people, there's this like I feel like there's this kind of like collective weird kind of like
I just think people overcorrect. Like everybody, like sometimes people in chat will get mad at me for saying like you have the right to smoke, and they're like, Brittany, don't promote smoking. It kills. Everything kills. I think you have the right to die how you want. So like if you want to smoke yourself to death, like that's your business. If you want to eat yourself to death, that's your business. If you want to starve yourself to death, that's your business. Do I think it's within your joy? Do I think like it makes sense for you? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I think it's a case by case basis. Generally speaking, are you going to have probably the most like joyful existence smoking yourself to death? Probably not. Are you going to have the most joyful experience like starving yourself to death? Probably not. Are you going to have the most joyful experience eating yourself to death? Probably not. And I just feel like both are true. But for me to jump the gun and just like judge somebody for smoking is like, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to judge you for being anorexic. I don't want to judge you for being fat. Like there's just no reason for me to judge you. You know, I just don't feel like that's my place. But would I say that you're healthy? Probably fucking not. But also like, sounds like your business, bro. It's not my business whether you're healthy or not. And yes, I still think that's true, even if I think everyone's healthcare should be covered by the system. Because ultimately, a system that cared about people's health would give everybody fucking free, high standard therapy. Do you know what I mean? Like, society would overall be so much more healthy if everyone got fucking therapy. Like our medical bills would literally go down if everybody's doing preventative medical care. Like if we were getting cancer treatment, like preventative screenings ahead of time, it would ultimately be so much cheaper than trying to keep people alive, you know, or making people do all these horrible cancer treatments after the fact. So I just don't think people care about cost. Like it's so funny. Like how can I convince Republicans that it will be more cost effective? Like if you care more about money than human lives, then saving and like preventative care for humans will save you more money. I feel like Grandin did that. Temple Grandin was like, kill cows, but just like it will save you money if you kill cows more humanely. And I was like, yeah, literally. I don't know, whatever. But obviously like Trisha has a problem, and it's like obviously she has mental health problems, and I do think her fatness is a contributor to that. And I don't care. Like it's not my business to judge her for it. But I think Trisha is just like the wrong messenger for mostly everything. I just think it doesn't, like, listening to Trisha Paytas about anything other than her own story is like probably not the greatest, you know.
There's like this collective delusion that you can be healthy and fat.
That's
and it's
you.
not
That's
true.
you thinking that. No one's saying that. No, I don't.
Okay,
think
so
I
then
think Tess Holiday is like, I'm so freaking healthy.
she does.
Tess Holiday is one of the least likable people on the internet. I haven't checked in with her in a long time. But like, fuck it. Let Tess Holiday be Tess Holiday. She's beautiful, by the way. I think Tess Holiday is like so beautiful, but I just don't seem to like her personality, and I was waiting to like it more. I don't like it yet, but maybe one day I will, you know? But like Tess she's a lot. I don't know. Is she better? Have you guys checked in with her? I haven't checked in with her in many years, but I think she looks, you know, she is beautiful. I've always liked her aesthetic. But her personality feels grating. But I'm, you know.
Do I say that? All I say is, yeah.
No, you don't. You're real. You're
Okay,
real. Tess Holiday thinks she's healthy, bruh.
Okay, fat
And by the
people
way,
in general,
she goes and with
God.
peace and love to her. Like,
don't say it.
But like she go out and she's doing these beautiful at any size things, which is fine. You could be into that, but she airbrush everything out, and it's like talk about unrealistic beauty standards.
Well, okay, I get what Ethan's saying here because he's very against like all the photoshopping for people, period. Which actually I kind of agree with. And honestly, we're probably going to be moving away from it, moving into the future, hopefully. But yeah, like everyone airbrushes, fat or skinny. But I do think that generally we set a beauty standard that's not fair for everybody. Men, women, like everyone. And everyone feels, and by the way, it's not the fashion standard. It's people want it. Like people literally want it. Like I experiment all the time on my Instagram with what photos get more likes, and people like very specific kinds of photos. Like, and it's not your fault. Like you're not a bad people for liking certain photos over another. But yeah, the photos that get the most views I've noticed are like, they're not like, they're either edited or butt photos. You guys do love my butt photos. You know, I appreciate that. My butt photos get the most views. But also, you know, anything that I don't know, I think people are always kind of chasing aesthetic or dreams. Like they want to follow social media where it looks like the life is better than their life in some way. So maybe the Photoshop is necessary to make people want to look, because then why would people just look at people's random photos? They probably wouldn't. Like to some extent, like why would you just be looking at someone's random photo unless it was like edited and created different and somewhat interesting and different from your life? Would we be looking at Instagram if it wasn't interesting? I guess not. I don't know. Would you guys be looking through people's photo albums if it was just like regular ass photos of people? Because like, I guess not. When I post a regular ass photo of me in Indiana, it gets far less likes than if I post like a photo shoot photo, which makes sense though. It does. Like, I get it. I don't think it's bad. I think it makes sense. Because like, yeah, like why would you, like who cares if you're posting a photo with your cat versus a photo that's like somewhat arty or edited? Yeah, how can I blame Tess Holiday for editing her photos when people seem to like that better? And ultimately, that's what matters as an artist. Like, you want the audience to like your work. Yeah, it's interesting, huh?
If you want to be beautiful at any size, you better not start photoshopping all the fucking, like, cellulite out and shit.
On my OnlyFans, I don't Photoshop anything.
I think you're awesome for that.
Okay, but
You are
targeting.
I think he's wrong here because cellulite exists on everybody, not just fat people.
Sorry, I have a drink in my mouth. The initial conversation was that
You are a true representative of the fat community.
you can, but you singling out is like awesome. Because, okay, fat people already have it hard enough. So, of course, like when skinny people have a problem, like, of course, everyone agrees on that, but no one like calls them out for it. You're calling fat people out because you're fat phobic.
No, Trisha's wrong here. Everybody calls everybody out. Come on.
Why don't you, in that same token, you can call
No, but
everybody
there's,
out.
do you disagree
And stretch marks. True chat. And stretch marks.
that there's this movement of like
I
healthy at any
disagree.
size? Okay, so then
I don't think
maybe the
people-
premise of our argument.
You think Chris
doesn't-
Farley was like, I'm healthy and big? Like, people
No,
don't say
that's
that.
a new. That movement didn't exist when
When
Chris
did this
Farley.
movement happen? Who's
Dan,
doing
am
this
I
movement?
crazy or is there a whole?
This is so funny. Fat phobia is just rampant in the States and has been for a very long time. Chet says, what are your views on boycotting? Example, I don't use X because I dislike Elon Musk. I was thinking about not using Amazon because I don't want to contribute to Bezos bullshit. We're not buying Amazon. Like, I'm not buying Amazon. It's killing the planet. It's bad for people. I don't need to do it. It's definitely more inconvenient, but who gives a fuck? I'm not buying anything off Amazon. Fuck Amazon. Like, and if everyone stopped buying on Amazon, like the world would become a better place. But that's a personal decision. I get why you don't do it. I've probably spent how much? $30,000 on Amazon. I'm probably exaggerating. I've spent so much money over the years on Amazon, like stupid amounts, you know, maybe 20K. I don't know. And yeah, we're not going to do it anymore.
Whole like healthy at every size thing? Can someone
There's
back me
no
up on
healthy
this?
at every size.
Moses is giving me nods.
Moses definitely doesn't know. Don't, I mean, love you. Peace and love.
He's
Definitely
giving me nods.
doesn't know. No.
Dan, you better fucking speak up. Don't. Oh, stop.
Nobody is saying, hey, I'm fat
Okay,
healthy.
okay. So then, okay,
I'm
good.
a health
I agree.
standard. Look at how healthy
Okay,
I
good.
am.
So maybe-
Watch our fitness test.
okay, we're on the
how
same
healthy
page.
I am. People, even I was like confused when you're like, wow, Trisha really impressed me blinking a minute. I'm like, big ass fat people can do that. That's not that hard. It's not that difficult. See, you're fat phobic because you're like, wow, you can plank for a minute. Oh my God, you act like I'm fucking a whale, like I'm an orca. Like, Jesus.
No,
like,
well, first of all, I thought you were out of shape. Okay.
I'm a dancer. I dance on tour for 3
Exactly.
years in a row.
So it
2
wasn't
hours
fat.
I am annoyed with Trisha. I'm annoyed with people who can't understand why people would come to conclusions about them when it's like really reasonable. Holding up a lot of weight is very difficult. And to think Trisha Paytas might not be in shape enough to hold herself up is literally within reason. And I guarantee you, if Trisha wasn't feeling the competition, she would have failed that plank. I think she would have failed that plank. You know? I do. I think she would have failed it. So it's one of those things, you know? Chet says, what about Instagram and Facebook? I hate how Mark Zuckerberg has become a Trump supporter. You do you, girl. It's all about harm reduction. I'm keeping my Instagram, but I haven't been on Meta in like 10 years. You know, it's all about harm reduction. Like, if you don't believe in the companies and you don't want to use them, boycott them. You know, don't use it. You know, but I'm all about harm reduction. I don't expect people to get rid of their cars, even though it'd be better for everybody. Do you know what I mean? I just expect people to minimize in different ways. You know? Meows, are you trapped in here? Are you trapped in here?
Fat phobic. I didn't expect you could do it. You think I'm not fat? Why? No, that's you being
Planking
out
is
of
so
shape.
easy. Planking.
Okay, so what does it say? You say I'm not fat, but I couldn't do it. So what does that mean?
That means you're out of shape.
And that's
You're
what I
not
thought about
fat. You're
you.
not fat.
And that's
You're
what I
out of
thought
shape,
about
but
you.
not fat. You're
And I
out
thought
shape,
you were
but
out of
not
shape.
fat. I'm fat, fat, but I'm in okay shape. You're not fat and in bad shape. So that just proved my point. That doesn't matter.
How'd that prove your point?
Because that's just saying non-fat people
I
can be
thought you
healthy
couldn't
and you're not
plank
fat.
because you were out of shape.
Because I'm fat.
And a little-
fat-phobic.
and a little chubby.
Fat-phobic. You only thought I was out of shape because I'm fat. There was no other indicator to tell you that.
Listen, if the evidence, if you take the evidence that is available to you, okay, I'm fucking Sherlock Holmes and I'm looking you up and down. I'm saying that girl can't do a plank.
Because I'm fat. Because that's fat-phobic. And
Yes, because you're fat, Trisha. Because it's fucking hard to hold yourself up when you're fat. Yes, and it's not fat phobic. It's fucking data. It's literally harder to hold yourself fucking up. You have literally more weight. It's that's the point. It's because you're fat. Because you have more fucking weight. That's why he doubted your strength. Because it's fucking hard. And you made it happen. Hello? Yes, because you're fat. You can separate that from fat phobia. It's not fat people can't do planks. I'm surprised Trisha Paytas can do planks. It's like, that's the problem. Trisha's like, this is fat phobic. I don't think that's fat phobia. Assuming a person might not be able to lift their own body weight is just, it's within reason for you to assume I can't lift my own body weight. That is a very good assumption. Like, it's a lot. Over 100 pounds. Like, you have to lift over 100 pounds of your own weight. That's a fucking lot. I hate this narrative that she's like, it's fat phobic. It's a combination of things. You know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever.
that does not
Just drawing a conclusion based on someone's weight does not make them fat phobic.
That literally is it.
We all make assumptions every day about
I'm
different
unhealthy
things.
because I'm unhealthy because I'm fat.
Yes, I can.
But I'm not. Like, I can run. I can go.
That's
the
my
distance
point.
I would say she's unhealthy because of her diet. Like, what she eats. All she eats is fast food and sugar. There's no way Trisha is healthy. And if she is healthy, she's as healthy as every chronically ill girly whose doctor says your labs came back totally normal. Okay, bitch. You know that meme? You know, you're literally dying and it's your funeral and your doctor's like, your labs came back perfectly normal. Just because your labs came back normal doesn't mean you're not fucking sick. As a chronically ill girl myself, trust me. Okay, so I would say Trisha's unhealthy because of her fucking diet. All that sugar, all of that fast food, her talking about how they binge and eat all this food. Like, what do you mean? Like, if she was skinny and that was her diet, I would still say she was unhealthy. How many skinny guys do you know who, like, all they do is drink soda, no water, you know, fast food every day? You're unhealthy, bro. But, like, you do you.
Girl, you just said you did the slowest mile, world record slowest
Yeah,
mile.
but walking? Do
The
we
last
not walk
episode.
5 miles at Hermosa Beach? Like, I can walk all day long. I have good stamina. That's why I'm so excited to get a treadmill. Like, I have good stamina. I can have sex for 2 hours. Can you? No, you don't even go on top. That's what you told me.
Look, I agree. I'm fat and out of shape.
You're not fat.
But you're
Oh my
you're-
God, she just screamed, you're not fat. She's so annoying. I hate this episode. Actually, this episode might be triggering me. Not literally medically triggering me, but it's pissing me off. Like, what do you mean Ethan's not fat? Like, why does she keep screaming that? Like, this is so rude.
better shape than me.
You're not fat and you're more unhealthy than me.
Well, apparently so. Am I gonna get canceled? Did I say something really bad? Just tell me no. Oh, it's break time. So do me a favor. Let's do the ad. Cancel me after the ad.
Get a biscuit and put some honey on it
Why?
for the honey ad.
Oh, that ain't cute, though. Okay, cancel me after the. Cancel me after. I can't.
Don't edit this.
No, I'm not. I don't know if people can be mad at me.
I don't know either.
I don't know
won that
anymore.
argument.
Yeah, me neither. I was like it was just like a car crash, and then you don't know. You think you're alive. But we'll find out after the episode's over.
Okay.
All right, let's do the ads, and then we'll come back and talk about the real juice. David Dobrik and James Charles. Don't be mad at me. These guys actually did something wrong. I was just making assumptions about
Some
fat
could argue
people.
fat phobia is the worst of all these things.
Oh, stop.
Oh
James
my God, stop.
Charles out there like sexting 16-year-olds, and you're gonna fucking cancel me for thinking you couldn't plank. I'm not the only one who didn't think your ass couldn't plank. And by the way, it started with you saying I can do a push-up guaranteed, and you're asking to even move up like
Pull up.
1 millimeter. Pull
Pull
up.
up. And I didn't know what a pull up was. If I knew the definition of that, I would have changed my too.
Whatever you thought it was, you were not even close.
Neither were you.
I was a lot closer.
I don't think so. You also cheated. People thought I won.
Bro,
I saw the comments
yeah.
for one, so
Well, they're right. You did one. I mean, pretty much.
exactly.
Let's do the ads. Thank you guys. Don't cancel me until after this commercial break.
Okay. This episode is brought to you by
Adam and Eve.
AdamandEve.com.
Wait, what's the slash?
Use the code H3 for 50% off and give you 50% off any single item plus
Is it
free shipping.
H3 or H3 podcast?
It's just H3 code. You enter the
Oh,
code
code H3, guys. Listen up.
50% off any single item plus free shipping if you're in the US and Canada. And guess what? Adam and Eve comes in discreet packaging. That means no return label. If you live with someone, it'll be nice, discreet packaging.
You don't want your mom seeing that? Well, if you're college age.
Right now, they have heated rabbits. That means dildos that heat up inside of you. It is
How does it know it's inside you?
blowing. You push the heat button.
Oh, you activate the heat.
You activate the heat. They have heat activated dildos right now that are absolutely amazing. They have ones that inflate inside you. I did a whole video on it, but
Does it sometimes
inflatable
get too-
sex toys.
Wait.
Inflatable sex toys.
You mean a
50%
sex
off.
doll?
No, and sex toys inflate inside of you.
Oh.
Amazing. You guys go to Adam.
Wait, what? What is- wait, what? What?
It's extra with H3 code that you don't even get with my
Okay.
code. And
I have questions. Wait, I have questions.
H3 code
I have a
will
question.
also get you free gifts for her, free gifts for you, 6 spicy movies, toys you
DVDs.
can experience.
Hey.
You get free toys with the code H3 plus free shipping plus 50% off. Please use it. Get those inflatable sex toys.
Support
They are
the show.
amazing.
Support.
The chat is basically like their chat, like their comment section is basically just saying frenemies isn't getting old. We love frenemies. Da 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 da. You know, don't leave, that kind of stuff.
Oh.
Show. We need your help. Listen, I'm gonna have a lot of litigation pending after this. I'm gonna need your support.
Did you have any questions about the sex
Yeah,
toys?
what the fuck is an inflatable sex toy?
It's a rabbit that goes inside of you, and once it's inside of you, it expands, so it fills
Whoa.
you completely. It gives you like satisfaction.
That's
by
a good
getting,
feeling.
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of thing gives men like dick insecurity.
No, it should be the opposite because you know what? Well, yeah, true. But
It's like how you-
know,
yeah.
but the inflation feels like when a guy's about to come inside of you. That's what it feels like. It's like this inflation inside of you.
Jesus.
Can I say that? I don't know. But
Graphic.
anyways, give me
You
a shout
did.
out. But he's like, no. It feels so freaking good.
Hold on. Chet says, I do think Trisha's a different kind of fat, having some muscular muscles under the fat. I'll be real. Trisha's body is so manufactured. I don't know what's real. So I learned this recently by a fitness guru because I didn't know. Like, people with how you tell if somebody has a BBL, if you're not sure, is look at their legs. If there's no muscle in their legs, like realistically, like they're not gonna have like a muscular ass. So since Trisha like moves fat around her body to look a particular way, like you can get even Cardi B does this. She says like she doesn't want to work out, so she just gets the abs, you know, her flat stomach in. It's all surgery. So I can't tell with Trisha's body what is muscular, what is real, what is not real. Right? Because like it's all manufactured in a sense. Like I don't know what's going on there. You know, so I think it's hard to know if Trisha could be strong or not strong. Like I have no reason to think she would be since she never talks about being strong in a sense. But yeah, like that's something I always look for because I always wonder like, oh, what muscle are you working out to get that aesthetic? And it's like, oh, it's a BBL, which is like fine. Like I'm totally pro plastic surgery. You do you. I just think you as a audience member have to be careful with how you judge people's bodies against your own because they're getting surgeries. They're getting lipo. They're moving it around. Like it's not, those abs aren't earned. It's like aesthetic. Like, you know, they don't have a flat stomach because they worked for it. They have a flat stomach because they got it sucked out. So you know what I mean? Which is fine. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
No, she said her arms are fat because she only gets lipo on her midsection. I thought she said she got lipo on her arms before. I thought Trisha said she got lipo on her arms because when Brooke Schofield said that, I was like, oh, that's so funny. And now I look for it and I swear Trisha said she got it everywhere. But I don't know. You know, I don't know. Chaz says, I mean, compared to Ethan's type of fat, I think she moves more than him. So there's more opportunity to grow muscle. Sure. How does she move more? Do you know what I mean? Like, is Trisha doing something we don't know about? Does Trisha do something? Like, does she do anything more than the average person could do? Like, how many steps a day do you think Trisha's getting? When we should be getting an average of 6,000 to 10,000? Like, what is she doing that the rest of us aren't doing? Do you know what I mean? Also, genetics are playing a role. I don't know. I feel like sex workers have strong bodies. She's not a sex worker like she's having sex with people. She's having sex with Moses. And like sex is not that. Are you guys like losing? Are you guys not having like, I mean, sex is exhausting, but it's not like that exhausting. She said she had sex for 2 hours. Okay, anyone could have sex for 2 hours. Nobody's having straight sex for 2 hours. You have sex and you take breaks. I had sex for 8 hours one day. You're not having sex for 8 hours. You have sex and then you roll over and then you take a 10-minute break and then you get back into it. But like, nobody's having sex. Like, okay, even I've had days where it's just like the whole day is sex. You know what I mean? Like the whole day is literally sex. Like you take breaks to eat and like maybe rinse off or something. But like I've had a whole day of sex before and like, hello? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like certain positions definitely take more skills. Definitely some positions take more like skills because you're breathing and stuff for sure. Certain positions, like my hips go so raw. Like I get it. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like Trisha is the kind of person who makes things happen because she's in competition. Not like Ethan isn't. Since Ethan isn't competitive, he's going to give up when things get hard. But Trisha might not give up because for her, it's like a pride thing. I'm not sure that counts, but it might be. Maybe that's the difference between an athlete and a non-athlete. Maybe athletes just push out of competition. Boom, 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 boom.
And then what was the other thing you said?
Heated dildos.
And so does it ever get too hot? You ever come off the button, or is it just subtle heat?
No, you can take it out. It's a nice warm.
Dude, can you imagine the scope of sex toys that women have? Like, you guys have like an entire you guys have like an entire arsenal of sex toys. You got shit that inflates, that heats. Look at this microphone. That's just like
They have
men get like a fucking like a I mean
they have those on Adam and Eve too. You can get one of those fleshlights.
Fleshlight.
Flashlights are everything. You can get flashlights. You can also get anal thrusters for you. You can get anal
Sounds like you're going to the moon. Anal thrusters?
We just got a C ring, a penis ring.
Oh, God.
That has
Too
ball
much
swing
info.
on it. It has ball swing on it.
What?
So it can hit you at the same time and vibrate the clit.
Wait, you have an extra pair of swinging balls?
There are 3 little ones that come off the ring. They're come
So
off
it's
the
like he
ring.
has 4
This
balls?
is the ring. This is the 3 little metal balls. And then there's a vibrator up here. So it's
She
stimulating
turned
the clit,
bro, I'm
and
sorry.
the balls
but
are going like this.
She turns your balls into a fucking like pendulum where it like
No,
knocks
it's
3.
It's like an extra set above there. So it's like poo, and then poo, and then poo, and then poo.
Oh, Bryson said I read a book called The Science of Winning and Losing, and it showed that some people perform better in competition while others wither. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Actually, part of the reason I was late for stream today was because my partner was like, hey, since you're eating, do you want to play Smash for a bit? And I was like, no, I have to go stream. And he's like, you're totally right. I get it. You don't want to lose. And I was like, he's like, no, I get it. You have to go stream. Like, definitely. And I was like, look, bro, the fact that you're even asking me to play Smash before I have to go stream is just proof you're trying to like get away because you're scared because you know I'm going to win. Like, why would you wait to ask me right now? Because you know you're going to lose. And he was just like, oh, really? You think I'm going to lose? And then, we played a game of Smash and I lost. But in my defense, Kaziwa is pissing me off. Okay. I'm really annoyed. I don't want to talk about it. I was so annoyed. I was like eating my Brussels sprouts very angrily. I lost. I know. And you lost on top of that. I lost with all that fucking talk and I lost, bro. I did.
That's what it's like.
Sounds like complicated
So
math.
anyways, if you want to get 50% off any of the toys we mentioned, please go to adamandeve.com. Use the code H3. It'll give you 50% off plus all those free toys plus free shipping if you're in the US and Canada. Check it out, adamandeve.com. Use code H3.
What she said. Okay, listen up. If you're using the internet without honey, it's basically having intercourse with a girl you just met in a seedy dive bar without a condom. Do you understand this analogy I'm making? It's just not safe.
Oh, also you're just losing money, so it's just dumb. So it's safe and
It's
not safe.
safe.
Mains and we got to do another Smash game on this. We got to do another Smash tournament on the Discord. We have to. But my mains are, as you guys know, so interesting, very important, is Joker, Nosu Samus, and Corrin, and Inkling. Shout out to Inkling.
And it's not safe and it's dumb. Here, let me tell you why honey is basically the condom of the internet. When you shop online, you know there's codes all over the internet.
Oh my God, Chet said, Brittany, do you have any Aries in your chart? Actually, my friend just read my birth chart the other day, and I fucking loved it. It was so much fun. I wasn't sure if I should if I should save it or if I should share it preemptively, or if I should put it on the Discord so you guys can see it, or if I should just wait and do a podcast and go over it, or I don't know what I should do with it, but I do have it. And, it was cool. It was fun. It was a good categorization. I like it. Okay, chat, relax. Can't believe I'm watching the stream of a loser. Just this morning, okay, we do best out of 3, best out of 5, we're best out of 10, best out of 10. It is nice to finally have a game. It is nice to have a game to play together because I'm not much of a gamer,
That could be saving you money. Now, let's say you go to Newegg. That's a website I like that sells
Newegg?
digital stuff.
Mhm.
You know about Newegg?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I'm not a nerd like you.
But you.
Chad says if you don't care about your data being exposed, you can share it. Well, it doesn't have my birthday or anything. Obviously my private information isn't there, my location of my birth and stuff. But it would just be a picture of the chart. It wouldn't be a picture of my birth date or time or anything, right?
Know about it,
No,
so you
I
are
have no
nerd.
idea what that is.
Okay, that's what I thought. Well, let's say you go to Newegg to buy some RAM. You know what RAM is, right?
No.
You don't?
Not a nerd.
RAM? Okay. Let's say you go to...
It can be reverse engineered. Cringe. I don't care if people know my birth date and time. That's not that big of a deal. But I'm, That's so funny. I love that it can be reverse engineered. That's hilarious.
Let's just stick with the RAM analogy for brevity's sake. So we're at Newegg. We're buying RAM. Okay, it's $500. Put it in checkout. You gonna pay full price?
Ghoulish Toad, welcome to memberships. Love to see it.
You know there's a fucking coupon out there. Honey automatically scans the internet to find the best coupon and automatically applies it. Boom. So all of a sudden you're at checkout buying that RAM from Newegg, that $500, you don't know. Maybe it's going to turn into $300. That shit happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
Honey has literally saved people.
I started editing my new BoJack video, episodes 4, 5, and 6 of season 2. So members will get that hopefully by tomorrow. Fingers crossed.
Listen to this, over $2 billion in savings
I believe it.
for their 17 million members.
I buy all my makeup online, and honestly, like, you never get discounts on makeup, but with Honey, they already like give you the discount code, so you're saving money, even though like they're not discounting the makeup. They're scouring the ads for you. So if you buy it from Sephora or like me, I bought mine on Ulta, I got cash back. I didn't even know, and honestly,
It's
really
so
does work.
good.
Honestly, I was like, okay, just giving me those fat checks
Dude,
for shopping.
it works. It takes 2 clicks. It's a browser extension on Chrome and other browsers. It's on other browsers, right? It's got to be. Check the store. It's on your goddamn apps, Honey. 2 clicks, bada bing. But the thing is, it's not really a catch. You just put it on your browser, saves money. Free. Boom, boom, boom. Put a condom on when you fuck. That's the.
Whoa.
And you never have to take it off. You put it on once, and this is
Right.
the condom that lasts forever. You never take it off. It'll always just be
And
on
it still
there.
feels good. It feels just as
It
good.
feels great because you don't even know what's coming.
It's the
You're
best
like,
condom.
whoa.
It's the best condom ever. Honey. That's their new slogan.
Joinhoney.com.
So here's the call to action, guys. Get ready for this. If you want to support the show, if you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out on free savings. It's literally free. Installs in a few.
Literally free? Myers-Briggs fans in the chat. I used to be an ENTJ. I'm a INTJ now, which is the first time in like 10 years I've gotten something other than ENTJ. So shout out.
Few seconds, and by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting this podcast. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/frenemies. That's joinhoney.com
Right? Right? Wasn't that my new one? Wait, I did a panel with the girls, right? Wasn't that my new one? Wait, is that right? Right? INTJ instead of an ENTJ. Isn't that the only thing that changed? Did I get that right? I have to go back and watch my own panel episode, actually. I think that's right.
frenemies.
Ooh, is that our first like frenemies code?
I think we did it once before.
Joinhoney.com/frenemies. Really support that.
Yeah.
We're getting a frenemies. It's fun to say and spell, and
Iconic. Icon moment.
that's jumping the shark.
Okay.
Joinhoney.com/frenemies. Woo! Free. Do it now. Save money. Win in life.
Okay, we are moving on to David Dobrik update. So let me just play this video. Some of you guys probably already saw it, but I'm going to play it for those of you who haven't. This video this is the backstory, and this is awesome because it was posted to a highlights channel, which is like a fan account of David's. And the timing was so weird because they dug up this clip of them talking about the Seth prank back on the podcast. It was like a total expose, but they were like posting it on the fan channel. I don't know if they were just trying to get views on it or what, or why do you
mean it was a fan channel? What was the trending? It's a fan channel.
Okay, well, first of all, this video, there's like a views clip channel.
But it's not theirs.
No, it was a fan channel.
How do you know it's a fan though? Could be a hater being like exposing these people.
I guess, but whatever. It was just a clip channel where they were just.
You know, no, because people brag about things all the time because they don't think it's wrong. And you'll think like, oh, they're telling on themselves. There's that infamous scene in The Big Short. There's a scene in The Big Short where they're interviewing like the actor who plays Schmidt in New Girl, and he's bragging about giving people who aren't qualified loans. And the character's like, why are they like admitting to the crime? And it's because like people don't care if they don't think it's wrong or they don't think they're going to get in trouble. People brag about shit all the time. They just don't think about it. And you almost don't catch it at the time because they're almost so casual about it. You start to downplay it in your own head where you're like, yeah, I guess. Or like even think about like 40-Year-Old Virgin or like getting girls drunk to have sex with them on How I Met Your Mother. It's like, yeah, like they brag about it. Like Barney had a whole playbook of how to trick women into sleeping with you. And we all just sat there and thought it was funny. You just, you'd be amazed at what people don't even realize they're saying or promoting or, oh my gosh. That's why like it takes such a change in you to realize like, holy shit, like that whole show was like rape apologia. And we just sat there thinking it was such a great show and Barney was so funny and like, gotta love Barney even though he's an asshole. He's so Barney. And it's like, oh, yeah, wait. Exactly. Grape culture to the T. Like everyone who's like grape culture is not real. That's grape culture. That's what it is. Yeah. Kind of crazy, huh?
Like getting easier.
Was it all scandalous clips or?
No. That's what I mean.
And what was his title?
Oh my God. Chat says Dennis with the implication. Always Sunny in Philly. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Did you guys see the memes of people saying Epstein is just Dennis from Always Sunny? And I was like, how have I never seen it before? Like, that's what I mean. You don't see it until you see it. And then you're like, oh, fuck. Like, you miss it. Like, you just think, like, you don't even think about it. And then you realize, like, oh, no. Like it's so weird. Humans, like, even sitcoms, so many main characters on sitcoms are just, like, really bad people. Like, they're just really bad people. And you don't think about, like, Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld. All of them are such bad people. Like, a lot of people on sitcoms, even Will and Grace. I love Will and Grace, but everybody is, like, they're bad people. They do bad things. Like, in the reboot of Will and Grace, there's this episode where Grace thinks the guy in front of her has died, but she wanted him to send an email giving her the job. So she, like, gets into his phone using his face and, like, sends an email saying, I've given Grace the job. But then he wakes up and he didn't actually die. And I'm like, just think about how it's, like, funny watching it on screen, but it is so bad. It's, like, so bad. And I was, like, dying. I was like, that's pretty funny. No, Chad says it's because good people are boring, LOL. I mean, I like me some Full House, some Family Matters, But yeah, I was dying. That episode's I was like, this is bad. This is bad.
It was David Speaks on Seth kissing Jason prank.
And this is new. They just uploaded it since
they just uploaded it like 2 days ago. But it's the most compelling, illuminating take on this whole thing. And just so you know, David.
Yes, I've seen New Girl. I like New Girl, but I will say I didn't like Schmidt going to Cece's wedding and stuff like that. Pissed me off. I didn't like that season. Whatever season that was, it's a season, like, there's a season of New Girl I don't like. But I like New Girl. I like the ending in particular, but New Girl has problems too.
MCN did an MCN takedown on this video, like the day after we showed it on our podcast. Here, I'll show you. I have a screenshot.
Yeah, the New York Times ran a story on his new, like, app, but not this. I'm like,
of course.
And they're like, oh, disposable, whatever the fuck it is. And then it was like, but he literally has all these, like, is this like actual assault too? Like, you go to, like, there could be like I don't know. I hope there's something, because like you're saying, the only way to get through is like a lawsuit. Otherwise, they just keep going. Like, there's gonna be fans.
Immediately after our podcast, this clip. Can you see it?
I mean, that's why some people are going after Epstein legally, because one, obviously a crime was committed, and two, because, like, people like this don't learn. And even if they get it, like Trump, is a felon and he didn't learn, right? Like, some people won't learn. That's why they think they're, like, psychopaths. Like, I think that's the problem, is, like, if you do such horrible shit to people and then you downplay it. And this is why I say, please stop thinking you are like these people. You have never in your life done anything remotely as bad as these people. And these people will get on stream and convince you everyone is as bad as them. When Epstein said, like, I'll take, like, 20 streamers down with me, think about what he just said. Think about what you were saying out loud. I don't know 20 streamers. I don't know anybody. I didn't even know these things about him. Nobody knew these things about him. I don't know how many people knew he was doing these things, but from everyone's reaction, it felt like nobody knew. Nobody knew what I mean, what's really going on. So, like, just keep that in mind, that, like, the fact that he knows 20 people, that means he's been covering. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't know people like that. You don't know people like that. Like, don't feel like you are even close to these people. You are not as bad as these people. And they will try to convince you, like, everyone has problems. Yeah, everybody has problems, but not everybody has these problems. Okay?
Dan? This video contains content from Collab DRM, who has blocked it on copyright ground. Now, mind you, there's like thousands of clips on this channel, none of which are being removed.
Yeah, of course, it's incriminating.
So, but, like, dude, how about you just acknowledge it instead of trying to sweep all this up?
Are you going to show it?
Of course I'm going to show it.
Well, what if they take ours down?
Hey, I got lawyers and I got money and I got nothing better to do.
Oh my God, I love this.
Like, David, he's not going to take this.
I love this attitude. I love it when you're this Ethan, where you're like,
Ethan loves taking people to court.
Listen, nobody fucking going to silence me. If there's one thing, I don't back down from a fight, especially one.
You're like a low-key boss. Like, you are. Like,
a baby boss? I look like a boss baby here right now.
No, but like, I wish you would have included clips of us going into Rolls Royce, because you went in with, like, Teddy Fresh shorts, an open can of soda, and you walked into this Rolls Royce place, and I was like, this is kind of boss right now, because we're supposed to be like at Ogara. You want to be like more like, dressed nice, to be like, we're respectful here, but you're just like, don't give up.
Ogara.
No, are we not supposed to say?
He's about to spend so much money. He doesn't give a fuck. Rich people can show up in fucking shorts. You know,
Where you
Oh,
got
no,
it.
I don't care. I was just like, oh, I don't care about these people.
You literally, and you also didn't see the car. You're just like, I'll take it. I was like, oh my God, boss.
Okay,
Like,
cool.
that was
I'm glad I
cool.
impressed you.
It was. That was really cool. I was like, wow, okay.
But when it comes to people, like my last lawsuit was all about this guy who was trying to get me to shut up when I was making fun of him. I'm like, this is not the way that this shit works. And at the time, I was dead broke, but I still wouldn't back down. And I ain't fucking back down from David. That's
Really?
for sure. Hell no.
Wow. You're the one who could.
And
go
now
get
I have
David.
money, so he ain't gonna outspend me in the court.
No, I think you're more baller than not that it matters.
No,
You're more
David's-
baller.
David-
No, I think you are for sure.
Nah, David's
Nah.
rich.
I
David's
know
got
about
money.
you. I know about your.
David has that like no, David's got that that QR code money. What was that dumb fucking puzzle? Yeah, David's got that crazy child lottery money. He probably made so much money from that puzzle.
That's so bullshit. What if we?
I bet you he made like $10 million plus from that puzzle.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I think we should market these frenemies, little Twinkies.
God, I don't want to sell food. You know,
well, not that the internet counts for anything, but David Dobrik and Ethan apparently have like very similar net worths, and it's like 20 to 25 million. But in comparison to Mr. Beast, who has a 500 million net worth, you know what I mean? But you can never trust these websites because they're never that clear.
you know what a nightmare that is.
No, but Sam and Ian
Whoops.
can be making that.
Here,
and
I have an
promoting
idea.
them.
I have an idea. We sell each one for $100, but here's the thing. There's a tiny little piece of paper inside with a QR code, and if you scan it, you might win $100,000.
That's good. I also thought. Well, no, I saw this in the comments.
You know what's so cringy too?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you,
No,
but like
you're good.
Logan Paul and Casey Neistat and all these super reputable
Casey Neistat's
YouTubers.
not reputable, but okay.
I like Casey. He's a
He's
nice guy.
misogynistic.
Okay,
Let's do it. Let's do a court case on him, or what is it called? Content court, or whatever.
Let's not. But anyway,
What happened to iDubbbz? Remember when he used to do those cops? Was he a content cop?
yeah,
Where'd he go? He just disappeared. He's like, bye.
no, he didn't disappear. He's doing his thing. I love Ian. God bless him.
Oh, his name's Ian?
Yeah.
Is that T? I never heard
That's
his name.
definitely not T. Everybody knows his name's Ian. So they were all like, oh, David Dobrik's such a genius. He's such a genius. This is such a good idea. I'm like, guys, this is not a good idea. It's just what you think of when you have literally like when you are totally unscrupulous and you don't care about fleecing kids. Like this puzzle is basically the analogy for David's puzzle is somebody holding.
I mean, I just feel like it's crazy that kids can pay streamers money. I think it's crazy that Patreon has an all ages Patreon. Like, I think it's bullshit that Patreon, which I love, does all ages. Why are kids able to give content creators money? Why are we promoting children spending any of their money on anything but like college in their future? Like, I feel like you should be able to make money as a creator without kids being involved. And it feels really weird. The fact that Patreon won't let me make Patreon specific videos for my patrons because I'm 18 plus is like, it's fucking up. Like, it's fucked up. Do you know that? The members videos I make for YouTube, I would put them on Patreon for you guys, but Patreon doesn't let me upload Patreon only content because I'm 18 plus, but I'm only 18 plus. So teenagers don't show up on my Discord. I don't want a fucking 11-year-old in my Discord with us. Like, I don't want to talk to kids. You know what? It just feels so fucking uncomfortable. Like, I don't want to do it. I used to have an all ages Discord. It was fucking weird. And I know most content creators have them, but like, I can't. It's too weird, bro.
Up a kid by his.
Wait, Chess says, should kids have bank accounts though? Sure. I had a bank account. My mom gave us all bank accounts as kids. You can make money as kids. Like, of course you can have a bank account as a kid. But why are you showing up where adults are? Just because a kid has a bank account doesn't mean you need to be where an adult is. I don't think kids and adults need to be in the same area unless it's like a specific event, like a VidCon or something. You know what I mean? Like, that's different. You can regulate that better. But yeah, like, it's not, I had a bank account. All my siblings had bank accounts. We all had jobs. We all had money, and it was our money. Like, our parents they had access to our accounts, of course, but my parents, like, our money was our money. So that's why I bought my first dirt bike. I saved up. You know, that's how my siblings bought their first cars. They saved up. Like, that's how we paid for stuff growing up, is like, we had jobs and we saved our money and then we bought stuff, you know?
His legs and jiggling money out of their pocket. Like,
But that just proved my point what you said, because we all know Logan Paul is scummy and has no moral ground, obviously, with the code
Yeah,
stuff and
you
stuff
wish
like that.
you thought of it.
Okay, but then you were saying, no, Casey, I like Casey, but if Casey's also co-signing a Logan Paul and David Dobrik saying this is
bad,
genius,
I mean, just bad.
it shows you, no,
No,
it shows you
it's
kind of
just
mentality.
he made
He's
misogynistic.
If
Listen,
you're female,
he
he
made
will not talk to you. He will look the other way and just talk to David, Jason, and anyone else in the room with the female
Oh
standing
my
right next to him.
God.
I was thinking,
Okay, let me ask you this.
Jax Films. I was thinking,
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Casey Neistat and the Vlog Squad at the Steamy or
Okay,
Shorty
wait.
Awards.
Who do you hate more, Jax Films?
Jax Films.
Okay, good. Just making sure.
No, but I was thinking with both of
do you-
them at a table at
do
the
you
Shorty
have-
Awards.
Do you have a whole enemy list of people who just didn't
them.
look at you?
That table specifically, I just remember
Okay,
Casey
just-
Neistat.
Yeah, that shit went down. You hold a grudge, man.
The Shorty Awards in New York City, 2018 or 2019 or whatever year. 2018 it was. Everything changed. It was awful. But anyways, Casey Neistat is misogynistic. I'm just saying that.
Because he didn't look at you?
No, because I would talk to him and he literally ignored. Literally ignored. He was just like, so
Maybe he didn't hear you.
6 different times. I can count 6 different times. David's Christmas party where we had the giant wrapping presents. I can count the shorty words. I can count so many times where I had to make conversation with him and he literally would not acknowledge me. If Jason
Maybe Trisha, and hear me out, maybe he just doesn't like you. You know, did Trisha ever think that maybe Casey just like literally doesn't want to be associated with Trisha? Because if Trisha DM'd me now, I wouldn't answer that DM. Like H3, I'm not going to answer that DM. There was a content creator on TikTok I saw who's making content about the H3 podcast, and they reached out to him, and he's like, I'm not going on this podcast, bros. Yeah, like, why would you talk to Ethan? Why would you talk to Trisha? Like, why would you talk to them? Like, at this point, at starting this day, why would you talk to them? Like, it's like if Ethan saw my video and was like, bring Brittany on to talk to me about Israel-Palestine. Like, why would I talk to Trisha or Ethan? Why would I talk to Ethan about Israel and Palestine? Do you know what I mean? Like, why would I waste my breath when it's obvious he doesn't want to change his mind? You know? It's just like a crazy. It's like, why would I do that?
was like, this is my girlfriend, Trish. Never acknowledged me. Never was like, hi. No, I swear on my life. Okay, never mind.
What happened? Wait, what happened? What did you just remember?
I can't.
You better tell it right now, girl. I'm going to flip this fucking table. I'm going to smash this set. I'm going to tear these curtains down.
It's your information and you don't want it. I get it. I'm respecting it, but I'm just,
yeah. Don't go there.
I was so pissed when you did it. I was like, are you kidding me? I think you said that to me to trigger me because now I want to talk about it.
What about the mystery text? Because I mentioned it on the last show. I was like, I got these crazy texts. No.
But
I got these crazy
stuff about me.
I know.
Can I say what the text said without saying his name?
Hold on, let me just preface this. I said, I got these crazy texts from somebody, so unexpected. Like, I have never received texts like this before. It was like, fuck you, you're a douchebag.
Oh, now you really can't say who it was. Can I? But then, can I just say my part of it? And I won't say his name?
Everybody voted unanimously. Do not say the name.
That's bullshit. If someone came at me like that, are you kidding me?
That's what I thought.
Are you kidding me? Like, you can't, that's worse. You're saying it privately. Like, okay, if you say it out loud, you want like beef clout, whatever. But you're saying this to me privately? Are you fucking kidding me?
I feel like it was so unwarranted. I don't know why.
It was so, and the stuff about me in it, I was just like, like, who are you?
Yeah, that was uncalled for.
Can I just say my little part? Okay. No, he said, or this person said, he was like, oh, sorry I don't watch your show, aka the Trisha Paytas Image Rehabilitation Show. I'm like, okay, bitter. Like, I'm sorry the whole internet's not just shitting on me all the time. Like, you're so bitter. First of all, obviously you watch it if you know my image has been rehabilitated. Thank you very much. But second of all, I was just like, what? Why is he so aggressive about it? He was so aggressive about it. I mean,
hold on. Jess says Epstein had a reputation of being an ass interpersonally before the allegations. Yeah, but being an ass isn't a crime. You know, there's a reason why Hassan lived with him and was his friend. There's a reason like a lot of YouTubers like didn't think that much about it. There's a lot of reasons. There's also a lot of stuff nobody knew about him. Like everyone who's trying to be like, didn't you know better? Didn't Hassan know better? Didn't anybody know better? Apparently not. If you watch Epstein on Jubilee and never do any research on him, you're just going to think he's another debate bro and there's nothing to this story. Like, trust me when I say that's how easy it is. Look at Trump. Trump has literally been convicted and people are like, I love Trump. They voted for him. You have to understand, like, not everybody knows what's going on. I certainly didn't. And I went to the dude's house. Like, I didn't know these things. Like, I hadn't seen the video clips before. Like, you have to know. Like, even the stuff I knew about him was nowhere near as bad as it is now. Like, I didn't know half the shit. So, like, remember that that's how it works with everybody in our life. Like, even if people say, like, oh, so-and-so had a reputation, so-and-so had a reputation, people, like, we don't know what that means. You know? You know? There is a lot of, like, spammy accounts in my chat right now, mods. So if you see anyone, like, talking about, like anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish stuff, anti-Palestinian stuff, just like block them because like we don't have that vibe on this channel. Okay, we are pro-humanity. Thank you. I think they're spammers. Like they're writing like really gross comments. So if you see them, like feel free to block them. Block them permanently. Blocked. Do not mute them. Block them.
Aggressive towards you. The other stuff.
Oh my God, he was so. And apparently he was mad. Okay, if I give out too much information, then you guys will figure it out. I saw people trying to guess though. Don't try to guess because then that just
Why?
I don't want to. No, because I don't want because there's a lot of wrong guesses. Do you know what I mean? And I don't like that. There was one.
One day I'm gonna spill it. I'm gonna be like a time bomb. I'm gonna fucking spill this tea one day because it's just in me, and it's been in me ever since you sent me those text messages. One day I'm just gonna explode.
Well, I shouldn't have said
Follow
it to
my
you.
TikTok. Maybe I'll say it one
Don't.
day.
Hey, what, you're gonna clickbait your own shit now to give away my tea? It's not even your tea to spill.
I did it on the second channel, the one you don't know how to find, so you'll never see it.
Do a fucking all crazy ass thumbnail, like. But he was mad because you called him fat. Apparently, remember he said that.
What?
And you know, can I just say I apologize? No, you know what? I get it. Oh.
It does.
No. Can I apologize for saying he's fat?
I feel like it's funny just to leave that one clue.
That's it. That's one clue.
You just told people who want.
Who?
Can I apologize then on that note? Can I just apologize to him because I feel like I should to the person we're not naming?
Yeah.
Philly, you leave Philly D alone.
Okay. No, because I think this is sincere.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
But if he
I am
sees
not
it-
saying it, Dan.
Okay. Okay, but seriously, don't cut this out because I want to say, like, I do, like, that obviously, like, you know how we call each other fat and it's fine. Like, when you call each other fat and you're friends and you're cool, like, that's our thing. But I think, like, I start thinking that way, like, oh, you can just call people fat because it doesn't mean anything to me. Truly, it doesn't mean anything to me. Fat is fat, whatever.
Liar, 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 pants on fire. Trisha's such a weaselly little liar, dude. That's not true. It does mean something to her. It fucking triggers her. Like, it literally does mean something. Do you know what I mean? Like, first of all, Phil has been very open about his eating disorder and his dysregulated eating and his body dysmorphia and like all that other stuff. So I think it's really fucked up that they don't pay attention to that. And Phil has been so more authentic about it, in my opinion, and much more empathetic. But like Trisha obviously has an issue with the word fat. For her to be like, oh, it's neutral. Like, I just meant it as like a joke. Like, come on, dude. Grow this era of Trisha, incredibly unlikable. As I rewatch Frenemies the most, one, I think the audience was definitely the villain. You know, we're definitely the villain. But also, Trisha is so unlikable. Just so unlikable.
So I do
fat.
apologize.
Like love is love.
It clearly triggered him. And you know what? I haven't seen you in years. You're probably not as fat as I remembered.
That's the worst apology. That's not even funny.
Okay.
Is that bad or no?
Well, I don't know that it's
horrible.
necessarily good.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings and triggered you. Like, I don't want to trigger anyone.
Right.
And I haven't seen him in years.
Hmm.
I'm probably fatter than you. I'm probably fatter than
Oh,
him.
for sure.
And he's taller than me, I'm sure.
Yeah, literally. She spent the first part of the episode calling Ethan fatphobic and then this. Exactly. She's literally had the audacity to be like, Ethan's fatphobic. And then she literally goes and like fucking hates Phil. Like, what? Chad says, why do they hate Phil anyway? You know why people hate Phil? Do you know why Ethan and Trisha hate Phil? Because Phil tries to take himself seriously, and they hate that about Philip DeFranco. He actually tries. Philip DeFranco has very consistent values, very consistent, growth. He's very consistent with standing up for marginalized communities. I think Phil, to this day, and I do watch Phil's new show, I do think, and I even took a break from Phil for a long time, but, he's back in my rotation for sure. He's been doing great coverage lately. But I think they just hate Phil because Phil does try to take himself seriously, and Trish and Ethan don't. But then they want to be in serious conversations. I feel like if you don't take yourself seriously, and then you try to be in serious conversations, it can be very exhausting for the DeFrancos who are trying to show up to presidential events, who are trying to be in the newsroom. And then you've got Trisha and Ethan. Even recently, Ethan fucked Phil over. Ethan fucked Phil over by calling into the stream during the election and saying some fucked up shit about Israel-Palestine. Do you know what I'm saying? Ethan wants to be in the serious conversation, but he's the least serious person. And I'm sorry, but at some point, this is why no one wants to have you at the party. This is why people can't invite you over, because you're being so not serious. You're just, even recent day Ethan, 2024 Ethan, did that to Phil. It's bro, Phil should stop answering his phone calls, period.
Sorry. I think that squashes it. I think
I'm listening. I'm hearing Hila's voice right now, yelling at me for why did I do this? But I didn't do anything. I didn't ask for this. He texted me
weird.
out of the blue, and he sent me Twitter DMs at the same time because I didn't answer his Twitter DM right away. So he texted my personal fucking phone number. By the way, oh, did you hear something?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, the fatties are coming for me. They're coming to cancel me. I told you.
Could you imagine?
They're stomping around upstairs like T-Rex.
That happened when she was in summer. She was doing a show and someone came into her house in a gated community.
Whoa.
Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, that was crazy. Did you guys see that? I remember that video.
Live, and some guy just came into her house. She goes, "Who are you?
Oh,
You
that's
shouldn't
so
be here."
creepy. You shouldn't be here. Yeah, Moses, you got to Moses got security.
Yeah, he's on it.
Yeah, he's
That's
got
why
the
he's
light
here. He's
on.
in security.
Are you armed? He can't. Okay, what I'm saying.
Okay, we gotta get back to David Dobrik.
No. Now I'm in.
Bryce
He
Hall-
messaged me. He DM'd me, and then he texted me. I haven't talked to this guy in years. Okay, years. And then he texts off "Fuck you, douchebag! How dare you? This and that." He told me, "Have a good life."
Yeah, that was really weird.
I was like, "I've been having a good life. I haven't talked to you in years."
Yeah, because he was fucking triggered. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I too want to get away from this stuff. Like, I've definitely said stuff on stream. There's actually only like one thing I've ever said on stream, which was like so supposed to be funny, but it just came off like so bad. And I was like, ugh, and I hate it. And it's like, there's only literally out of all the cringy shit I've ever said on the internet, there's probably only one thing that I'm like, that is like, that joke is like not fun. Like, that joke just didn't make any sense. It would have been funnier if I'd switched the word to another word that I originally wanted to say, but I didn't. And so that's like the only thing that I'm like annoyed with. But everything else was just silly and immature and I shouldn't have done it. But everything else is like pretty clear, my intentions. I think sometimes like when you get clipped, try to be funny and it just like, it's not going to help either way. But that's what I mean. I don't want to have to be clipped. Like, I think at some point it'd be really nice to get to the point where some of us, even when clipped, is like, that's the worst you got, buddy. You know? And I think streamers, we just like YouTubers, we try to be edgy, we try to be funny, we try to push the envelope, we try to say the things that nobody will say, but I don't think it's helping society. I don't think it's helping people.
To like Bumble hookups that like don't want to talk to me anymore. They like fuck me, never talk to me again. I'm like, have a good life. Like, that's what I say to that.
Anyway, but like, I'm not going to show the text, but this was like paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs. And like, I was like, dude, and my response initially was like, are you okay? Like, this seems odd.
I feel like we barely, like, I've definitely been like, don't like this guy, but like casually, like I say with everybody, like I say I don't like you, like whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But this, it was weird. It was odd. It was strange. And also, like, I feel like we didn't really mention too much of him other than like, whatever.
Now, okay, that's all I'll say with peace and love. But apparently,
Okay, we gotta go back to David Dobrik. Are we gonna get to Bryce Hall at the end, or can I just say something real quick?
so what did Bryce Hall
wanted
tell
to
you?
come on the show, and then you guys never responded. I was like, all right.
Oh, I didn't see that. Bryce Hall wants to come on the show. Oh, you think he wants to fight me? Because last time I challenged him to a fight, he was trying to get in the same room as me.
And then kiss.
In the DMs, did you read the screen
He's
recording?
definitely going to try to fight me if we bring him on.
No, he said, I don't hate you guys. I just want to explain what was
Bro,
going
he's a
on.
little bitch. He's going to come and bring a cat bag.
Love that though. Him
He's
trolling the media
He's
again.
going to bring a cat bag and be like, here's you're a pussy. Here's your cat feed. Okay, I got to go. I saved the receipt. I got to go return that at Ralph's.
He did ask for your address, so.
No, he
I gave it to
didn't.
him.
No, I don't believe that. But did he ask for my address?
He said, what's the Addy? I sent it to you. I sent you screen recordings. No, I guess I don't know if that's okay. I guess it's fine.
You didn't send him my address.
No, I stopped responding because I didn't know if you really, because I was
You
like,
didn't send him my address.
yeah, I did.
No,
And I
you
put your
didn't.
name at the gate. I was like, you know what? Bryce
Yeah,
Hall's
Bryce
coming.
Hall's coming. Shut up.
What a TikTok collab though? Maybe he did that for though. Like he'll be like, wow, these old people probably want clout. Watch me DM them and then say yes. And
No,
I'm
he
not coming on your show.
definitely thinks he's like doing a
troll.
galaxy brain where he's going to show up and try to fight me.
Remember when he? That's kind of everything.
I mean, if I have, so like if we go, okay, come, and I have like some huge Samoan dude who will like body slam him, like standing behind the curtain, and he doesn't know he's there, and he tries to get tough with me, this huge Samoan will come and fucking face plant him.
Hear me out.
Good idea, Dan?
If Bryce Hall like punched you, that's a clip.
Yeah, it's a good clip. But especially if I have a secret Samoan who's going to come body
I
slam
think just
him.
take the punch. That's funny.
This is not funny. I don't want to take a punch.
I would take a punch for a clip.
I'm not going to get outplayed by Bryce Hall. If he's going to come here and try to give me the L, I'm going to have 10 fucking
I
Samoans.
think you give him too much credit. I really do.
Listen, I'm not a fighter. I can't beat up anybody.
I'm a fighter.
Let alone a little roided ass fucking little 18-year-old.
I'm a Bryce Hall. I'm coming around to Bryce Hall. He reached out. He made an effort to clear his
Dude,
name
he's
on the
galaxy
show.
braining. He wants to come fight me. For sure.
First, I had to look up his age, James Charles. I had to look up his age before I even responded. I was like, let me just make sure this guy's like 18. Because Moses said that. He's like, how old is he? I'm like, you know what? Let's look this up.
How old is
before.
he, 21?
He's 21, yeah. At 21, is like legal enough, you know?
So, Dan, should I invite him on if I have like 12 Samoans hidden behind the curtain?
Yeah, you guys are not about it. He wanted to redeem himself. Hey, look, even when it comes to troll us, iconic. Love that. I want to see his trolling. Because remember when he was like trolling the media with that girl that no one knew?
No, but his trolling isn't funny.
But
He
that
just
was
wants to
great.
fight.
TMM in the chat, shout out to TMM, says, I don't know why Ethan thought Trisha would be reliable enough to do a regular podcast with in the first place. I think they genuinely just became like friends. And then they were like, hey, we should do a pod together. It'd be so funny and iconic. And I think that there was a hope there. I think there was a genuine hope there that this would last. Even though they talk about it not lasting, I think in the back of their heads, they kind of hoped it would always last. And to be fair, we're about halfway through, a little more than halfway through. And it did go on for like 40 weeks is no joke. You know, that's a pretty good amount of time to feel like this could be something. But, you know, here we are.
No, I love watching people.
But it's not.
trolling.
It's
No,
not funny
great.
when he comes
It's
over and it's
so
like.
funny.
It's not because he doesn't allow.
But also, it's hard because I really struggle with this myself. Like, if I'm being very serious about people and like who are the right, it's really hard. I really struggle with this. If I only had people in my life, like obviously at the time, I'm not sure how Ethan read the situation is like, it's a good idea to bring Trisha into my life. Like, that's the thing that's different is like bringing Trisha into his life was an interesting decision for something consistent. But Ethan's always done that. He's done that with so many people over the years, which I think we all have to some extent as content creators. But if you start putting your foot down and really be very careful about who you collab with, then you're doing a different game. Like even right now, Ethan's production crew is asking people to come on the show that make hate TikToks about Ethan. Like even that being the strategy is so interesting. Like I know a lot of people are mad that Ethan blocks comments in his videos that are like criticizing him, but I'm going to be real with you. Like I don't think a lot of people are writing criticizing comments. I think they're writing just straight up hate comments to Ethan. Like I think people are just being hateful for real, but I don't blame you. But I do think that the people that are being critical of him that are content creators are his opportunity to make content. But yeah, like even on my videos, if you write stuff in my comments like Brittany's the most brain dead person, I'm probably going to block that person. Right? Because like coming into my comment section to write that, I might keep it up to show people the kind of comments I get. But like what good is that person in my community? Like what good is having that person in my comment section? Like what good is that? Like you already have an opinion of me. Cool. Go be somewhere else. Like letting them stay in my comment section is like making them feel like they have a space here. You don't. So maybe Ethan feels that way too. Like he's already decided his values. If you disagree with Ethan's values, the best thing to do is make content about it, not show up in his comment section, in my opinion. Like that's how I do it. I don't leave comments on people's videos. I don't go to people's videos and say, I disagree with you. I make content about them. Because that's Ethan. Ethan understands that. Ethan's happy to talk to content creators that disagree with him, but he doesn't want to talk to comments. And I kind of get that. Because remember, like content creators are the ones who are putting their fucking shit out there. Commenters get to hide behind their usernames. So, you know, hold on, this made me think, but then you have to really struggle with like, who are you going to talk to on the internet that fits your brand and makes sense for you, but also, you know, doesn't bring you all the drama with it? That's the question.
He just wants to fight.
But that's funny.
Okay, Bryce, you're invited
Like
over.
Bryce, I'll just try to hit you.
I'm gonna have 12 Samoans planted all over this house. They're gonna
I don't
fucking
condone
tear you
violence, by
apart.
the way.
Like,
Please don't come up
what
and
was
hit
it?
me on the
What was it
street.
called back in the day when they would like tear them apart by limbs, quartering or something? Yeah. I'm gonna have 12 big ass Samoans drawn quarter your ass. Well, you only need 4 for that. So 4. I'm gonna.
Probably use a horse in each corner, so maybe 2 Samoans per corner.
Oh my god, I love that. We're gonna need 12 Samoans. All right, yeah.
Jason Momoa. He's Samoan. Do you think he'll come on the show?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, so let's watch this video. We can't even
Do you
focus.
think David
on
Dobrik will come on the show?
David, I think there was maybe a time where he would, but that ship is
That's
definitely
people
sailed.
think I'm still like bitter. That like I still want to be in their friend group, and that's why I'm
Nobody
mad at them.
thinks
I'm
that.
like, what?
Nobody should think that. Let's watch. I just want to watch this because we're not getting anywhere. There's been an hour. We haven't even talked
Literally
about.
on the show.
I think I think to some extent, Trisha would have anyone back in her life like she did with Jeffree, even for a second, if it made sense to her. Because I don't think she's at that place yet. I don't think she's truly at that place. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, Tana's in her life now, and she hated Tana. They have a podcast together. But during this era of frenemies, Tana was like an enemy. You know what I mean? I don't know.
The show said that, but okay.
No, I'm saying I don't think. I hope and pray to God that people don't think that because it's so ridiculous. Okay, let's watch this. Here.
Let's talk about this. What
I mean, it
really
proves
made me
everything.
happy. Today we pulled a prank.
It proves everything even worse than I thought. And by the way, I can't get over how Jason goes wet. Listen to Jason.
Let's talk about this. What really made me happy. Today we pulled a prank on.
He's such a.
I feel bad for Jason. He's such a little.
feel bad for
fucking-
him.
He's like a eunuch. You know what that is? Like from Game of Thrones, where they chop their dick off.
Totally him.
Yeah.
That's the vibes.
He's
for
like
sure.
so neutered
What
to
is it,
David.
eunuch?
Yeah, eunuch.
Total eunuch.
They chop the dick and the balls off so they can't have kids, and
No,
so they can't be
yeah.
committed to their work.
That's literally him with David. Like
Yeah.
David has his dick.
There you go.
Cool.
Shout out.
Let's talk about this. What really made me happy. Today we pulled a prank on my friend Seth.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Now you can talk about it.
It's probably the best prank I've ever pulled on anyone, in my opinion. We have this scary mask that we've been pranking people with, and it's just a scary mask, and everyone knows that it's a mask. And I told him,
Can I say something? I also think we talked about this the other day. Like, should we be looking at someone's essay on camera? Like, should we be talking about it? I will say all essay is bad, but not all essay is the same. Like, I saw a guy on a scooter drive by and slap a woman on the ass. That's essay for sure. 100%. Like, you can't be slapping women on the ass while you're doing a drive-by. He drove by on a scooter, y'all, and just slapped this woman's ass, and there's like nothing she could do about it. I don't think it's like, if she doesn't want that video going around, I get it. But also we have to like set an awareness for people too, to be like, hey, this is like a big deal. Like, you can't just be doing this. I don't want to live in a society where people can just go around slapping people's butts without repercussion. Just some random girl. According to the video, it was just a random girl. I don't want to live in that society. Something has to happen. We have to do something. The question is, what do we do and how does it make sense? Like, we have to make it make sense, but we got to do something about that. Okay? We can't live in that kind of society. I'm sorry. You know? So it's like stuff like that where not all essay is the same, but all essay is wrong. So there has to be a consequence. Okay? Even if something like this is a prank, like maybe prank shows are out because there's no way to ethically prank somebody when it comes to this kind of stuff. Right? I'm fine with that. I'm good with that. Like, if there are certain kinds of pranks that are just like wrong or illegal because you can't guarantee the safety of people, then I'm good with that, you know?
I told Seth, hey man, I want to do this bit. It's like a dream sequence where you make out with the mask guy and it just looks like you're dreaming and you're making out with an old man because the mask makes you.
But I feel like it so obviously couldn't have been Corinna because it was so much taller than him. Like, I still don't understand how Seth thought it was a girl. But he obviously thought it was a girl because this whole thing wouldn't be happening if he didn't really think it was a girl. I don't know how he thought it was a woman in that mask because I feel like it would have looked so different. Jason's body type is literally so effing different than anyone in that crew. Like, in general, I don't even know if I could mistake Jason and David for each other. But yeah.
You look like an old man. And I'm like, Corinna's going to be in it. And Corinna's a girl in my vlogs. And he's like, he thinks Corinna's really attractive. So
Corinna's kind of like the hot girl in David's vlogs.
Yeah. So he's like, yeah, I'm totally down. And I'm like, yeah, Seth, just don't hold back. You can make out as much as you want, have as much tongue as you want. Just keep.
So that to me is first disturbing thing is that he encouraging
Gross.
Seth to make out and go for it and use tongue as much as he wants.
Right. You couldn't just do like a kiss prank.
Yeah, no, he's like, go for it. It's Corinna. You like her.
Gross.
So that's number one creepy vibe.
But what Seth didn't know is that I replaced Corinna with Jason. So Jason was under the mask. And
Jason's such a fucking creep. How he's like, dude, how are you okay? And like laughing. And he's like, it's like, dude, how do you have any?
I know.
It's so gross.
Oh no, like it makes me physically sick. I feel like just because like they did so much of this stuff, like, right? Or like Seth is like one person speaking out about it, but they did so much. There's a kid in the vlogs named Jonah. He'll never speak out on him because he's still friends and like up their ass or whatever. He's like
he's on their video still though.
Yeah, he's the fat.
Go ahead, say it.
I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm fat.
See?
It's fat.
Yeah, he's fat.
But like
peace and love.
They put him in peace and love. They put him in so many like really bad positions, like dangerous positions. They would have him like flash people, and like he wouldn't want to. Like he flashed me, and like I did not want to see his penis. Like his penis.
What? They made him
in the vlogs. Like he'd be like, Jonah, pull your pants down, and people would just like laugh, like like it's in the vlogs. And
okay, can I say something? Men love showing their penises to people. People who have penises. Men, though, you have to be raised as a man. It's a very specific man thing. Y'all love to show your penises to people. Talk about monkey behavior. I know guys who send their dick pics to their friends like, look how hard it is today, bro. I'm like, gay. And they're not even gay. They're just literally monkeys. They just literally are monkeys. I'm telling you, we're animals on a planet. The idea that you think God made you is such a gag. The idea that you think God made you is such a gag. Like, you are such a little monkey. You're like, look at my cock. Look at my cock. And I'm like, okay. Like, I know men who send pictures of their shit to their friends because they're like, look how big this shit was today. And I'm like, y'all are monkeys, bro. I'm not even mad about it for real. Like, you guys are monkeys. Like, you think God made you and you're taking pictures of your own shit? Like, peace and love.
And he did it, and like Jonah would be like weird about it.
Oh my god, why is he? That's like sexual.
I didn't want to see it. I got flashed. I never asked for it. I was like, and then there was like a bit where like it's Joe was like sunbathing with like David or someone else, and they were like naked, and like I'm like they were constantly like flashing people, but Jonah did a lot, and I was just like, how is that okay? Like exposing yourself, like it's so crazy. So anyways, my point is like watching this makes me physically sick because they thought it was so funny. And the worst part about this is even when I came out with my shit about like Brandon dating the 17-year-old, they wanted me to apologize. Like if you just apologize to David and Brandon, like everything will be okay. And I was like, apologize for what? Like it was always that mentality.
Dude, I literally.
It's so sick.
Hate these two guys after listening to this. It goes on. It gets worse and worse.
Everyone in the room's like, this isn't going to work.
Everyone doubted you. Yeah.
Everyone, Brandon, Corinna, like, this isn't going to work. This is stupid.
Because of the size difference.
Because of the size difference.
Right.
Another important.
Because the size difference. Okay, good. So we're not the only people who thought that was crazy, that the size difference didn't get them. Yeah, the size difference is insane. How did it work?
Important thing was that people were saying this, he was in on it. There was no way it could be real because of the size difference. Like people were saying they thought Seth was in on it.
Because
And because of the size difference. So, and that's what people who were
Aren't they
accusing Seth of
sitting?
lying. Yeah, but he walks in. But I'm just saying the fact that they acknowledge that here
Yeah, the fact that they even acknowledge it, like,
proves once again what we all knew is that
got it.
this was
it's real.
that Seth was not in on this.
Yeah.
right?
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's clear. I
It's
think.
about 5'6".
And then the bit starts going, and Seth is there sitting on the couch. Jason walks in as Corinna. He's not speaking, obviously. Sits next to her. Seth leans in, and as he's leaning in, I'm like, fuck yeah, I got it. It's game over. It's in the bag.
I sit down. I put my hand on Seth's knee, and I put my hand behind his back and start rubbing his back and squeezing his knee.
Wait, what?
And then he
just leans in and just goes at it.
I slip him the
Chad says, imagine the smell difference. Stop, I'm shook.
tongue first.
This is also a common thing that Jason keeps saying with all these jokes with Tana. It was a joke with Tana, like I leaned in for the kiss, and it was like a joke for the vlog. It shows there was no cameras recording. Like it's constantly just saying like, oh, I put my hand on his back, and that's like not part of the gag. That's not.
Okay, so Jason says he put his hand on his knee and on his back, and he slipped him the tongue first. Do you know how disturbing that is? So once again, they put Seth in the situation. They tricked him, and Jason made the first move by putting his
Chad says, why does it feel like a kink for them? I think there is something about people where there is like a thrill for people, certain people. Like, okay, truthfully, like some people just get off on the thrill of knowing they're doing something wrong, right? Like that's the thing. That's why, that's why like even Epstein was getting those accusations. Like the reason he sent other people's nudes and videos to people without their consent is like he knew it was wrong. He knew he wouldn't get permission for it. He got off breaking their consent. That's the thing about consent violators. They want to break your consent. They want to know you're doing it against your consent. They want to know that if you find out about this, it kind of hurts you, you know? And that's why like rape isn't about sex, it's about power. It's the fact that you don't want it, you know? So, I think David and Jason are one of those people. David in particular, I think David gets off on getting people to do things. Because look at some of these celebrities, that's why they want to be famous. They want to know that you'll do it just because they said it. And I think David's one of those people. I just think he loves the idea that like, just because he asked, people will do it. And it's gross. It's like so gross to me.
tongue into his mouth. You know, Seth said something interesting in the interview we did with him. He thinks that, and it made it even kind of worse for him in a way, is that he thinks
Yeah, P. Diddy. It's all about power. It's all about power. It's literally a power fantasy. It really is a power fantasy, huh?
Jason was getting sexual.
Oh, Trump too. Did you see that video of Trump getting, I didn't see the before part. I was trying to find it. I didn't get a chance to look for it. But there's a clip of Trump going on the internet where he's like, hey, don't talk to me that way. I'm the president of the United States. And I'm like, ooh, what happened before that? It's a power trip. It's all about power. Power, power, power. That's why it's so dangerous. Because people expect it to be about the sex because, you know, to them, that's what's gross. What's gross is that you're willing to be so into power, you're willing to rape somebody or break their consent in order to feel it. And you remember when everyone laughed at me when I said Epstein's cheating habits were a consent violation and a sign of something more dangerous, even though I had no idea what he was doing? Something in my gut told me, something in my intuition was like, this serial cheater, like it's not just once or twice. And this idea that he's getting help isn't true. Like we all believed it. It's easy to believe when somebody's good at like good at convincing you that like they're getting help. It's easy to believe they're getting help, but they're not getting help. It's a pattern of behavior, right? And you can tell every time they downplay it. But yeah, like cheating is a consent violation. And when you do it in every relationship, when you downplay it in every relationship, when you try to make it sound crazy that people think it's crazy you cheat, like when you, Brittany's like, this is Brittany's trauma. Brittany just hates cheating because she was cheated on. Brittany's just mad about rape because she was raped. Yeah. Interesting that that's their argumentation to downplay it. Isn't that interesting that that was always the way he would like dismiss me as a person? And I had no clue what was waiting behind the door. I had no clue how bad it was. And I don't think most people did. It sounds like everyone was surprised. But that's what I wonder with David Dobrik. What else is behind that door? I don't know. but I think there's definitely more than we know about now.
Full gratification from this,
I don't doubt it.
which is
mean-
Seth is right. That makes it more disturbing. I mean, it's already disturbing.
If it happened, like, and it happened twice, not that it needed to happen, but if he said, like, I put my hand on his knee back, like, anyone who's doing, like, a kissing prank, I don't even know if it's like a thing, but like, when you're doing that, like, it's not like you do everything else with it. Like, that's not part of it. That wasn't the thing David set up, like, okay, we're gonna have you caressing it. Like, it's,
Caressing his leg, his thigh.
that does sound like taking advantage of being in a prank. Like, that was the thing. Like, oh, it's for the vlog, so it's okay. Like,
Right, that's their
I
justification
think
for
Jason,
literally
of course he
anything.
did. Like I was saying with the Tana thing too, when he like kissed her for the vlog, even though there's no cameras. He's like he uses the excuse like, oh, it was for the vlog, when in reality he just wanted to like be a pervert with them.
Here's where it really works. I say, oh, it's for the podcast. I bleached my hair, right, for the podcast. I shave off my eyebrows for the podcast. Sexually, whoa, back it up. I can't say that. Essay, right, Dan? Thank you, YouTube. I can't say. I have to say essay.
Yeah.
That's not something you can do for a gag. Is my point.
Yeah.
This is a gag, right? Assaulting someone, not a gag.
Yeah,
True.
I think that's probably
Thank you.
something everyone agrees on.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you.
Ooh, on that same note, consensually spanking your partner on the butt, kink. Sharing nudes against someone's consent with other people, not a kink, a crime. Not a kink, unethical. Okay? It might be a kink to you, but it's also a consent violation. Okay? Role playing, kinky. Actually breaking someone's consent, not kinky.
You would think that there would be something in your brain, especially Jason being like nearly 50 years old with kids, where you'd be like, okay, I have a mask on. I'm slipping my tongue down this dude's throat. I'm touching him in sexually suggestive ways. They would think like,
With no consent.
of course, with no consent. They
Gross.
would think like, there's something about this that I should not be doing.
He doesn't think that
Gross.
at all. Like, even when our situation happened, he literally still was just like, Brandon did nothing wrong with dating a minor. You're being crazy. Like, there's nothing wrong with any of this. Like, he kept saying that to me, like I was the one. And I was just like, how, like, he doesn't think he did anything wrong. He had another incident with like an 18-year-old, like after we had broken up and like she had DM'd me or whatever. And he's just like, there's nothing wrong with it. She's 18, she's not. And it's like, like there was a situation, and I'm not gonna say because it's not my story to tell, but it was just like, he doesn't get it. Like, he doesn't get it.
Who do you think's more to blame in this situation, David?
That's what I mean. I don't think they get it. I don't think Epstein and David and all these predators, I don't think they get it because they're not having that relationship with it. They don't get it. And they're going to do it again. Like, if you listen to their language, they will do it again. If they downplay it, they don't see why it's bad. Given an opportunity, they will do it again. And those are the people that we have to consider what to do with them. The people who will do it again, regardless of rehabilitation, like those are the people that we have to talk about. You know, what do we do with these people? Who's the best to take care of them? How do we keep them away from people? And by the way, it's not going to matter because people will still choose to be with them, by the way. Like, new victims will show up because new people will end up in those bubbles and not know the full story. You'll think, well, it's on the internet. Everybody will know. But there will be people who will work with them. There will be people who won't believe the stories. There will be people who will have to learn, you know, like the hard way in a sense. Or there will be people who won't even know better. And they'll think like just a regular content creator, I'll make content with them. Because if you've noticed, these people have new friend groups like every couple years. My theory is that these predators on the internet have new friend groups every couple years. So the new friend group just doesn't know. And then they find out and they either bail or don't bail. But like all of this stuff with certain streamers is so old that you could say anyone who ever came into their life ever knew better. But they don't. They don't know better. And so that's the thing. But once there hits a threshold for all of us. I do. I really do think there hits a moment for all of us where like, okay, are you going to make a decision or not? And like I said, a few months ago when I made my video, people reached out to me. I reached out to them. We talked about it. And some people, I didn't give them a chance to explain themselves. Like certain people working directly with him. I was just like, bye, girl. Good luck. Bye. You like you're working with an abuser. Bye. You know, like, no, like, you know better. Like you're in it. You know, you should know better. But other people were just like downplaying it, saying like he can abuse abusive people, like it should matter, it's not that big of a deal. And now for people to come out and be like, okay, this is my line, that's fine. If it took this to get you to cut him off, that's fine, that's good, I'm glad you cut him off. But can you imagine the people that are still staying by him even though this came out? That's crazy. I think it's crazier that people are still standing by his side even though it all came out. But that's hate, that's values for you.
Or Jason, or equally?
I think it's equal blame. Obviously,
Yeah.
he's doing this stuff for David and stuff, but I do think Jason is getting something out of it. In all honesty, I really do. I know I know because no one else would do this unless you got some sort of gratification, especially going that far. It's one thing for David to be like,
took
okay, I'll
it
do
way
it.
too far.
Yeah.
And the way he talks about it, he wasn't like, ew. He was like,
Yeah, he's like, it was great. It was what, like, it was, I slipped the tongue
The
first.
way-
Like, why are you saying those details like that? Like, it's also just like, why would you,
But in a way, it is like the cult of David. So how I see it is like David is obviously Adolf Hitler, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jason is just following orders kinds of vibe. You know what I mean?
right.
Right. Sorry.
I thought you were gonna be like, he's like the Ava. Like,
Oh, Ava? I don't think Ava I don't know much about Ava.
just like sucking a dick is what I meant, like sucking David's dick.
Oh, but he's actually doing crimes. He's like in the concentration camps. You know what I mean?
Which
oh,
one?
Lord.
Oh, one of the good ones. One of the really prolific ones.
Who?
Jason. Jason's a Nazi concentration camp killer.
Is this a Schindler's List reference?
I'm just making an analogy because a lot of the so World War II trivia. A lot of the guards who committed mass genocide said we were just following orders, right? So that's like a famous kind of proverb of I was just following orders.
Right.
So David is Adolf Hitler,
Right, because when we
and Jason is, let's say, well, Goebbels is, it's hard to, yeah, he's a concentration camp killer. He's a mass murderer, Jason, and he was just following orders.
He's like Christoph
You with me?
Waltz.
You with me?
in Inglourious
Yes,
Basterds.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. So, okay, great.
Like with tongue, they start making out. And at this point, we're like 5 seconds in, and I'm like, this is it. This is what I wanted. I got what I wanted. I'm out. Like, we can end this. And I'm like, Seth, like, I'm ready to talk.
He's coming now. He's coming into my mouth with his tongue so hard.
You could tell his tongue is.
Did he grab my ass?
He grabbed your ass. He grabs Jason's ass because he thinks it's Corinna. At this point, the poor dude probably has a boner.
Did he make sure that Corinna, now is Seth a sexual assaulter as well? I'm assuming Corinna's in on it, but did Corinna consent to getting her butt pinched, to being groped, to getting French kissed? Like, that's the irony of this, is like, did Seth check in with Corinna to make sure she consented? Probably not. David's the one who told him what to do. But did Seth ever think, hey, maybe I should talk to Corinna first about this to make sure she's comfortable? Doubt it.
And he's really making out with Jason. And I'm like, Seth. And I'm trying to get him to stop, but he thinks it's part of the bit. And he keeps going for 25 seconds. Literally, I'm not over-exaggerating. It's in the vlog. 25 seconds making out with this guy. And I'm like, I literally, I think I looked up to the ceiling and I'm like, God, what did I do to deserve such beauty?
And I'm
I know.
Wait, what?
Because
Beauty? What does that mean?
He was like, oh, this is such a good moment for my video. He wasn't thinking about, like, Seth. He was just like, score, great moment for my video. It's like, dude, if you were worried about going that long, you could have stopped it at any minute. And Jason,
And by the way, it doesn't change the fact that what happened to Seth is separate from what he might have done to Corinna. Like, did Corinna consent to it? I doubt we know. But, that's the thing is, like, all of this is so messy that it's not about who's a good guy, bad guy. It's just about how many things are going wrong because of how bad the culture around consent is. That's the issue. The issue isn't like things will get messy, things went wrong. The issue is like, hey, we need to have a larger conversation about why we're in this situation in the first place.
by the way, you sick fuck, you could have pulled away too.
Yeah, why didn't he if the gag was
Yeah,
done?
exactly. Please stop. And then meanwhile, he's like got his tongue down his throat. Freak.
sitting there going, David, call it, please.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
Please,
This
just
reminds
call
me
it,
of
David."
like, wasn't there the situation with Greg Paul like kissing
Yes.
the girls and they thought, yeah, it's the
A lot of
same.
people said
So
that.
everyone, I'm gonna give credit to Creepshow Art for doing a video. She called him the Jake Paul light, and nobody was really
Creepshow Art, R.I.P.
giving David shit because
Well, maybe not peace, right? Creepshow Art is canceled, right? Because she was like stealing work and harassing people, right? Is that the same person I'm thinking of?
there was so much like hoopla around Jake Paul and Logan and stuff being like the scandalous ones. But this is the exact same thing. It actually, like,
It's worse.
It's worse. Yeah, you're right.
it's
It's actually
worse.
worse. And it's just like, how?
I mean, the Greg
How?
Paul one was pretty creepy, but this is worse. I mean, I feel
But
like
they're
the
tricking.
severity of it and like
Right.
the amount,
And they knew his background and how this would damage him and where he came from and like all
which
this
they
stuff
get,
like
which
that.
they get into, which I think is the most important part about this video, which we'll keep
Bring
playing.
Corinna in. It's
Jason-
going on, and it is so aggressive. Like,
They're making out like super aggressive, and then I call Corinna into the room, and Corinna's standing right next to me.
By the way,
And
notice how
and
he
then I'm like,
acknowledges that he could end at any time, and he did when he called Corinna into the room.
Right.
So it was up to David when it ended, and he ended it after 30 seconds, enough to thoroughly humiliate Seth.
like, Seth. And then Seth finally lets up after 25 seconds of making out with Jason, and he sees Corinna, and he just fucking loses it.
yeah, it was
It
great.
was my
It was
favorite
great.
You
thing.
can't fake that. You know,
It was
You can't
just-
fake
wouldn't be
that.
something you could
Ew.
ever fake.
It was so perfect, and I feel so bad, and it's awful because
feel so
poor guy
bad,
had to go
giggle,
through that.
giggle.
And his friends are probably going to chew him out for that for the next like 3-5 years of his life.
Boom, done, closed case. He knew exactly what he was doing. And wait, it gets even worse. It gets even worse. So he
Have you
said,
sent this to Seth?
yes, I've seen it.
Have you talked to him?
Yeah, I talked to him. I was just sending my condolences, and I feel like because people have called him a liar, and
Yeah.
called him a clout chaser, and all these terrible things for trying to talk about this for so long that he didn't know about this clip before it started circulating. But like, just so you know, I want you to see this so that you know that everything you felt was right.
Right. And that
It proves everything he said.
that's so crazy.
And even when he said there was a racial component, it was like, you're like, it could be, but like, it's hard to know, like, is there a racial component to this? But like, they say it. And so I even, listen to this part.
Well, as Seth tells it, the homosexuality is not so accepted in where he comes from.
Seth's from Compton.
Dudes kissing dudes is not so accepted.
Seth's from Compton, so it's like the perfect,
Like these straight dudes kissing
literally
straight
the
dudes.
perfect setup. Like a guy from Compton, and I made him make out with another older man.
It's good for
25
Seth.
seconds.
It gets him some airtime. And
Seth was really
gets him initiated into the vlog.
he was as angry as he could have been.
Oh my God.
He was angry as he could be.
The way you speak about David's vlog is like you got admitted to heaven. Like it's like you made it. Like what? the
Airtime.
fuck? It's so weird.
They
I
think
didn't
about
hear
it that way, but they think about it that way. Like, I mean, look at Trisha in this podcast. Was it in this podcast? She's like, why haven't I popped off yet? Why aren't I more popular? Now imagine you're not even Trisha Paytas and you're like a Seth. And yeah, that's how people get you. That's how they get you to feel like you're rising the ranks. And like, ooh, I'll put you in a vlog. Like, you're special. You're so special. And like, that's the shit I don't like. Like, okay, like I'm good, bro. Like, people want to feel special. And I think that's the problem. Wanting to feel special in bad ways, like unhealthy ways, is the problem. And that's Trisha's the epitome of that. She always wants to feel special by seeking validation from the wrong people. For sure.
That's so gross to me. These people are so.
Well, yeah, they justify it by saying, hey, he got good airtime. He got humiliated.
But then Seth also tells them that he's like uncomfortable. Like, yeah, he was mad about it or whatever like that. It's like if he tells you you're uncomfortable, doesn't want in the vlog, like, and he's still
listen to what David says right here. Listen.
It gets him some airtime, and
Seth was really
gets him initiated into the vlog.
He was as angry as he could have been, but he really couldn't.
He was
just
as
like,
angry as he could have been.
I'm so fucking.
Well, and then the fact that it proves it was racially motivated, because when Seth was telling his story, I was like, why did they call you? Because he's like, I just got back from the airport. I was going home. I was tired. He wasn't with them. And then David specifically calls me and tells me to come over. So I was like, why are they targeting you specifically? And then he says here, it was a perfect setup because he's from Compton, where homosexuality isn't accepted. And we knew that it would be especially bad for him, a black man from Compton, because kissing dudes, as Jason said, isn't accepted there. It's fucking
So like just insinuating like hate crimes for him and stuff like that. Like if he like goes back or people see it or whatever like that. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting. The idea that like homophobic or not, and obviously homophobia is playing a role in this. Like none of this would have worked without homophobia. Seth being homophobic is why it works. Because if Seth wasn't homophobic, he wouldn't care about kissing a guy. It wouldn't matter. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I really stand on this and I think it's correct. Like, I think it's the homophobia. I just think this whole thing is bad because of homophobia. And they're even saying it. It's bad because his friends are homophobic. And so the homophobes are mad now. Which, in some aspects is like, I don't know if isn't that kind of shitty? Like the fact that we're trying to like, I don't know, uplift homophobic communities in a sense. Like, what are we doing here? I don't know. It feels like a little bit like, oh, you kissed like, it's like as if he was like if Seth was white and he kissed like a non-white person. And then they're like, oh, his community's so mad. Like it's a non-white person. It feels literally the same to my brain because I just don't see the difference between like race or gender. Like what's the difference from race or gender? They're all constructs. So like if one group decides like because of this construct, I'm going to be anti-you, it's like, why? Like what does it matter if you kiss a person of a different race or a person of a different gender? Like what's the issue? Oh, it's disgusting. Why? Because it's gross. I'm not attracted to them. Why? I just don't find them attractive. Why? But also, why do you need to be attracted to them for you to kiss them? And also, why is it gross? Like it also feels like Seth was using that opportunity to kiss Corinna because he knows he was never going to get a chance to do it. Do you know what I mean? He was never going to get the chance to ever kiss Corinna. And so he used this as an opportunity to make out with a girl who would never kiss him of her own free will. I said what I said. Let's be fucking for real right now. Okay, let's be fucking for real.
Well,
it's so dangerous.
Yeah, and then Seth had to move to a new state. He literally moved out of state. And they did it to him again, twice, with gorillas. And now we know that there's racial motivation. And then he set him up the second time with a bunch of gorillas.
And like
It's so fucked up, dude. It's so fucked up. It's unforgivable. David needs to answer this. This shit is fucked up.
Like, apologize for it, first of all. Like, that could be the first step.
Bro.
The fact that he's blocking, taking...
Exactly. Just as I hate how horny motivated it is. Like, let's be for real. Seth was horny motivated, wanted to kiss a woman who would never give him the light of day, but now she's forced to because it's her job. Only to end up kissing Jason, which Seth didn't want to do. But like, that's the point. I don't fuck all y'all. For real.
Down, like just carrying on life like completely normal. It's like insane. It's insane.
First of all, owes Seth an apology for letting everybody call him a clout chasing goblin and a liar and all this bullshit.
And maybe let your like dumbass audience know, like, hey, this is not cool, because they're still attacking Seth now, saying then they put on me like, oh well,
No.
you know, Trisha, that has nothing to do with me. But these people are so
You're right.
warped and like their brain, and so like David needs to address it and be like, this is wrong, like this is fucked up. So his fans have
You're
to
right.
Seth.
You're right.
It's crazy. That's all he has to say.
But then like the racial component, once he admits to that, it's like, oh, and then here's the best part. You know what? This video, I was going to leave this and let it go. But when this video surfaced for me, it made everything so much worse. And then to make things even better, David's going on a no bullying tour. Literally a fucking no bullying tour.
Oh my God. It's fucking nuts.
He's on the poster of a no hate tour.
So it's like one thing to like not take an apologize, but now you're gonna be like, hey, here's how not to bully. What? Someone gets so angry at you and so
Wait,
pissed.
did they? I don't know if they removed him. Oh no, he's here. He's still here. All cute with his tongue out. Put your tongue in your fucking mouth.
Okay, well, I think that's the least of our problems. with
Well,
David
well,
right now.
well. Okay, that's a good point.
Okay.
True. David Dobrik is still on the no hate tour. Who literally is made famous by being a fucking bully.
Chet says, I think to me, even if it's homophobic, his life could be in danger. Do you mean could be in danger by his homophobic friends who might beat him up for kissing a guy? How do we feel about the fact that Seth's friends are so homophobic he could be in danger? Or his community is so dangerous and homophobic that they could kill him for kissing a guy? Feels like maybe we need a new community. Feels like maybe we need new friends. Feels like maybe that's the bigger conversation here.
And assaults people on camera. Thanks. No hate. Hey guys,
And
don't
just
hate.
not respecting any consent. If someone's like, I don't want that in the vlog, and puts it in, like, anyways, like, just absolutely no boundaries, no consent, nothing. Like, that's.
I tweeted out. I thought it was pretty good. You told me. You rate this tweet. I said sending David Dobrik on a bullying prevention tour is like sending me around the world to teach people how to lose weight.
I mean, honestly, it makes more sense because you are losing weight. So he has not stopping the hate at
Not
all.
a good
He's
analogy.
allowing people to keep spreading the hate.
But I don't know that I'm necessarily the person to teach anyone
You're
how to
more
lose
capable
weight.
because you're trying to lose weight. He's not even trying to stop the hate.
Okay, let me
He's just
rethink
letting
this
his fans
analogy.
encourage the hate.
Let me rethink this analogy. Sending David Dobrik on an anti-bullying tour is like sending Adolf Hitler out to preach religious tolerance.
Hitler's dead.
Right.
Okay.
So he can't go on a tour.
I
Good
think
point.
That's it.
I'll keep thinking.
Trisha?
Yo,
I've never heard that last part. Oh, no wonder their fans are so like, church is bitter and all stuff like that. Because they themselves are saying, it's good because you got airtime for the vlog. Oh, what kind of rationale is that?
Oh, it's
Why
the
are you
most
even talking about
cynical.
it?
It's the most cynical, fucked up rationale ever. It proves that David sees people as pawns and is fucking like. There's a hierarchy and there's pawns and like no, and depending on how game you are and how willing to debase you are, that's how you move up. Like Jason is the most. He has no pride. He has no filter.
Like like David's not going to give you anything because of the goodness of his heart. He's going to do it because it's a good vlog. Like David Dobrik is literally those content creators who give money to the homeless people. And like you're like, wait, is the camera on? Is the camera on? Like David Dobrik, even his friends, he's not that generous to his friends unless the camera's on. I guarantee you.
He's willing to debase himself in the most sinister, fucked up, demeaning ways possible. And so he's his golden boy, of course.
Yeah, of course. Of course. That's so insane. Oh my God. That's so crazy.
Okay.
I'm so confused.
So then there's a whole nother thing is that I was looking at his new episode of Views because I saw like on some of his TikTok, people were like, yo, you need to address the Seth thing. And then I'll go back and all of them were gone. And then I went to his podcast and there was no comments about Seth. And it just made me feel bad because it's like, I'm doing so hard to do awareness and get some justice for Seth. But so we did some tests on his video because I suspected he was blocking words. Yeah. And so
Oh my God.
here we have a
Did he block Seth's name?
he didn't block Seth's name because I think that'd be too obvious. But what he did block, I have a list here. Okay, so here's how we conducted this test because YouTube has its own filtering out of words, and we want to make sure that it was David and not YouTube. So we left a word on his, and if it didn't go through, we went to our own channel and then saw if it went through. So, for example, kiss and kissing are blocked out of his, straight up blocked from his chat. So he's being sneaky about it.
Oh, right. 'cause
You
if you
can say Seth, but kiss and kissing is blocked.
is he deleting the comments or is
No,
there,
it's automatic. Is being removed. But by the way, so you go, maybe that's YouTube. We went to our own channel and wrote that, and it did go through.
Oh, really?
So he is blocking.
With the security guard. So
You can bleep it. You can just bleep it, Dan.
it where we're going to test to see.
And then there was more. We did a bunch of tests, but yeah, you can see when you go to the Issue Podcast and type, does not get removed.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
It's pretty crazy.
Wow. So he's just like deleting things, deleting TikToks and
Yeah, filtering out comments and stuff.
wow. Just like wow.
Wait, hold on. I saw this really. This guy's the best TikTok ever.
Please, guys. Oh my god, did you just call it a cheeseburger, Johnny? You fat fuck. You're so fucking fat, Jason. Your fucking wife left you and your kids fucking hate you. Shut the fuck up, you fat fuck. Please, guys. Oh my god, did you just call it a
So true. It's like that's his whole fucking career, is
Literally.
bullying people.
Oh my god, he's just always called people like fat.
No hate,
made fun of their
though.
nose.
No hate, bro.
So what is that? What's that considered? Wow.
There's more, by the way, more clips surfacing from his podcast, which is a treasure trove now.
So
Let's see.
stupid for them to have their podcast.
So here they are. This one's personal to you, Trisha.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh god.
Talking about when. Again, it's crazy. You know,
We showed up yesterday.
I feel like people think you're exaggerating when you talk about how you were having sex with Jason and David was in the bathroom.
Oh, right, yeah.
Here they describe the entire situation in full detail.
Is this from what podcast?
Yes.
I felt so bad for David.
An old clip from the podcast. You ready for this?
Jesus,
I don't know.
the way they brag, bro. The way they brag.
We showed up yesterday to Vernon Hills, and I felt so bad for David because we were with him for like a minute, and we just immediately started fighting about
Oh
something.
yeah. Oh, I should say this. We were. I told Jason that I was going to scare Trisha in her hotel room when they got there. So he called in the front desk and he goes, "Hey, give David Dobrik an extra key when he comes." And I got there and they gave me the key, and I'm hiding in the hotel room. I hide in the bathroom, like in the shower. I'm waiting for them, and they fucking start having sex. Like as if, Jason, did you forget?
No, I just got so turned on. I just
That was weird. And I was like, oh my God, I thought you were going to have sex like the entire time and just finish.
Right.
Just to have that be like the joke. And I was like,
Right.
please don't do it. And then she ended up coming to the bathroom fully naked.
Okay, so they just
Ew. Ugh.
people are so dramatic saying, "Oh, she's in on it, this is
Nope.
whatever." She was close. He just said I was fully
They
naked.
literally just said on their fucking podcast.
And people still.
Which, by the way, okay,
Ugh.
What?
this really paints Jason as a complete fucking sexual deviant.
What a gross person.
David's like, why did you do this when I was in the bathroom? And
Right.
he's like, oh, I didn't forget you were there. I was just turned on. Like, I'm sorry, what?
And he specifically said, "Can you go get me a Kleenex in the bathroom?" That's how he went into the bathroom. He's
Yeah.
like, "Go get." So like he like knew to like put me in there like completely naked. He could have been like, "Okay, put like a
Gross.
top on or something."
Right.
It was
What is wrong with these people, dude? How do
Crazy.
you? And then
Crazy. It's just crazy, bro.
yeah, it's just because you're telling these stories that sound so fantastic, but then they're admitting to the whole fucking thing on their podcast.
crazy. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's so nuts. And but the thing is, it's like literally just keep ignoring it and it just goes away. Like it's insane. Like I'm so glad we keep talking about it because it's just like so insane to not even say, "Oh, sorry, apologize."
Here's you crying after it happened. I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Yeah. What was that on?
Oh, that really hurts my feelings. Like looking at Trisha that way and just seeing like her tears. Look at her face. Oh, poor Trisha. Hello. Hi, sweet girl. Hello, sweet girl. Indiana was trying to get into the room. Hi, sweet girl. Man, look at Trisha's like sweet, young, innocent like face, and she's just sitting here crying and just like probably like re-examining all her life choices. Hi, sweet girl. What's up? Hello.
same block?
Everybody's just digging up all the shit.
Everything okay?
Oh my God, just me bawling.
Had sex. You went to
Oh,
the
okay, yeah.
bathroom.
So
It's just crazy to.
no, but I told you that after that incident, like you will not find me in a vlog January 2019 because that would happen December 2018. You want me to find me in a vlog January 2019 because I said I was like that's the first time ever that I said I was like besides the Tana stuff. It was the first time I said like I don't want that in the vlog. Like I'm uncomfortable with it. And I was like crying. Jason went back to Boston. I was supposed to go with him, and I went back. I stayed in Illinois because I was like I'm not going back. Like that's fucking crazy. I was so pissed, and like I wasn't in David's vlog for
And
a
then they
month.
went and joked about it on the podcast. You know
It's crazy. That's,
okay, so here's how little anything matters anymore. So we were complaining that nobody covered it. Okay, so BuzzFeed, Unilad, Insider, Pop Culture, I don't know who, Sportskeeda. Sorry, Celeb Secrets. What the fuck are these websites?
BuzzFeed's big.
Yeah, but no, some of these are really big. Distractify, Film Daily, yada yada. Philip DeFranco covered it, and he still, despite that and us talking about it, he's been faced with so little accountability that he's still on the no hate, no bullying tour. Like not even the no bullying tour is willing to say we are not comfortable having someone committing on camera twice.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so confusing on so many levels. Oh my God.
there's a
They'll just continue to get away with it. This is crazy. It's crazy.
when even the no hate tour is unwilling to step in, then I mean all hope is lost. They're like, yes, he has made a career out of bowling, but what is the deal with this no hate tour? What are they making money? Like what? Like what is happening?
I don't know. I also feel like
I'm going on a hate tour.
no, we don't want to spread hate.
No. I'm starting a tour. We're going global. The hate tour.
Who are we hating on?
David Dobrik.
No, we don't hate.
I'm a world-class hater.
I'm not a hater.
Oh, yes, you are.
I think he needs to get rid of Jason on the podcast, rid of him completely, because that's a liability, because he is a sexual deviant. He's doing the stuff that's inappropriate.
But David enables everything he does.
I think
You can't just
David is Charles Manson, where he'll never kill anyone personally, but he'll send his goons to go do it. He's Charles Manson, bro. That's the people that are like honestly the most dangerous. The people won't do it themselves, but they'll convince you to do it for them.
Blame Jason.
Well, he will. I tell you what, he'll cut him off real quick. Like Jason's the dead weight.
I'm sorry, but David enables all this behavior.
I totally
he's
agree.
He's the cult leader, like Big Nick said.
Oh, for sure.
Jason does everything just to make Daddy David happy.
And I totally believe that too. It's just there's some weird thing there that he keeps him along because he adds absolutely no value to the podcast. That's the only thing I have going for them right now. And I was like, there's something between them. There's something like weird that he's holding on to Jason because Jason. Everyone says like Jason's like doing nothing on this podcast. He literally just sits there.
And the new one, it's sad. It's sad what he did to poor Jason.
I mean, that's literally what do you call it?
You know what he should do?
That's literally the definition of a eunuch. Sitting there with no. He needs to be on the couch. They even have him move aside. From
a tiny little chair. You know what they should do? They should just get him a doghouse that he can like lay in.
Yeah, with a collar.
Just get rid of the chair. Fuck it. Just give him a little doghouse with the opening. You could just see his head like at the doghouse.
Leashed. He is leashed and.
Okay, we're gonna talk about James Charles now, and for this story because I feel like it's serious enough. It warrants me wearing this hat.
Are you doing that to like hide your identity?
Because we're having a yeehaw moment.
You look dope.
You really like this denim hat? It's a lot.
You look cool. You should go out somewhere in your Rolls Royce.
I look like such a wannabe like Kid Rock or some shit.
You look like a Jewish rapper. Like you and Little Dicky could have an album together. You look dope.
I'm just looking at myself in the.
You look cool.
Don't say that.
Can you
can't.
sing a boy band? Do you know any NSYNC?
Or wait. How's it go? What's the NSYNC song?
Which one?
Anyone. Come on, Trisha.
I wanted.
All I
don't know that.
needed.
What's the popular NSYNC song?
I'm doing this tonight. Okay.
I
can't take no more.
Bye. Ain't nothing but a
Just another pleasure in the game, but two.
Bye.
That's pretty good. I'm sure I don't want to be living this way long more. Might sound crazy, but that was good.
Yo, my older, so I had my first cousins. Well, there's so many, but I had a group of first cousins that loved the boy bands like us, and we would spend our afternoons like recreating dances or crushing on them or like who we had a crush on. And I remember one time I was terrified they would tell my parents that I had a crush on one of the Backstreet Boys because I wasn't allowed to crush on celebrities as a kid. I was like 11 or 12 or something. And I remember being so freaked out over it. I lost a whole night's sleep. It was crazy. Like, it's crazy. But we used to love like recreating the dances, and there was like such a thrill over these boy bands. Like, I can't even tell you. Even NSYNC's Christmas album, it was everything. It was everything. Indiana's going into her bed under the desk. She's so cute. Anyways, shout out to my childhood. I love you. Bye.
I do have crazy boy band vibes.
Well,
a lot
you're
of
Justin
times,
Timberlake. Of course, that's the vibe you're going for today.
a lot of the guys in boy bands are like not that handsome, but they try really hard. They like do everything possible. Like,
you're more of a Joey than a Justin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Joey, it's like you're not really hot, but he tries his best.
He's cute, but in comparison to the others.
Some of the Backstreet Boys got so much more handsome as they aged. Howie, so much more handsome. Brian from the Backstreet Boys, so much more handsome as they aged. Like Lance was so much more handsome as he aged. Like, some people were just like more handsome. Like, age really benefited them, you know? I also love 98 Degrees growing up. That's why watching Nick Lachey is so much fun. But like, I love 98 Degrees.
He's like, he doesn't really fit.
And Joey's last name was Fatone, and it's spelled fat one. F-A-T.
Joey Fatone looks way better now that he's aged too.
Yeah,
fat one. You know, he's a really successful like producer now.
Oh, is he?
He like produces Impractical Jokers. He's like,
really?
Yeah.
Should we get him on the show?
He was also on My Best Friend's Greek Wedding. Hello, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, not My Best Friend's Greek Wedding. My Big Fat Greek Wedding. Loved him
for sure.
I love Joey.
He's such a fat one.
Poor thing was always like Oh, is that a mugshot? What is that?
I don't think that's a mugshot, Trisha. That's just a dude's photo. Jesus.
It kind of looks like a mugshot a little bit, like a happy one, but he looks cute.
You're like a mix. Yeah, you're like a Joey Fatone.
I love being Fat One. I'm Ethan Fat
What
One.
a horrible last name I
Yo,
got.
yo, that's going to be my rap name, Fat One.
Ew, that sounds like a chode or something.
A fat one? I got a fat one.
Yeah.
All right, we're talking about
You
James
look
Charles.
good.
Thank you, girl.
For
You look good.
frenemies- Oh, thank you. For frenemies, we should do like a sing-off competition, like who's the better like performer.
I love that idea.
Wait, really? But
I'm
obviously I
down.
would win. I tour.
Well, I'll give my fucking bet.
performer.
Well, hold on. That doesn't mean anything. I mean,
Wow, Trisha thinking she would win, which is so funny to me because like I think you really have to be a fan of Trisha to like love her tours because I saw some of them and I'll be real, guys, like I don't like Trisha like that. You like that's what fans are. Fans are people who would go to your show even if you're not good at anything you're doing on stage.
hello. I've heard you sing. It's not.
I'm better than you.
Well, let's prove it.
Okay.
I mean, you could.
Should we get like a casting director, like a Broadway casting director or something, and like hear our voices, who's the better talent? The dancing,
We
singing,
should.
the acting.
Yeah, I mean, we should have a panel for sure. But
Seth Rudetsky, he might do it. His daughter follows me on TikTok.
I absolutely think we should have a singing competition.
I get really nervous when I like. Okay, but yeah.
All right, James Charles. Anyway, I got my hat on. Let's be serious for a minute. James Charles, for like the 1 billionth time, is being exposed for messaging underage boys
Oh my god.
on Snap. Let's see. He was outed by this one kid who's
Him and Chris D'Elia should be friends.
16. Here, let's just watch this video. Now, how many times has this happened? I mean, people keep giving James Charles a slide. This has gone way too fucking far.
The fact that he he admitted to this Friday and this morning was just like, "Good morning, everyone."
Oh my
As
God.
if like you didn't just like literally commit a crime. You literally can't send nudes to minors. Like that's crazy. And
So-
this is not the first time. This means when there's a repeated pattern of behavior, it's no longer like I said this in my video. I'll say it again. Like this, and I know this from a therapist point of view, right? Like if it happens once, you get called out. You know, you learn from your mistakes. You fuck up. You're like, fuck.
Dude.
But if it's a repeated pattern,
Yeah.
this individual is an actual sick person, and that's fine. But they either need help, restriction, or like a label to not be on TikTok, to not be on these things where there's children, because clearly he has predatory behaviors. Where he self-admittedly on the Logan Paul said that he likes young-looking boys. Like he likes these
I have all
boys.
that here.
Okay.
But
so-
I totally agree. It's like he has gotten in trouble with this,
What the
narrowly escaped being canceled, and he still can't help himself from sending inappropriate, soliciting, sending nudes to
Literally, what the fuck? What are we talking about here?
children. And so he's a predator.
It's insane. And how he sells a TikTok, same with the Lopez brothers. Like, how do they sell a TikTok?
He's a
when
fucking
it's
predator.
been shown that through that app, through Snapchat, through whatever, through TikTok, they've like met these young kids.
This guy is like, after this, let's watch the video, but he's a predator. Like there's no debating it.
There's no debating
He's just
it.
straight up a predator. Here, watch.
It's a trigger warning. I will be talking about grooming and James Charles. So if you get triggered by any of those, keep scrolling. But if not, watch this.
I love the insinuation of just James Charles alone is triggering.
I mean, he is. Are
But
you
it's
kidding
just
me?
like- he's like grooming, trigger warning, grooming, and James Charles.
It's synonymous now.
Seriously, James Charles triggers me. Oh, well, trigger warning, James Charles. We have to give James.
At the beginning of the episode, you should probably do trigger warning.
Trigger warning.
On the 17th, James Charles snapped me on Snapchat. He added me back because I had snapped him a while ago, just like a fan to influencer conversation. I was excited because he's my biggest influencer-wise, and I've always looked up to him, so I was excited to get his message back. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna post proof of it right now. This is the notification that I got when he Snapchatted me first. And just for further proof, he deleted the chat. I don't know what he deleted, but that's me opening his Snapchat. I went into the bathroom, and I guess he saw the bathroom light, so he started making the conversation very sexual, and it made me really uncomfortable. And I'll post some of the stuff that he sent me now. You can't see it because it's blurry, because I took it on my iPad, because I don't want him to.
The screen chat, like on the TikTok, has chat, like a text. It says he was pleasuring himself the whole time and wanted nude pics of me, pictures of my body. Ew.
See that I screenshotted it, but I'll post it right now.
Wait, let me read. By the way, what a creep. He's sending this photo of himself to a 16-year-old
Fan.
Here, he says, he was pleasuring himself the whole time and wanted nude pictures of my body for his pleasure. That is gross.
Started making the conversation very sexual, and it made me really uncomfortable. And I'll post some of the stuff that he sent me now. You can't see it because it's blurry, because I took it on my iPad, because I don't want him to see that I screenshotted it, but I'll post it right now.
Okay, first of all, what is wrong with you, dude? He goes, pause now. I've been trying to pause it. You made it 2 little frames. But peace and love. Thank you for coming forward, though.
Ew. Wait. See, I did not know this. Did you see the text? They're probably going to share it. I did not know this. Wait, I did not know the details. This is what I'm saying. Like, we do not, even though I knew James Charles, I knew the story. I didn't know the story. Look at this text.
He said, I bet you can make me finish by just flexing and showing off your hair, body hair. Haha. without even taking your dick out.
Yeah.
What? This is the first time I'm hearing about. You just told me for the first time. What? 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 Pourquoi? Yo, I feel like I'm hearing this for the literal first time. What? I was so out of this bubble at the time. What was I doing with my life during this era? Holy shit, what?
So
Holy fuck.
can't get his body hair.
I actually didn't read this.
Holy
really?
fuck.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that have come out with like he want armpit pictures. And
Wait, guys, this is it. This is a 16-year-old. Let's
yeah,
get
what are we
it. Let's
talking
go get
about?
him.
Let's get him. What are we talking about?
Who? Oh, we're like
The SWAT team. I don't know. We got him.
we're like dogs, Bounty Hunter and Beth, R.I.P.
We got him. He's asking for nudes from a 16-year-old. Where's Chris Hansen?
Woo woo. Police.
We got him. Have a seat right over here, James. I mean, what the fuck? What's the question? What's the question? What are we waiting
I
for?
guess he has to. Okay, so update to this. This guy, like 7 minutes prior to us filming, said that he was going to the police today.
Oh, thank
so
you.
I don't know because he also
He should.
Yeah, he should. I
At
think he
this
should.
point-
I think people
Holy
are scared.
shit.
They don't think anything's gonna be done, or people have money, so they're scared to go.
Dude, where's
cancel
Chris
something,
Hansen?
doing an Elysian documentary that no one cares about? Like you should probably be focusing on James
Bro,
Charles.
James Charles, a way bigger scoop. All right, I'm gonna be James Charles. James,
That's
we got
crazy. And he knew, right? He knew he was a teenager. I mean, even if he didn't know, why would you take the risk? Like, that's the thing I don't get with these fucking perverts, bro. These fucking perverts. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? You're James Charles. Don't you have access to other fucking people? This is crazy, bro.
I'm gonna have to put your ass right here.
Should we get Chris Hansen? Chris Hansen would be on the show. He did a whole documentary on YouTube.
Yeah,
about.
he's desperate. I always got weird vibes from Chris Hansen.
He stopped a lot of predators.
Well, I don't know that his heart was in it for the right reasons. You know what I mean?
I think if it's not, at least some good was done. There's predators being stopped online. Who else is gonna take that much dedication to do it? Honestly, it was good.
I'm mixed on Chris.
Yeah, the Onisan stuff was a little.
I didn't even go with them. Anyway, let's keep watching. Yeah, Chris Hansen, get him. I'm pro Chris Hansen, whatever it takes, bro. I just want to see SWAT team coming down from the roof everywhere, lasers and shit. And James Charles, oh! James Charles is like, sister, snap. Hi,
Wow.
sisters, to the SWAT team.
What does happen though in this situation? Does he get arrested? Does he get a slap on the wrist? Does he get a fine? Because this is what that kid just said.
It depends.
He said, going. Let me look.
Yo, you're a predator, bro.
He said, 16-year-old boy who accused James Charles of sexting him last week is going to the police. He later said in a video the police are going through his phone currently.
Ooh. I love how meanwhile James Charles is like, good morning, sisters.
Like literally being like, what was the thing he said to somebody? Like something so crazy. Like, I don't know. He's just like,
Well, this is
Misogyny is rampant in gay men, but more than that, this idea that James just thought he could get away with it is crazy. Chessa's sister arrested. He better be. That's gross, bro. Like, there were so many things he could have done to double check. Like, that's crazy. I will say the association with Snapchat is so interesting to me. Like, I have a Snapchat for viewers, but it's like PG. It's like I rarely post, and when I post, it's like Indiana or like the ocean or something, or the sea. Like, I post like very rarely, but it's a nice way to, like, if you want to watch stuff on Snapchat and support the Patreon, you can do that. But I post a few times a month, whatever I do, whatever I feel like it. I post, but like sometimes people will message me, be like, hey, is this like an 18+ Snapchat? I'm like, no. And I get why they do it, because Snapchat was such a sex place at some point. Even I had an 18+ Snapchat that was separate. I had a different account that was 18+. It is one of those things where, yeah, like Snapchat is so associated with that stigma that you have to like double check with people, which is so fair. But David Dobrik getting a sponsorship from Snapchat to basically have kids watch his videos is, James Charles making friends with people on Snapchat. Like, what are we doing, sir?
pretty crazy right here.
I miss Sundays. Okay.
Okay. You're gonna miss a lot of Sundays where you're going.
Wait. Chess says, I don't think anything ever happened though, right? Happened what? With James and the kid? It happened. We just saw it happen. Wait, do you mean something else? Because that to me is happened. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, chat, but like to me, it happened. That is something happening. Like meeting up with the kid or the kid exchanging something isn't the something happening. The something happened the moment James messaged the kid. That's the something happened. You can't send sexual messages to children. Isn't that illegal? Are you allowed to send sexual messages to kids? Like, I don't think that's legal. And if it is legal or illegal, we got to make it illegal. Oh, they meant legally. I don't think James ever got arrested for it. No. One of the accusers admitted to faking it. Okay, but like, what about the ones that weren't fake?
Yeah, okay. No, but like, in all seriousness, there's like a really big issue with this.
This
like,
is not okay. He's
like,
Bruh,
yeah, he's
bruh,
sending
bruh.
dudes to
Okay,
minors.
let's keep going.
Like, and he's 16. Like, it's so.
So let's go.
After that, and I'll post them now.
Ew,
Whoa,
dude.
wait.
I was getting
Oh,
rid of
sending to minors. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, they were body shaming. Got it. Yeah, definitely. Oh, don't send to minors.
Yes.
I
Yes,
God,
he's sending
Trisha.
it to minors, unsolicited.
think it's okay to body shame predators.
Okay, you did a whole 180 on that one quick.
Okay, if you're like,
You're like, oh, as long as you're not body shaming him. Okay, let's body shame him.
yeah, if you're being disgusting to children, you should be body shamed and more.
Well, see, that's the question. Because if that's true, then Trisha's done a lot in her past worth body. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we shouldn't have that rule. I think we should be. I think we probably should side on not being body shaming no matter what. But I will say, like, the temptation is definitely there. Let me tell you, I got a lot of jokes in my arsenal. Okay, I got a lot of jokes in my arsenal, but.
Can I body shame James?
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
he's just got a big fake ass. He just looks like a fucking creep. And by the way, you seen his outfit at Coachella? Everyone's like, oh, Queen, go off. I was like, no, that's a fucking predator.
Yeah, don't be showing everyone your ass cheeks. I
Like-
mean, that goes for
like,
girls and guys.
sorry.
Like, that's a little
That's
much to
disgusting.
show
Yeah.
everybody.
Please.
Well, okay, Coachella is like a drug sex festival, so I don't know if like showing your butt cheeks at Coachella is that big of a deal.
See you in jail. Bye.
And on Instagram too. One thing to be at Coachella with it, but then on Instagram showing all your followers, like it's just like a lot.
Is Coachella all ages, or is it like a certain age up?
with no safe for work, not safe for work, 18 plus caption on it.
Right. Not safe for life, more like.
Right.
Right.
I know. I love how Trisha says that when her vagina and her butthole full of tissue paper is all over Twitter. Do you know what I mean? Like, what about, like, she's like, don't go to Coachella with your ass out, but I can be on Twitter with my butthole out with tissue. Trisha, I've seen your butthole full of tissue, and I've got to say, it definitely makes me want to blow my nose. I love it. Trisha, Ethan should really get on this. I really feel like, Ethan, you should try this. Maybe your butthole full of tissue might also be interesting. I don't know. I don't want to see it for any particular reason, but maybe you should, I don't know, might be beautiful. It just might be beautiful. You should try it.
He's a grown man. And then he proceeds to say, oh, but I didn't even get to see the, meaning my body. And after telling him, like, no, like, I'm not going to send it to you, he kept on asking for pictures and videos of body hair and me flexing.
Body hair.
He proceeded to ask to FaceTime me, which I then said no to, and then I asked why. And this is what he said.
Jesus Christ.
It's
Oh,
sad.
come on. Okay, I gotta go back again. I don't know what he said. Just watch you show off and look hot and fuck. Haha.
It's his shoulder.
He says he wants. No, I don't know.
It's sad to say that I can't even look up my biggest influence the same again. I've heard multiple stories about him doing this to people, but you never...
So yeah, that's it. But then, so now, of course, that's like a slam dunk. Like, okay, bye, Chris Hansen, step in, have a seat. Here's what he responded, which is, of course, the most pathetic, victim-blaming bullshit, not taking accountability
This one pissed
bullshit.
me off so much.
Like-
oh my god, I hated
Okay,
it.
so he says, first of all, don't you dare put a trigger warning. You are the trigger
Yeah,
warning.
James Charles.
You need to
you're-
put trigger warning James Charles,
on your Twitter
fucker.
handle. Also, the note apologies is so. Oh my god, he can go on TikTok and say all these things about me, but like he can't go on TikTok and say like, "Hey, I'm
Take
a creep."
accountability
Yeah.
for sending news to a 16-year-old.
Or put a sign on him that says, "I'm a predator." Like you're gonna kind of on a note, like
James Charles should be forced to introduce himself to all of his neighbors as a sex criminal.
for sure. Oh, for sure. But I don't know how that's not even a thing. How he doesn't have to register.
How's that not already one? Well, here, let's read his apology.
That's crazy.
There's a video going around of me on TikTok and Twitter of a guy calling me. First of all, a guy, he's 16 years old. Let's not even try to pretend like he's old.
I'm literally reading this post right now on my other monitor because I'm trying to figure out if this is the guy that was fabricating or not fabricating, but that's so funny.
A boy, calling me a groomer, and I want to address it right away. The accusation that I have groomed this person is completely false. Last week, I came across someone on my Instagram Explore page.
This was last week.
Yeah. Okay, listen how creepy this is.
Last week. You act like this was like so long ago. Like last week.
Listen
You're
how,
not sorry. You did this a week ago.
listen how creepy this is.
Oh my
He
God.
came across someone on his Explore page. He clicked his profile, saw that he followed him, and then he added him to Snapchat. Like, if you're not trying to fucking creep on this guy, and by the way, in his bio, I think it was Snapchat or Instagram, they show that it says he's 16.
Apparently, like according to Business Insider, and I don't know, the kid is standing by his story and he's saying he still backed it out with evidence, though the evidence is now off the internet because probably harassment.
No, yeah, James is like sick. Like he's sick in the head.
So he's literally creeping on this guy. And by the way, yeah, a lot of people follow. You're really popular. So like, what were you? Explain to me.
He claimed James Charles never asked for his age. Well, that's the huge problem. Why aren't you asking for people's ages before you're sexting them on Snapchat?
James Charles, were you just following this 16-year-old boy just because I just wanted to check in with one of my fans and see how their life is?
Is that how he was
Yeah, he said.
exposing it?
He says. He says. Last week, I came across someone on my Instagram Explore page, saw he followed me, and added him on Snapchat.
Right. Like
That is like textbook. Bye.
Yeah.
You're just creeping on a 16-year-old.
it's the way like guy like, but it's even weirder because like that person's not even like reaching out to James like in a fan way.
They're
Like
just
James
following
is found.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he initiated.
He's initiating it and
Totally.
seeking it out.
So he says, the next morning I woke up to several snaps from the person being excited. I had him back, of course, saying he loved me and also lewd photos of himself in the shower.
Wait, I just saw Cosmopolitan magazine covering James Charles. Wait. Okay, James Charles would like to be uncanceled, please. This is 2023, more than 2 years after the allegations of sexual impropriety. It sent the superstar beauty YouTuber into influencer purgatory. He's hoping to relaunch himself and his brand with the help of new makeup line. Wow, amazing. Wow, look at this amazing interview. Okay. Ugh.
I asked how old he was right away, and he told me he was 18. So I started flirting back.
Hello? 18 is too young. 18 is too young. Listen, I know people are fucked up and they think being with an 18-year-old is, and I think it's part of your fucked upness. Like, genuinely, I don't want to say everyone's a predator, but I want to say that, like, there's something fucked up with you. And look, I know people take that offensively where they'll be like, what's wrong with me if I want to be with somebody who's 20 years younger? I think you're fucked up. Like, I just think it's fucked up. Something's fucked up about that. Because James Charles, how old was James Charles at the time? 26? How old was he? I don't even know.
In the excitement of meeting someone I thought could be potentially great, I didn't ask for a copy of his ID or passport. How about any situation?
No, he's 25 now. And this, what was he, 21? When it happened? 22? 21, 22? It's too long. It's too much. It's too much. Yeah, no, he's not even 26 right now. He's 25 today. So I don't know how many years ago this happened. But either way, 18 is too young. And look, when people say they're 18, that tells me they're 16. For real, I don't trust anybody who's 18. You know, 18 sounds like 16. When people say they're 18, I'm like, you lying. You lying. You're not 18. Like, and plus, like, if they just cross the threshold, too young.
You're in where you need to be asking for a copy of ID and passport means that you fucked up already.
Yeah, like don't go further.
Also, he acts so surprised that the guy responded. It's like you literally went from Instagram to Snapchat,
Yeah.
the one platform that's basically made for predators.
Yeah, literally.
To creep on fans.
Yeah.
Followed him, and then you're shocked that he answered back to you.
That's so weird. And but he's like someone who could potentially be great. You're on Snapchat.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's looking to. I thought I was gonna marry the guy. In the excitement of meeting someone, yada yada yada. I didn't ask for ID. It's now clear, based on the video he uploaded, he was taking photos of me with another device and had an ulterior motive from the beginning. Bitch, you followed him.
Oh, James is making it sound like the kid was trying to catch him in something. Why are you messaging strangers on Snapchat, my bro? Why are you messaging strangers on Snapchat, my bro? That's kind of crazy.
Right.
How are you going to accuse him of having an ulterior motive? He's one of like 20 million people that follows you. He's just sitting by his fucking bed waiting. Oh, James Charles is going to follow me back any second now. Bitch, you followed him, you fucking creep, liar, bitch, predator. Fuck you. I hate him.
I hate him. Because the fact that he's even trying to frame it like he had ulterior motives in the beginning.
It just literally doesn't make any sense, dude. You followed him on Instagram and Snapchat, you pathetic predator bitch.
Oh my God. Knowing this kid
Go
is
in.
young.
Hate
He
him.
looks
Go
young.
in,
Like, if he's
Ethan.
young-
I'll show you a photo after I'm done reading this. It says he's 16 in his profile.
Yeah, it's also not hard to like if you're doing that amount of research where you like found his Snapchat, Instagram, like you could find his age, birthday, something.
Chess's genuine question is 18 and 21 really an age gap to cause concern? If the 21-year-old is aging at an appropriate, like, in an appropriate, romantic, for like sexual stuff, yeah, I think we should look for a future where it's questionable. Genuinely. Like I think it's different being friends with people that age, but like when did you meet? How would you ever be friends? Like 18 and 21 is definitely an eyebrow raise, at least because like where did you guys even meet each other? How are you even friends? How are you even hanging out? Now, if you're both in community college and you become friends, I think that's fine. And then I think if you hang out for a while and you crush on each other, that's fine. But I think it depends on how did you meet? Where did you go? What do you have in common? Like this is all very different. And plus, great point, chat says this is a 21-year-old is like a celebrity. That's also a part of the problem is like this is a celebrity poaching from his fan base and not double checking, like, which is, I don't think it's wrong for you to date a fan or a viewer. You shouldn't date a fan, but it's okay to date a viewer. And I think there's a clear difference here. Like you can date coworkers, but don't date people that are like obsessed with you, right? But he was picking people that would have just said yes to him, in my opinion. I think that's different. You know, so again, in my first adult friend group, I'll give you guys an example. My first adult friend group out of high school, I was like 19 and everybody was all the way to the age of like 27 or 26. And we were all very different. And we were all very at different stages of our life, but we were all kind of like at the same time, all in the same stage of life because we were hanging out together. And to be honest with you, I felt pretty good about the situation in general. Like I turned 21 with them. They threw me a party. Or maybe I was 20. I could have been 20. Maybe I was 20 and they were 26, all the way to 26, 27, 28. I don't remember. Maybe they were. There was an age gap because there was a bunch of us. It was like 8 of us all together. We met at a political coffee shop with like a bunch of friends introducing each other. So we were at different stages of life, but that worked out fine. But everyone was kind of fucked up and in their own young stage. The older people in the group, when I realized like they weren't growing up, I was like, what's going on? Like I'm getting older and more mature and you're not. What's happening? And that's what made me leave the friend group eventually. It was like people in the group weren't growing up. So the red flag is when you have adult people who are not appropriately reaching like growth stages, that they're still getting along with kids, like young people. Like it's one thing to meet and then there's one thing to stay. And I think, you know, if you're meeting those milestones, eventually you shouldn't have much in common. Now, I think in some bubbles, and I'm going to be open-minded here, in some cultural bubbles, I think you could probably find a 25-year-old and a 35-year-old that are really going to get along because they grew up in the same like values bubble, but you know, maybe not a 20-year-old and a 30-year-old, right? Like that's not my favorite age gap. I'm not a big fan of age gaps when the younger person's in their 20s, but I'm sure there's 8 billion people on the planet. There's some 25-year-old and 35-year-old that meet up. I just don't know how that 35-year-old hasn't matured past a 25-year-old. That's my question. How is a 35-year-old in any capacity appear with a 25-year-old? That's what, as a 35-year-old now, I don't think so, girls. With peace and love. Like, we're peers, but romantic peers is different. And I do think it's different. I think you can be friends. I can be friends with somebody who's 25. Like, what the fuck? Why not? But I'm not going to be romantic. I'm going to see you as my friend who's still growing. And I think it's okay to have older friends who see you as like, you're on a journey. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think there's a space for that. I don't want that space in a romantic setting though. And I do think there's room for this because realistically, like when I was younger, like I didn't mind having sex with older people. I still stand by those sexual interactions. I just think dating them was stupid because those people were so obviously immature. But like, no one's ever going to make me bad for having sex. Like, no, I'm not going to feel bad for having sex with people in my mid-20s when they were like nearing 40. Like, you're not going to make me feel bad about that. That was a great experience. But also like the relationship was bad, but not the sex. And I didn't date all those people. Some of those people, we just had sex and it was fine, but they were very immature and stunted. Like, that's why they were hanging out with 25-year-olds. Do you know what I mean? That is why they were 40 hanging out with 25-year-olds. Even though they were successful, even though some of them had jobs, like some of them were, you know, they were just like stunted. So I wouldn't date them. Not everyone's a predator. Some people are genuinely stunted. But I think that sucks for the younger person. I think it sucks for a younger person when an older person is so stunted, they kind of stunt the younger person because they're stunted. That's my fear. My fear is like older person, maybe they're not a predator, but is so stunted, they're gonna stunt the younger person, you know?
Or let's say you don't know his age for sure, but you could definitely see he's young. So let's just play it on the safe side and not start sending news to someone who might be 18 or might be 17 and a half, might be 16. You creepy fuck.
Oh. Yeah, even if someone sent me news like a guy to a girl, like it's just like, ew. Just like calm down for a second.
I love this thing about ulterior motives. Like, I'm sorry, dude. If anyone had ulterior motives, it was you trying to act like you were interested in this family. Really, all you wanted to do was fucking beat off to a child, you fuck.
Yeah, that's a mess up. That's sick.
Ulterior motives. Fuck you, dude. Chris Hansen,
Ew.
step in. Chris Hansen, kick this motherfucker's door down, throw a smoke, throw a flashbang, and block this
Are
motherfucker
we
up.
team Chris Hansen now?
I'm team whoever's calling the SWAT team on him.
Maybe just police. I don't know if the SWAT team needs to be involved.
I want smoke grenades and
no,
flashbangs.
you don't want that. You don't want
I
that.
want flashbangs on this motherfucker. Hey, Dan, why is there an image that says defamation on your screen? Were you trying to send me a message? Okay. I was like, oh, God. Dan's trying to tell me something.
Subliminal message over there.
I'm going to have like 10 defamation lawsuits after this episode.
With peace and love.
No, nothing I'm saying is untrue. Later in the day, he said, later in the day, he said a few things that made me question the validity of his original age answer, and I asked him to confirm his age again. He admitted he was 16. I told him I was really uncomfortable and apologized for flirting, but he insisted on continuing talking. Of course, it's his fault this conversation is taking place, saying it would be our little secret. He's a fan of mine and would never tell anyone. Oh, well, he's 16, Jim, so maybe you shouldn't even mention anything he said, and it's all your fucking fault. I told him I wasn't okay with this. He started getting upset, and at this point, I unfriended him. We haven't spoken since. I'm not victim blaming him. Yes, you are. Or victimizing myself. Yes, you are. Simply sharing what happened, and what happened was not okay. After false allegations like this in the past are not false, you admit that it's true.
Yeah.
I would never knowingly engage with anyone underage.
Knowingly.
Yeah, knowingly. It's easy to unknowingly do it when you don't ask or look or do any due diligence at all, and put my life on the line for a few snapshots. Because of
I do want to point out too, I think we forget, like, in working situations, your coworkers are going to be all ages. I think we forget too, like, it's one thing to meet people at work because you're all working for the same company, and then like you meet at work and you fall in love or whatever. Because I'm trying to think of situations to be more nuanced. Like, why do age gap things happen? It's not always like you're on a dating app and you hook someone up. Sometimes like you're just like, you graduated college, you're 22, you're working at a nonprofit, and the people in the nonprofit are also there. You work day in and day out, you get along, you have the same values, and then all of a sudden you're dating, but there's an age gap. It's like, I'm not a big fan of it. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I also think it's possible for those things to make more sense to people. Like, they're your coworkers. You work with them day in and day out. Like, separating each other by age doesn't make sense when everyone's at this company. You know what I mean? Everyone's at this company doing the same work. You know what I'm like? That might not make sense, but I still think there's a reason to raise an eyebrow with an age gap relationship if the person in their 20s is younger. Like, once you're in your 30s, I don't care. Like, with you, good luck. Like, you're an adult. Come on. Like, you've reached 30. I trust you. You know, people in their 20s, though, for better or worse, or however you feel about it, I just feel like they should have options. That doesn't make them feel like, I'm 22 in love with a 50-year-old. Now I have to stay in love with this 50-year-old because, like, they were nice to me and rescued me from my abusive relationship. Like, that's the dynamic I see often, is older people trying to, quote, rescue people from their abusive life. And then these young people feel indebted to them, and they're never allowed to, like, actually figure out what they want in life. So I'm concerned about these younger people being kind of poached by these, quote, white knights who want to, like, save them from their bad life. It's like, let young people be free. Let young people make real decisions. And you know what I mean? But I just, yeah, I'm concerned.
Of situations like this, instead of taking someone's word for it, I now will ask to see the ID of passport of every guy I have a conversation with. So his
It's not a
pledge,
conversation either.
his pledge is not to stop.
Yeah, it's just to ask for ID now for verification.
It's just to ask for photo ID. I'm sorry, dude, but you are a danger to society. And I say that with peace and love.
And he's not even taking, like, a sabbatical. Like, he's not even like Chris D'Elia, where he's like, I'm going to, like, disappear for a few months and maybe, like,
Exactly.
He's, like, back. He's like,
you would think he would, like, take a moment to reflect, but he's like, this guy's a fucking liar. And let me pull up. Can you see my phone, Dan?
invincible. These people think they're
There.
invincible.
Literally, his latest tweet is,
Insane.
good morning, what sunshine?
Okay, first of all, thank you. Chat said, off topic, your skin is goals. Guys, I feel like the retinol is doing amazing things for my skin. I put it on twice a week, and I just feel like my skin is amazing. And I don't mean to, like, say that, like, but, like, really, like, turning my, like, if you are old enough, because I'm an old lady now, if you are old enough to use retinol, holy shit, it was definitely missing from my regimen. Twice a week, and I use just enough. I don't overuse, I don't underuse, just enough. Okay, I did get the more expensive brand, La Pousse, I don't remember. I don't know. You know what it is. But I really love it. Like, I use the French brand. It's like 40 euro at the drugstore here. But I've had it for months. I bought it in November. and I've had it for months, and I use La Roche. Yeah, La Pousse. I was being, that's my lesbian. No, La Roche. Yeah, it's really good, and I love it. Like, it's so fucking good. And I spent, like I said, like 40 euro on it. It's a little bottle, but I've had it since November, twice a week on my skin. And first I did it once a week. Then I moved it on to twice a week. And I swear it's making a huge difference. But again, be very careful because you do have to be of age. I heard teenage girls are using retinol, but like they're not old enough to be using retinol. It's not going to be good for your skin if you're too young. So if you're young, don't do it, only if you're of age. I'm of age. I'm in my mid-30s now. I honestly could have started it a couple years ago probably, but I really do think it's making a huge difference. Yeah, I really see. And I've gotten compliments, like people notice, which is fascinating. It feels like a little mini like facelift. It really does. It feels like a little facelift. I don't know how to explain it, but it's amazing.
I would be so embarrassed.
Can I quote this? What should I say?
Fuck you, piece of shit.
Sun don't shine in a prison cell. Might enjoy your last few good mornings outside of prison. I'm writing that. Enjoying your last few good mornings.
I love it.
Enjoying your last few good mornings outside of prison. Does that make sense? Is that good? Enjoying your last few good mornings before you go to prison or outside of prison? Yeah, thank you.
Stand encouraging.
Enjoying your last few good mornings before going to prison. And I'll do a sun emoji like you did.
Like, he should. I don't understand how this is like not a crime because it's online. I'm so confused.
Enjoying your last few good mornings before going
I'm
to prison.
confused by that too.
Dude, I'm like, this show has turned me full mask off.
Just full on.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I had an incident happen in middle school where a teacher like groped my boobs all the time when we would do like heads down 7-Up. And so when I finally went to the principal about it, he told the principal, well, she's been wearing water bras, so she's been asking for it. Like, it's been teasing me. And the principal's like, have you been wearing water bras? I'm like, yeah.
Say what? And the principal was like receptive to that argument?
And he's like, have you been wearing water bras? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay, well, let's not wear water bras to school. And like, that was my fault because I wore a water bra. I mean, there's been more like that.
Dude, this world is so fucking crazy. What is a water bra?
Okay, I did a quick Google search, and apparently now that there's a hardcore age, you should be using retinol, but it's not recommended for teenagers unless it's like really done with a professional. So I would check in with your professionals or do your own research because I don't know what's recommended. I just know when I did a little bit of research, it was like not recommended for teenagers, but apparently in your 20s and 30s should be fine. But I'm 35, so I know I'm good. Okay, I was trying to Google to figure it out, but I just know I heard warnings because it made the news that teenagers were getting obsessed with aging products at Sephora. And I was like, oh, why are they using retinol in their teens? That's why I had that story in my head. But you guys are going to have to Google and see if it's okay for your age group. But yeah, I could have been using retinol years ago, but I just started.
A water bra was my mom's. It was a bra that, it was like water
You fill
filled.
it with water?
No, it already had the water in the bra. It was very heavy.
Oh, and you were wearing those at what age?
Like 12, because I had uneven boobs, so I was trying to even my boobs out for real.
And he said
he would come feel it all the time because we play that game like heads down, 7-Up, whatever, and you have to like put your head down, or when you were done with the test, but whatever. And so he'd come around and like always like grope and whatever. And so I finally, he did get arrested. This guy actually did get arrested, but later on. But me, they were like, well, she wears a water bra. And then the second time that happened, it was a teacher and another teacher, a different teacher, and he's like, well, she told me she liked the movie Taxi Driver, so like, or Cape Fear. I'm sorry, Cape Fear. He's like, so I just put my thumb in her mouth to suck it. Anyways, it's a lot, but my trigger, and I laugh because it's so uncomfortable. My trigger is this kind of stuff.
So fucked up.
But when they say this, well, they wanted it, and people are like, "Oh, well, did you do that? Did you say you like the movie Cape Fear? Then yeah, grown men should stick their thumb in your mouth so you can suck it."
Dude,
Ew.
The principal literally was like, "Okay."
Well, the principal didn't say anything the second time. It was the first time that happened.
No, but the fact that they're receptive to that argument
No, like literally,
is blowing my mind.
Yeah.
And we're fucked as a society.
I think that's why I didn't have friends because I think they like knew, like they saw my teacher like grabbing me, and I was like, okay.
I'm sorry that happened. That's really unacceptable.
It's crazy, but then to tie that back into James Charles, to him to say like, well, he insisted that it would be our little secret and stuff, like that's like literally what like molesters do. Like that's what they say. They're like, well, she wore this, so like that makes sense why we would molest her or whatever. It's crazy. He's a child.
Yeah, no, it's so.
Okay, and I just want to say this out loud. All skincare routines aren't perfect for everybody, so research. Because my Discord is sharing how they use Vaseline, and I use Vaseline too. I use my Vaseline like all the time. I use lotion and moisturizer on everything, my lips and everything, and then I coat it with Vaseline. But Vaseline also clogs your pores and keeps everything in, which is the point of using it. You're keeping moisture in. So if you use Vaseline without moisturizer, you're just keeping your already set skin in. You're not moisturizing your skin with Vaseline. It's just, it sits on top, basically. So your Vaseline should be used to keep moisture in, not to create moisture. So think about it that way. But I'm not a skincare person. I'm just a person who's watched a lot of videos on YouTube. So you just got to watch a lot of videos and figure out what's right, because I don't know any more than you do. But I will say I have dry ass skin. Okay. I have dry ass skin. I have dry ass skin to the point where, like, I don't know if I have a skin condition or I literally just scab, but like, I just have huge scabs on my body all of the time. And my partner is always like, oh my God, you're bleeding. And I was like, what? And I don't even notice, like, but I am like a very dry person. I lotion every day. I drink a bunch of water. I do all my stuff, but like, maybe I'm not drinking enough water. Let's be real. But I'm just like a very dry person. And I found that lotioning and then Vaselining helps. But yeah, I'm like a dry ass person. I've always been dry though. I'm a dry girly. I don't get oil in my hair. I'm just a fucking Sahara Desert over here. Okay. But anyways, do some research, because some people, Vaseline's bad. For some people, Vaseline's good. Just, you know, I just want to say that out loud. Caveat. Disclaimer.
Bad.
I'm a fan. It's our secret. Like, he's 16. He's incapable of making decisions. Like, that's why you're a minor, because
Exactly.
you don't have the mental capacity to know right from wrong.
You can't blame him for literally anything. Even if everything you're saying is true, the fact of him saying he had ulterior motives, whatever the fuck, there's no blame. You cannot say anything or put any blame on him. You're the fucking adult. Here's his here you can see on his TikTok profile, it says 16. James lied in his note app. James said he added him off his Instagram, but his Insta doesn't have his Snap on it. James liked one of his viral TikToks and got his Insta from his TikTok bio. His TikTok bio clearly states his age is 16.
Oh.
Thank you, detective.
No, but even this kid looks like a kid. So the fact that he even wants to beat off and get nudes to it is like, he looks like a child.
Yeah.
It's not like you're in a relationship with someone who looks young, 18 to look young. Like, you're just like looking for people who look young as fuck to like jerk off to. Like, there's something wrong with you.
Another interesting wrinkle is that apparently the guy's original video that was going viral on TikTok, the victim, said that it got removed from Twitter for posting private details, like I guess James's text or something. And then Def Noodles, we love Def Noodles.
We love Def Noodles. I want to hire him on front of me. If we hire someone else, he's probably too busy for us, too popular.
I said, what do I got to pay him? He's already doing all the work for free.
Yeah, but we could get more exclusive. Like, he could just be here on the second. Like, just be like, this came into my phone.
I love Def Noodles though. Anyway, shout out. He's got the best drama news ever and up to date. He's the king.
Yeah.
Wow. But anyway,
he's the king.
He got a 12-hour suspension for
We hate Def Noodles, but they're gonna eventually hate Def Noodles.
posting the video.
Def Noodles?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So
What?
I don't understand, what is this like crazy protection of James? Like, this guy is saying he was preyed upon by James. Why all of a sudden, with everything going on in the world, Twitter putting the foot down on this James Charles video? It just strikes me as very odd. Like,
Yeah, there's like beheadings on Twitter. You're like, that's okay, but like, James, no.
I mean,
Was the one that got removed the one with James Nudes in it?
yeah, blurred.
Maybe that, like sharing, but you know.
But what proof can he? I feel like it's an important thing. Like, he's showing proof. Like, what is he supposed to do?
Yeah, probably like you can't share people's nudes.
Then a bunch of people have been coming forward after this. So this is all going on the past few days. He was accused of a second underage boy of allegedly having inappropriate interactions with a 17-year-old. A third person came forward. Apparently they have receipts too. James, inappropriate sexual interaction with a fan. They allege James was very demanding and pressured them. There's videos and
I was doing something on my Discord. Discord has this new confetti emoji, but I thought I was clicking the emoji, but I was clicking the link to open up. My bad. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, stream. There's Discord and I are doing something over here. Sorry.
Like, honestly, you guys know that it's all like, come on, the pattern's there.
Right.
Oh, this one just happened, dude. I saw this on Reddit.
Wait, Discord, can you see all these grapes? Can you see all these grapes? Could you see them all? Just like, could you see all of them on the screen?
I wanted you to see this.
Okay, you guys. Has the
I
tea
love
on
Silly
James,
Georgie.
and I'm not sure why
Watch
nobody's
this.
talking about this. Y'all know this creator, right? I don't think you do, but he's 16 years old and he's like really tall. He's 6'11". James Charles commented under one of his videos, putting CEO of Heights. 16-year-old commented back with Buenvenidos James, and James said, "Trying to DM you, but it won't work. Check IG, LOL." Obviously, all the comments started going off. Like, what the heck is going on? Telling him that he's 15, which obviously anyone with a brain can see in his bio. But James responded with, "I love that, I think." Anyways, that comment is no longer there. I don't know if that's like off-putting to anyone else. Maybe he just wants to be friends
When was
with
that?
a
When was the
16-year-old.
comment?
I mean, I don't know. This
Who
was
came
supposed to be
back
a day ago, but I
MAGA?
don't.
Chat says then he came back MAGA? Who? James Charles? Stop.
Don't know when.
Wow.
I could probably see the date in the video. So he's getting on 15, 16-year-olds publicly on TikTok saying DM me.
Wow.
I can't see the date, but
These people are like, something they're like sick. Like, he's doing this publicly. Like,
James Charles 3 days ago saying make America great again? No. Wait. MAGA showing outrage at James Charles mocking RFK Jr.? Wait. I'm confused.
He's gloating that he's getting away with it. Like, it's insane. Like, that, like he's sick in the head for real. Like, there's something like wrong.
Well, what's sick to me is that in this era of Me Too, where literally nobody's getting away with anything anymore, James Charles, who is proven to be a prolific predator, is not being held accountable in the slightest bit. Not only that, but he has partnerships with huge brands, huge celebrities. He doesn't get if there's anything from this, it just means that people don't give a fuck when the victim's a man.
Oh, Def Noodles, Def Doodle. Okay, Def Doodle, blah, 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 blah. Def Doodles. I'm going to get it. Def Noodles. Got it. Def Noodles is a MAGA guy. I knew that. I saw that coming. That felt like I saw that coming. No, I don't think James Charles is MAGA. Okay, Def Noodles, Def Noodles. Okay. I did a quick Google search. It said James, but when I clicked on it, I didn't see James Charles saying MAGA. So I think it was just it was nothing. But Def Noodles being MAGA, not surprising.
Specifically, right, exactly, yeah, with these guys.
I mean, if you in the midst of this whole Me Too thing, it's like, and the same thing goes for David. The victim is Seth. No, then there's no fucking accountability, because if the victim's a man, then nobody fucking cares. That's the pattern I'm seeing here.
Of course, yeah, it's really odd. It's
like,
really weird.
okay, let's say Chris D'Elia. Chris D'Elia is doing what Chris D'Elia did is identical to what James Charles is doing.
Totally
identical.
Right.
Yeah. Why didn't James get fucking in trouble?
Chris D'Elia's life was ruined. He was dropped by everyone, by his agency. He was even fucking finished a movie on Netflix that they kicked him out and reshot with a new character.
Movie, yeah.
James Charles is working with all of those same people.
Top brand celebrities.
And no, you know what I mean?
No, I know. Yeah, you're right. It's so true.
It's just it's fucked up.
Or the Harvey Weinstein thing. It's like, you know, with all those stories, and it's like David Dobrik has like admitted to all this stuff, and still, yeah, it's really crazy. Oh, wow, I don't know, and it's like sucks. Like, what is going to be done? I mean, these people just continue. It's crazy. They just continue to beat them.
Well,
I guess just talking about it, and hopefully people start seeing the light. I mean, it's kind of like the Harvey Weinstein. Remember when Courtney Love's like, stay away from Harvey Weinstein? Everyone's like, okay, crazy Courtney Love, and then like all of a sudden, like 10 years later, everyone's like, oh, maybe she was right.
Well, I don't know if we'd need like a Me Too for like men victims, because it seems like men are not a part of the Me Too thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, and the women needed the Me Too because they, for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like these guys are not getting any justice or respect from.
Yeah, like why isn't James getting in trouble? I don't get it. Maybe because they can't. I guess YouTube could kick him off, which I guess they should, right? But like, why didn't James why didn't James get in trouble with YouTube?
From anybody.
Well, specifically like is also like
or even Snapchat or Twitter. Like, did they kick him off?
Straight Seth with straight Jason. Like, that one didn't get any news, but this James Charles stuff, it's kind of crazy. I guess because they think it's like funny and a joke because they're two straight men kissing. I don't know. It's like weird how that got like zero traction when it's like.
Dude, Seth's life was severely disrupted and fucked up and traumatized from this. So it's like the trauma is the same.
Right.
There's more James stuff you want to see, like on Impulsive. By the way, here, let me show this. Impulsive guys, great interviewers, by the way.
Are you being serious?
No.
Okay.
Here.
So the thing is, for me, I'm 21, but like I said, I have the mentality of a 40-year-old.
Yeah.
So for me, like I'm.
What?
Much more mentally and emotionally mature than a lot of people.
You think you have the mentality of a 4-year-old?
What? I am mentally more mature. What 40-year-old? Dan Belzerian? Like, what 40-year-old? Ethan? What 40-year-old do you have the mentality of? Yeah, maybe Ethan, who has a mentality of a 16-year-old.
You think you're more mature? Bro, what the?
Which is also extra creepy. You think you have the mentality of a 40-year-old, but you want to be with a 16-year-old.
Okay, Jimmy Savile or whatever. Fuck.
Who's that? Who's James Savile?
He's like a prolific English pedophile.
Oh.
Great guy. He's English. Just say English. That says it all about it. Really, Dan? When did you start hating like English people so much?
Like I'm much more mentally and emotionally mature than a lot of people my age. I'm not physically attracted to older guys, which sucks. Like I would date like the absolute.
What? I am mature mentally like a 40-year-old, but I don't like older men. I like children. What?
Youngest, like 18, 19, that looks a little bit old.
There was another clip where he
what?
Like I would date like the absolute youngest, like 18, 19, that looks a little bit old.
There was another clip where he said
interview.
What?
Guy. He's like, so I'm not attracted to older men. I just want to date the youngest possible legal person alive. And Logan Paul's like, Yeah,
Ugh.
interesting.
That makes
It's
sense.
like, no, back the fuck up.
What?
Say
You
what?
have the emotional maturity of a 40-year-old, according to you.
Yeah,
but you
but
Yeah, the emotional maturity of a 40-year-old, but let me date a fucking 18-year-old. What?
I want to fuck an
Which
18-year-old.
means you want to manipulate and power play an 18-year-old. If you think you're 40, you want like that
Crazy.
doesn't make any sense. Find
Sure.
another person your age that has that mental capacity as you.
Anyway, James is a predator. Yada yada yada. There's so much. How long we've been going for so long?
So what happens then?
3 hours for real? Holy boy!
What happened? Sorry, what?
I'm taking my hat off for.
We should have been eating ramen, or I should have been eating ramen. You know?
Here, take a bite.
Really?
Take a bite of my hair. It's wrong.
Should I taste it?
I
For
mean,
real, or is it weird?
I wouldn't. I mean, it's
No.
just
Can I
chemicals.
Can I
and
just try
stuff.
it? Can I just taste it?
I guarantee it doesn't taste like ramen.
Can I try? Oh, it's good. I like
Gross.
hairspray. You put
Why?
hairspray in it?
Yeah.
Trisha like should be on one of those shows where people eat mattresses. You know, like My Sick Addiction or whatever they're called, where they like eat mattresses and diapers. Trisha, I eat hairspray. I like really like it. I just think it's like so interesting. Like they live the way it sprays out, like poo. You know, I just like, oh my god.
The tank is good. It tastes sugary. Hairspray is sugary.
Why did you lick my hair just
You
now?
just said I couldn't.
I know,
didn't
but I
consent.
just
Don't
I
act
feel
out
like
weird.
I feel like I'm gonna have to do an exposed video on you now.
No, everyone here can attest. That's why I bring Mo's everywhere, so people can't be like, oh, I didn't say this. I'll be like, no, he was in the
But
room.
you know it doesn't taste like ramen.
No, I like the taste of hairspray, so I was curious to taste what hairspray and gel taste like together. I used to put hairspray.
That's true. She was on My Strange Addiction, but it was like not even for eating something. Okay, Chad says I like hairspray. Yeah, but do you like eating it? Is that what you're saying? You like eating hairspray?
my tongue just to get high.
Whoa, that's some
Yeah.
freaky shit.
Mm.
What were you saying?
Her addiction was spray tanning, which honestly, I'm sorry, spray tans almost never look good. I'll say almost never look good. Even this one she has right now, I don't like it. I don't think it looks good. I think either a natural tan, which looks good, or no tan. I'd rather you be pale. And for all the people in my comment sections that I block who are like, why is this girl so pasty? Why does this girl look like a fucking ghost? Because I'm avoiding skin cancer, you dummy. Because I'm literally smarter than you, bitch. And I will look better than you in 50 years when you're all wrinkly and shit. And I look good because I wear my sunscreen. And I am not getting sun, except for my 15 minutes a day. Okay? And Deanna and I do our little, few minutes a day on the balcony. But like, fuck you. Okay? That's why I'm pasty, bitch. Thank you.
Before you tasted my hair?
Small dick energy.
Yeah.
He has that for sure.
So there's other things. I don't know if we could end it, but like Barstool, where they were, dude, there's too much. Like, who cares about Barstool?
Oh,
They were watching your OnlyFans and laughing and stuff.
yeah. But to be fair, you did that too to me.
Right. But that's true. I said that. To be fair, I did have done that. But like we were having a spat, and I don't understand why they were just gathering around laughing and then
to be
posted it. Like there's no reason for it.
I sent them to you unsolicited. They seeked it out. And
Oh, Chad says I should have put that in quotes. I do not personally like hairspray. Oh, quote, I like hairspray. I got you. I was confused for a second. I was like, damn, he really out here just being like, I eat hairspray. It was like wild.
paid for it, so it's a little different. You were like, no, I don't want this. Disgusting. Stop it. They were more like, I'm going to pay for this, and then also shame. I hate those.
Like, why did
my
they
biggest
just-
thing is like pick me girls, where those girls are like 30 years old and they're trying to be cool in the office. Be like, oh my god, don't throw up. Are you going to throw up? Oh my god, like I hate girls like that so much. And those were all pick me girls. And then Dave Portnoy. all
Wait,
those
pick
people,
me girls?
Pick me, yeah.
What does that mean?
It's the girls that try and be like cool.
pick me.
Yeah,
I'm the
like,
cool. Yeah.
like I just want to have a beer with the boys. Like I don't even do girl stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like those kind of girls, pick me
Yeah.
girls. Although I'm a pick me girl, I just bought a Trans Am. It came today, so we were doing a little like tour, and
I mean, Trisha is very much like, I don't even have female friends. I only have male friends. But, every girl goes to that stage. Guarantee you, if you're in any way a girl boss, you have gone through the stage of, I don't even have girlfriends. I just have guy friends. You will go through that. If you were in any way a woman who is too masculine or interested in work, you will have that happen to you. I've done it. My friends have done it. All of my successful female friends have all had a stage, or any of even the stay-at-home moms that I've known who are very like aggressive and toppy. All of them have had moments of like, I don't even have girlfriends. I only have guy friends. Yeah, because we're all competing with misogyny and patriarchy. Even women suffer from misogyny, internalized as shit, girl.
I was just like, I guys got a muscle car. Like, it's
You
very
did a
pick
pick
me.
me?
Yeah, very pick me. Like, I have a muscle car now, so
Sounds like you can't decide if you want to be one or if you hate
why
them.
my life? That is the multiple personalities in me. I don't even know what's coming out. Seriously, sometimes I don't know. Like, I've been hearing voices in my head lately, and I'm just like, oh, are those me or are those something else? are those demons. Sometimes I hear demons at night at like the 4 a.m. I know it's past the witching hour, which is 3 a.m., but at 4 a.m. I hear the demon voices and I'm like, oh my God.
P.S. I love the idea that Mephisto's community hates me because I think she's stuck in a negative cope. But then someone on the Discord was saying that Dr. K covered a femcel comment and the woman said she's in Mephisto's community. And like, that's what I mean. Mephisto is like, her community calls me a Pygmesia, which I think is like so funny. But like, it's because they're stuck in this narrative that they always have to be like anti-male or in defense of like playing a game with men. Like, you got to get over that. Like, you're centering men in your life. Like, men are just people. And like centering them in your life because they're men is like giving into the patriarchy, even if it's in defense.
That's a lot to unpack. I know you keep saying that you think you're going schizo, but I don't know. You don't seem schizo to me.
I think I'm just like really early on.
You're in your 30s. This stuff happens earlier in life.
That's not true. I talked to a specialist about it and they're like, no, you can develop schizophrenia at like 70. Yeah. Sometimes it's suppressed with my other shit that's going on in my head. Sometimes I suppress it, but
don't you think like with everything you've been through, by the way, I'm trying to comfort you because I really don't think you have schizophrenia. I'm not trying to dismiss your concerns. Because,
right. No, it's just definitely voices. I don't know if it's schizophrenia, but
the thing is voices and stray thoughts and intrusive thoughts can be the result of a lot of different stuff. You know
they just get so much stronger. Like I used to like think things, but now I'm like, oh, I'm hearing, like I would talk to a person at the register and I'm like, oh, what was that? And they're like, I didn't say anything because I literally think a voice was talking to me. And I was like, what?
Like what did it, like for example, what does it say?
Sometimes voices are just like very casual. It's like, oh, like, you know, sounds so stupid, but like your zipper is undone. And I was like, oh my God, like
just something random.
Yeah, like, oh, don't forget your purse. But sometimes the demon voices will be like, hey, there's a window, jump out of it.
I don't like the demon voices.
Yeah. But that's why it's calming to actually, since like I met like a Moses, they have like calmed down a bit because when someone's like next to me, it brings me back to reality and I tell them this because I used to get anxious with him sleeping next to me. I'd be like, oh my God, what is that? Because voices would be like, who's this person? Get this person out of your bed. Like all of a sudden I used to have anxious. I don't have that anymore. Now it's like when I see him, it's like I'm back in reality where I'm just like, oh, okay, everything's okay.
So wait, are you talking to someone about these issues? You are? Okay, good. How often?
Once a week, just via Zoom. It's the same guy. He's not really like, he referred me to someone that talks about voices, but I only talked to that person once. This is someone else that doesn't really like specialize in that, but.
Okay. As long as you're talking to someone, I think it's good.
Yeah. It's scary. It sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it seems stressful, but like, I just, I don't know what you should, but get the help you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm sorry that's happening. I mean, that's really
it's
scary.
Weird. Yeah.
I don't like it.
See how like you don't know how to meet somebody where they're at when they have conversations like this out loud? Like hearing voices, like audible sounds, like I don't hear voices. You know what I mean? Like I hear my own thoughts. Like I have a dialogue in my head, which I know some people don't have, but I don't hear like a voice like in my head. Like if God, like I can imagine Trisha's voice in my head perfectly clearly, but I can't hear it like through my ears. You know, like it's not the same. I can think about it and I can think of her voice in my head and it sounds just like her, but I can't hear it audibly like in the same way. So to hear voices audibly is like a very specific symptom of a lot of things. It could have OCD, schizophrenia, like a lot of different things can create audible voices. But it's like her being casual about them is so interesting. Or yeah, sleep deprivation can cause auditory hallucinations for sure. Yeah. I've had those where like if I'm sleep deprived, I can hear voices or I'll see shadows, but I know it's sleep deprivation. Right. So like that's the other thing where like maybe she's just sleep deprived, but it's like how casual she is about it can be very frustrating, especially since she's in a position of privilege. Like you know what I mean? But it's hard. It's hard going to the doctor. It's hard doing it's hard to do a lot of things, you know. But yeah, it's weird to bring it up on the pod. It almost puts your friends in a weird position. Like, should we have an intervention or what's going on here? But then it's like, it's nice to have a safe space where you can talk to people about this in your life and they don't freak out. It's just weird that she's doing it publicly. Because now I don't know what to do with this information, you know? Chad says, or it could just be a side effect of medication, right? I don't know. I don't know anything about medication in that sense to know if it causes that. I don't know that.
Really
but I think you'll be okay. I mean, you don't strike, because people when they're like, I think schizophrenics have certain characteristics like where they, for example, can't make eye contact.
Right.
Like, you don't have that issue.
No, I'm totally like functioning and like all that stuff like that. And like they subside, like they do. Like, I don't know, I get in like moods where it's like, oh, if I'm like low energy, it's like something happening, but it doesn't happen too frequently, but less frequently than it was. Like last summer, it was really
Do you feel like detached from reality when it happens?
Yes.
You do?
Yes and no. I know where I'm at. It's not like blacking out. It's like I know where I'm at, but I'm like hearing the voices.
Right. I guess what I mean is, do you feel like when you're experiencing these voices, you know that you know that somebody's not really talking to you, right?
No, I literally will ask people like, oh, what did you say? Like I've asked that twice now to people where I'm like, oh, did you say something? Like, no.
Or like, what about the demon voice? I mean,
The demon voices happen in the morning, like when I'm up early.
but you know it's not real. There's not really a demon.
I tell
You know what I mean?
myself that, but like it doesn't click. It doesn't click right away.
Right.
So I will like look at the window and it'll be like jump out. I'll like go to the window and be like, no, this isn't real. And then I'm like, oh, like okay, don't jump out. Like, yeah. The windstorms lately, I feel
Let's get some bars on those windows.
Yeah, chat's sharing a story about how their friend had that with medication, and once they got on a better dose, the voices stopped, which is really good. Yeah, so interesting. Like the way I want a safe space to talk about all these problems without any stigma, but also I do want people to consider the implications of not getting the help. But also, I really want a world where you can say things like this and people don't freak out. They just go, okay, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's see what's up. You know, I would just love that attitude as a widespread medical practice of, okay, cool, you're hearing voices. Let's get that figured out. Let's see what that's from, you know?
Well, it's fine.
Well, I just want.
Oh my God. Thank you, chat. Says Brittany, what I love most about you is that you don't hesitate to tell us I don't know. Thank you. Especially since there was a hater in chat earlier who was claiming that I say everything with like 100% with my chest, even though I don't know what I'm talking about. I literally will admit all the time I don't know because I think it's very important because no one can know everything. And I certainly don't. But also I do say everything with confidence because I'm a confident bitch. I'm sorry you're insecure about your life. Maybe you shouldn't be talking. I blocked the hater though. It's okay.
I want you to be. I'm just,
Yeah.
I don't like that. But but yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're talking to someone. Just, take care of yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
I mean, if anything happened to you, I don't know what I would do without this show. I mean, it's just
That'd be a sick episode.
the R.I.P. Trisha
For
episode.
sure. So many views.
I'd rather
Because
keep you alive.
You were my last real friend, you know what I mean? They'll be like, oh, Ethan like really
I was the
he
last.
gave her some comfort on her last
Oh my
days.
God. No, I'd rather keep you alive. I can make way more money from you alive than dead.
I don't know, that episode would probably be sick. Honey and Adam and Eve.
Sponsored by? You think I can get sponsors on your
Definitely Adam
postmortem?
and
Oh my God, totally.
They'll milk your ass to the grave.
I love it. Get the coin.
Bury me with one of those vibrators.
Yo, I should get like a coffin sponsorship. When I die, that's what you need. If I die early, I'll get a coffin sponsorship. Actually, I actually want to be buried in a mushroom suit under a tree. I actually don't want to be in a coffin. I think it's bad for the environment, and I think it's stupid that we bury the dead in coffins. How does that make any fucking sense?
That's a good lyric. Bury
Yo,
vibrators.
Yo, I wonder if you could sell space on your tombstone to Adam and Eve. That's a good point.
That's so funny.
Like just adamandeve.com/Trish. Like how much you get paid up front to put that on your tombstone? Because you are kind of an icon. People will go to your tombstone and they'll be like, oh Trish,
Who collects the revenue? You?
well, if you're married to Moses, him.
Moses? Okay, just
Whoever
make
you want
sure.
in your will. It's up to you. You want me to? I'll take the money.
No, I should probably give it to my mom
Oh yeah, give it to your mom.
and sister.
Wouldn't that be
Unless
awesome?
you hire her at Teddy Fresh so she can like support.
Oh, so if I hire her, I get the money? Interesting. Let me crunch the numbers on
Wait,
that.
no, I better give her the money. I should.
I love that we're monetizing your suicide right now.
No, it's not me. Can I just say for the record, it's not me. It really will be the demons. I swear, I don't want to. I don't want to.
No,
die.
I don't want.
51
No,
Becky
this
B.
is not
I don't
funny.
want to die.
This is not funny. I don't like.
I don't want to die. I'm telling everybody right now, I don't want to die. Like literally don't want to die. I really like my life right now.
You better stop. I don't like it. I don't like joking about it.
I'm not joking. I'm telling you,
No,
I don't want to die.
I know. No, I don't want you.
You know what happens is when people do die, like Anna Nicole, not to bring her up or whatever, but like when they die, they say, "Oh, yeah, she died of or Marilyn Monroe died of," but they didn't. They didn't, and then people like just put that as like they killed themselves. It's like they didn't. Look into it.
They
further.
weren't suicidal. It was something else.
Look into it further. Is all I'm saying.
But you think she was killed, or it was like a mental thing? I don't know anything about her.
Both of them killed.
Just please take care of yourself. I don't want anything. I just want you to feel happy and healthy. And
I feel happy and healthy. I just hear
good.
voices right now, and that's the only thing that's like a little bit scary. But we're gonna maybe need shock therapy, like the
No.
Trisha. Is it bad?
We do not like shock
Wait,
therapy.
why? For real? I don't know anything.
That's
about
like one of those ancient shits they used to do. That's not good.
You don't think it's gonna like rewire me? They say if you only drink water for 30 days, it rewires you. That's why I did the water fast and it didn't rewire my brain. Well, it did rewire my brain. Maybe I
Trisha,
should do
come
that.
on. Water's not going to rewire your brain.
No, that's true. Like if
you
you
need to
only
talk to a
drink water,
doctor, get some medicine.
look it up online.
I know you had a bad experience with medicine, but I do think it's a problem. I'm not a psychiatrist, obviously, but I do think it's important to keep trying to find something. If it's really disturbing, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
brother.
Medicine can work wonders if you find the right one.
I know. I'm not against it. I'm not against.
I just want you to take. You know what I mean? I can't deal. You can't leave me in this world with a black Rolls Royce.
Okay, I'll stay alive.
At least for 4 more years. Well, till my lease
4.
expires.
Oh, lease.
People do this for 4 more years.
Till my lease expires. This conversation sucks. Way too dark.
Oh, man.
No, I feel like I'm being an asshole because I'm trying to make light. I'm just
No,
making
honestly,
face of
sometimes you
stuff.
need people to make light of situations because it does feel so serious. And
I hope
like,
we're doing it for 4 years. I hope we're doing the show for 4 years.
Not even a year, baby. Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, I love this show.
Mm.
What? You're the one that said it. You don't want to do it for 4 years? Oh, I know where you see yourself in 4 years. Like, Ellen, you've left my ass behind.
Maybe more Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, okay.
Not that she's fat because she was on Broadway.
4 years.
Okay.
Right.
She was on Broadway and she couldn't sing.
I love Trisha's like fat phobia, internalized fat phobia. She's like, not because she's fat, but because she was on Broadway. I didn't even think it was because she was fat. I thought it was just because she was like a talk show host that didn't do as well as the others because she was a lesbian. Like, she was fired. Ellen was fired initially from her TV show and then got a talk show host deal. But like, Trisha's so funny.
I don't plan on going anywhere. I have no ambition to move on. I have
Because
no.
you're a baller. I'm not even
So are
close
you.
to
You're-
being baller.
Why? You're a fucking baller. You
I
got a
spend
big
all
ass
my
ass.
money.
Yeah, if I spend the amount of money you did, I'd be. Dude, you're crushing it. You're sitting in a custom made denim suit.
I made it.
God damn.
No, you definitely have given me image rehabilitation on the show. Thank you very much. The Trisha Paytas Rehabilitation Show, aka Frenemies.
I didn't do anything except just. I mean, you did everything.
Creep
You expressed yourself, and we just have a good time.
The Creep Show video was like, I hated Ethan on his own, I hated Trisha, but together they're magic.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take whatever.
But why do people hate us so much and now they're like okay with us?
That's a great question, Trisha.
Because you're funnier as a duo, but now we're all sick of you. I'm still sick of them. I am. I'm still sick of them. I know what parts of them I find lovable, but a lot of their parts I'm bored. I'm so sick of them. Like, I'm so sick of current day Ethan. I'm so sick of current day Trisha. I'm so sick of everybody. But also, like, I can see what parts of them make me come back. Like, not all the time. Not this. Like, this is fun. Like, I can see what parts of them are lovable. But yeah, if they were only lovable all the time.
I think it's just because they didn't like our content before. So it's easier to hate someone when you don't watch the content and you don't become invested in their personality and you don't see them as humans. So every time they fuck up or do something, you just see
But
that
also,
part and you're like, I fucking
can I
hate
just
that.
remind people, we are not obligated to like YouTubers. Like, YouTubers make content. That's like saying, like, you don't like my favorite hobby. What do you mean? Oh, no, I don't really like crocheting. What do you mean? Like, that's how people feel about YouTube. It's like, oh, I don't really like Ethan. It's like, why not? It's like, what? Do I have to like Ethan? Like, because sometimes when people ask me, like, do you like a YouTuber? I don't know if they're trying to say, do I like them as a human or do I like their content? Because I don't like most people's content. I watch the content I watch on my own that isn't for stream and stuff. Like, I watch some stuff for stream, obviously, that I like. But I mean, like, at home when I'm not being paid to watch stuff, I watch very specific content for myself. And, like, those are the people that I like and that I watch. You know what I mean? That I'm watching, not just because I want to know the tea, but because I actually like them. That's different. Like, I love my Good Mythical Morning. I'm back on it, girl. I was never a Good Mythical Morning person, and now I'm totally on it. But I always liked Rhett and Link. Like, I always liked Rhett and Link as people, but now I like Good Mythical Morning. Like, I literally just watch it all the time. And I catch up on old episodes all the time. And sometimes I fall asleep to it because I have to fall asleep to sound sometimes. If I sleep alone, if I go to bed earlier than my partner, I have got to listen to sound on the way to bed. So I listen to like ASMR rain videos or Good Mythical Morning, which is hilarious to fall asleep to like Rhett Link eating food. It's really funny. And then you dream about it because, you know, anyways, the point is like, I like a lot of people, but I don't think we're obligated to like all content creators because it's kind of like a taste. It's like, oh, you don't like my favorite fruit? It's like, nah, bro. You know, no.
Them. They fucked up again. I hate them. But when they actually engage with the content and they learn about like, oh, this is who he is, this is who she is, and they see like below just the flaws that a lot of people see, then they go, oh, I like them because they're human beings and I see them for that and not just the mistakes they make.
Right.
You know.
This was the coolest thing I've ever gotten in my whole life.
You want to take these? I mean, because I can't
Yeah.
even eat them. Maybe either wants one. Probably not.
They're so cute.
Oh, look how they like vibrate. Oh, sorry.
Vibrate.
It was like.
Can I just say, wrap it up? I know we got to wrap it up. James Charles, I called this back in our Frenemies in November, is best friends with a 16-year-old girl.
Right.
What?
If that was a straight man best friends with a 16-year-old, I think a lot of people would have a lot to say. It doesn't matter if they're gay, straight, male, female. It's inappropriate. Just like Sia with freaking, what's her face, Maddie Ziegler. It's inappropriate. It's grooming. You don't like go to red carpets with a minor, a child. I don't care what permission it is. You don't go to red carpets. You don't have movie nights with them. You're not besties with a 16-year-old. Like, I called this out. Why is how people are surprised at this? How is Sia not in jail? She's
I
a
don't understand
groomer.
the Sia thing. What's the Sia thing?
She like had sleepovers with Maddie when she was like 15. And
But you,
stuff.
wait, are you pro Michael Jackson or anti Michael Jackson?
Ooh,
Because you can't be like anti Sia and then pro Michael Jackson. You can't do that.
True.
Because Michael Jackson is like Sia on fucking.
right. I'm not pro
Mega
Michael
crack.
Jackson. I'm not pro Michael Jackson. I'm pro.
Look, when you have sleepovers with your friends, the parents are not supposed to be like peer joining in. Like when you have like my mom did not let me sleep at my friend's house for like a majority of my life. And there were a few exceptions of people's houses I could eventually sleep at because, you know, that's when the molestations happen. So eventually I was allowed to, but my mom was always very clear, like, do not be alone with any of the adults. You have private time, lock the bathroom, make sure you like you're with one of the other girls, you know, da 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 da. And so like, you know, if I was at a sleepover and I was with all the girls and we were all in sleeping bags watching a movie and the dad or mom was like, let me get in the middle of you girls, I'd be like, oh, like you're not, like you can't sit with us, you know, we're like kids. Like it's different if there is like a dynamic between the adults and the kids where the adults are doing something in which they should be participating. But generally speaking, like you're supposed to let your kids have a sleepover with their friends because it's the kid time. You know what I mean? Like it's not about you. You're there to like give food and movies and popcorn. You're not there to like participate necessarily. Right? Like I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Victim.
Okay.
And
I don't know any detail of the seed thing. I'll have to look into that. I'll have to see into that. Right?
It's just crazy, like how these creators get away with stuff. Like I don't know if I should bring this up.
All right, yeah, we laid it all out there. You all make the determination. So who have we canceled and who have we canceled? Well, we haven't really canceled. We haven't really done anything. We have achieved
Shane.
nothing on this show.
I think-
Shane was gone before you ever stepped into the ring.
Oh,
Shane was canceled the minute he jizzed on his cat.
can I cancel him again?
Sure.
I saw a clip of him saying that he molested kids. He had like admitted to
I
it.
saw that too. But he was saying, to give the full context, when he was 8, he used to like molest his. Yeah.
Okay, but what? That's
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I
I don't
agree.
think you can just because you're a kid.
Well,
like that's fine.
No, I agree, but I'm just saying I don't want people to think that was going on when he was like 20. He was like 8.
No, but he said I used to molest kids on my street.
Yeah.
Oh.
When he was 8.
He's like aware that he did that.
I agree with you. It's
See, I feel so bad for these kids because so much trauma happens kid on kid. I see Indiana. So much trauma happens kid via kid. And I really wish parents would recognize that your children have the intention of it, but the other children will have the memory of it. Like that's the dilemma. It's like children aren't these like pure little things. Children eventually are people with living memories. Like my earliest memory is 3 years old. Do you know what I mean? Like I started remembering things. I can remember things back to 3 years old. So I'm not saying your children are predators who are 8, 9 years old or 7 years old or 5 years old. I'm saying you might run into a situation where now that child, those children together have a memory that they'll never forget. And we need to have conversations about that. We need to be willing to intercept, especially with porn and everything, especially with iPad kids, especially with kids getting a hold of all this adult content who want to like mimic that behavior with other children. Like regardless of their intentions, they're leaving a kid with a memory. And so we have got to stop it. We have got to be, without being a helicopter parent, we have got to be watching our kids. You know, we've got to be on top of it, guys.
It's weird.
That's like the craziest shock in the world.
Why are all these YouTubers so brazy? Like all these YouTubers are so crazy. Dude. Oh my God.
I think like a lot of them were like victims of that stuff. Like James obviously was with Tati, like hanging out with Tati when he was underage and stuff like that. I think this happens is like this like pattern and they're just not getting the help they needed to like not be this person. Cause like I had a lot to happen to me. I'm not like molesting kids or anything.
My head looks so small in this hat. All right, let's wrap it up. We've said it. We've done it all. You know what I mean? What else is there to say, right? There's nothing left. There's no stone left to unturned. There's only one. There's a few peeps left to be eaten.
My bad. I got it.
You see it?
No.
Uh-oh.
Wait, I see it.
Can you get it, Moses?
I'll get it. I'll grab it.
It rolled kind of far.
Sorry.
All right. So once again, guys, we love. That's it. That's all we got. So next week's gonna be fun because we're gonna be doing Jewish trivia.
That is the worst.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
And next week we're doing a Jewish trivia.
Why? It's gonna be so funny.
Holocaust.
We're gonna be
too.
doing.
Curb Your
We're gonna
Enthusiasm.
be.
We cover it all.
We're gonna be doing Jewish trivia, and we're gonna dress up as Hasids, Orthodox Jews.
Okay.
So insensitive. I feel like
You're Jewish.
I know it's fun, but I feel like there's like
Yeah, it feels a little offensive.
the Jew League or whatever, or like Jew Crazy is gonna be mad about it.
Jew crazy can be mad.
But that's fine. I'll take on Jew Crazy all day.
What am I? Aleha? Aliyah? Aliyah.
You're not Aliyah.
Oh, they're like dressing up as people from history?
I'm Aliyah. Yeah.
You ain't no Aliyah.
I'm Aliyah.
How are you Aliyah?
I'm Aliyah. I'm gonna go to Israel and live there.
Okay.
Well, it didn't work for you, did it? You didn't learn any Hebrew. They didn't teach you shit.
Well, I am an Aliyah though.
You're not.
I've moved to Israel and I'm an Israeli citizen. You know that I'm a dual citizen.
I'm gonna be a dual citizen too.
Maybe
I can't wait for Jewish trivia to crush you in this. I don't even have to study. I've been studying my whole life.
All right. If you beat me, then you are an Aliyah. I will grant you that.
Oh, I already get
By the power vested in me in the state of Israel, I grant you the passage of Aliyah. Aliyah is when, by the way, people are wondering what that is. That is, wait, you're not even Jewish. How are you going to make Aliyah?
What do you mean? Convert, yeah.
Oh my, so wow, now that's an Aliyah.
I'm converted.
Doesn't Aliyah mean like journey or travel or something? Yeah, that's a fucking journey. It's when Jews outside of Israel want to move to Israel, they can automatically, through some relatively easy process, get Israeli citizenship and move to Israel.
And I'm sorry, why can't I be a Jew?
Well, you're not Jewish.
Why?
What?
Do you not?
We all come from God.
Yeah,
G-D.
yeah, try telling the rabbis that.
Yeah. So how am I also not a Jew? I came from them.
Yeah, yeah, well.
Trisha.
You're welcome to make that argument. They will say no. I'm not the arbiter of these things.
Maybe if I win next week, I can take that to the Aliyah. And be
I will send a certificate that I'll say, by the power vested in me by the state of Israel and God himself, I pledge Trisha Paytas an Aliyah, honorary Jew.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'll get it notarized and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the most important. All right.
All right. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next week.
Hilarious. Make me a Jew. Do you love me? Do I love you? I've been singing Fiddler on the Roof. It's one of my favorite musicals of all time. I love Fiddler on the Roof. It's the best. That's one of my favorite movies growing up. My dad and I love that movie. My mom, there's a part in the movie where the dad has to, basically his daughter's dead to him. And my mom goes, this reminds me of you and your father. And I was like, yes, because I was dead to my father for 2 years. And she goes, yes. And I was just like, okay. I know that was like 15 years ago. Like actually 20. That was 20 years ago. So we're over it now. But like, do you love me? Do I love you? Anyways, I hate to say it, but we're going to call it. I've been fighting a headache all day, and I need to edit BoJack Horseman for members and Ultimatum for YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and call it today. That was a very long episode. That was like a really long one. But tomorrow we'll come back and we'll watch Jewish trivia, and probably the next episode, which is David Dobrik's Lawyers Go After Trisha, and then cooking. So it's like a cooking episode and a Jewish episode. Should be fun. So tomorrow's, we'll probably do 2 tomorrow just because they're shorter. Okay, girls, we'll get through these eventually. And then when we're going to be done, you'll miss it. When we're going to be done with this, we will miss it. And then what? Catch up on like trending news. Ugh. We'll do that. We'll probably do that. Okay, guys, thank you for being here. Shout out to members and patrons. Appreciate you guys so much. Please like the stream before you head out, guys. 100 likes with 200 people watching. Please like before you head out. I appreciate it so much. Please have a great night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.